November 19, 2004. Inside the Palace of Auburn Hills, all 22076 seats are packed to the brim as a deafening roar of cheers surges from every direction. On the court, the Detroit Pistons are clashing fiercely with their Eastern Conference nemesis, the Indiana Pacers, every possession a brutal bone-rattling collision. 8879. With 5 minutes left in the game and a 9-point gap on the scoreboard, the confrontation between the two teams grows even more heated. Beyond the 10 players on the floor, both benches are on their feet, substitutes shouting themselves hoarse as they cheer for their respective teams. Yet there is one exception, the lone Hwagwa player seated at the farthest corner of the Pacers bench remaining silent. At this moment, Lu Mang is dazed, utterly stunned that he has somehow been transported back to 2004, and even more so that he now inhabits the body of a professional basketball player. In his previous life, Lu Mang was a master of Bajiquan. To prove the real combat effectiveness of ancient martial arts, he secretly went to Southeast Asia to fight in underground rings. Because he refused to take a dive, as ordered by the organizers, they drugged him, and he was beaten to death in the ring. In this life, Lu Mang is an orphan. At 18, he was spotted on a street court by a coach from the H Province youth team. Tempted by the example of Shui Yang being drafted into the NBA, he fell into the illusion that he too could make it if he simply stepped forward. By coincidence, he then met an agent from overseas who had come to Hwagwa seeking fortune, a man named Burroughs. After paying a deposit of 100,000 yuan, Lu Mang obtained Burroughs' solemn promise. "Relax, I've arranged everything. Just wait to hear your name called on draft night." With that assurance, Lu Mang went straight to report the provincial team's supervising leaders the very next day. The leaders merely punished themselves with 3 symbolic cups of wine, while Lu Mang was expelled from the sports administration and the basketball system entirely. Just as he was exhilarated at the thought of finally heading to the NBA, without institutional shackles, to earn American dollars, the expected outcome arrived. He went undrafted. Enraged upon discovering he had been duped, Lu Mang searched for Burroughs, only to find that the man had already vanished. He assumed the swindler had returned home, never imagining that Burroughs had merely changed hunting grounds and continued his scams elsewhere. For months later, while helping a company's team play in a street tournament in S Province, Lu Mang happened to run into Burroughs again. This time in the middle of sweet-talking another target. "You bastard Burroughs, you dared to cheat me. Today I'll make sure we settle this one for one." Burroughs had never expected in a country as vast as Hwagwa that he would cross paths with Lu Mang once more. He had nearly finished ensnaring a young player, namely Long, only to have Lu Mang suddenly appear. "Lu, calm down. Who said undrafted players can't play in the NBA? Have you forgotten your countryman Ba? You can be just like him. Go to America and I'll earn dollars." Hearing this, Lu Mang finally loosened his grip on Burroughs' collar. "Can I really trust what you're saying?" Lu Mang asked. Well versed in Hwagwa culture, Burroughs immediately swore that his words were absolutely guaranteed. To further win his trust, Burroughs declared that they could leave for the United States right away and that he would help Lu Mang join an NBA team. In truth, Burroughs planned to abandon him as soon as they arrived in America. Yet fate can be peculiar. Upon arriving in America, they happened to encounter the Pacers' marketing director. Learning the man's identity, Burroughs immediately began boasting, claiming Lu Mang was Hwagwa's new beacon of hope, the future #1 in Hwagwa basketball. Already jealous of the Houston Rockets' grip on the Hwagwa market, the Pacers' marketing director promptly contacted Larry Bird requesting that Lu Mang be given a tryout opportunity. To be fair, Lu Mang's physical measurements were impressive. At 20 years old, he stood 206 centimeters tall, weighed 106 kilograms, with a 218-centimeter wingspan and a hand width of 14 centimeters, and a standing reach of 275 centimeters. Though his vertical leap and speed were somewhat lacking factoring in the Hwagwa market, he was still deemed worth a trial. As a result, Lu Mang received a 1-year $370,000 non-guaranteed contract. Yet a scam remains a scam. After he joined, the Pacers failed to attract the kind of fervent attention from Hwagwa media and businesses that the Rockets enjoyed. Once Larry Bird realized what had happened, he understood he had been deceived. Unable to reach Burroughs, he instructed Rick Carlisle to inform Lu Mang that after tonight's game, he could pack his things and go home. Before the game, Lu Mang kept dialing Burroughs' number, switching his phone from one hand to the other, yet the call never went through. As the end of the game approached, and his anxiety flared into despair, his original self suffered a sudden shock, and the Lu Mang from the future took over this body. Sensing the new body, Lu Mang was inwardly overjoyed. Compared with his former 1.7-meter frame, this physique was vastly superior. Even untrained as it was now, he felt he could easily defeat 3 versions of his past self. With that thought, he could not help feeling somewhat speechless. So what if he could not play in the NBA? It was hardly the end of the world. With this build combined with the skills from his past life, perhaps he could even sign with WWE. In his previous life, he had envied that kind of performance. No need for genuine fighting, everything following a scripted show, yet the pay was substantial. He had never imagined that in this second life he might truly have a chance to cash in on such easy money. Just then a loud shout suddenly rang out by his ear. "Ron, don't do anything rash." Hearing that cry, Lu Meng looked up. Time rewinds to moments earlier with 45.9 seconds left on the clock. The Pacers are leading the Pistons 9-7-8-2 up by 15 points. Ben Wallace of the Pistons receives the ball and rises for a dunk when Ron Artest shoves him from behind mid-air. Bad blood already runs deep between the two teams, and with such a large deficit, Wallace's temper explodes instantly. He whirls around and delivers a ferocious shove, sending Artest staggering backward. At that exact moment, Lu Meng hears the voice of Reggie Miller shouting from the bench. Pacers, Pistons, Artest, Ben Wallace. The Palace Brawl. The realization strikes Lu Meng like lightning. If he wants to join WWE, why not use this incident to build his own notoriety? Maybe WWE would end up begging him to participate. With that thought, Lu Meng bounds onto the court in long strides. "Ben, don't you touch my brother. If you've got guts, come at me instead." On the floor, Artest has already sobered up after being shoved by Wallace. He thinks to himself that Wallace's strength is terrifying and that trading punches with him would be a losing proposition. So he retreats toward the referees, hoping they will intervene, all the while racking his brain for a way to look tough without actually getting hit. Yet before he can come up with a plan, the Hardwood youngster who joined the team for marketing purposes charges straight at Ben Wallace's brother. Seeing Lu Meng clearly prepared to throw down, Artest is deeply moved. This is a true brother. When trouble comes, he genuinely steps up. On the other side, the enraged Ben Wallace is momentarily baffled by Lu Meng's intervention. Is this Hardwood kid here to make jokes? I'm Ben Wallace. Didn't he see Artest already back off, yet he still dares to stand up for someone else? Does he not fear being broken in half? Before Wallace can fully process it, Lu Meng drives in with a Bajiquan body check, crashing into Wallace and forcing him to stagger backward. Hot on its heels comes a vicious elbow to the ribs. In an instant, pain rips through Wallace's chest and abdomen, and he collapses straight onto the floor. Wallace has no desire to fall. After all, collapsing in front of so many home fans is a severe blow to his reputation. But he has no choice. Controlling this new body for the first time, Lu Meng misjudges his strength, and that sharp crack a moment ago already signaled a fractured rib. And that was only because Lu aimed a few inches lower, had his elbow driven straight into Wallace's heart then. Perhaps it was only after throwing that final punch that Lu Meng felt his body and spirit finally merge into one. Ding. Basketball Boxing King System initializing. First activation. Reward 1 ability draw. The sudden mechanical voice echoing in his mind makes Lu Meng freeze for a moment. When he finally reacts, his expression turns utterly bewildered. Basketball Boxing King. How does that even make sense? Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the limitless stamina of the basketball Emperor Zhang Buluan. Limitless stamina. Is this kind of stamina even proper? System, explain yourself carefully. What exactly is your function? Ding. Based on the host's 2 lifetimes of experience, a special basketball boxing king system has been synthesized. With this system, every time you KO a player, you may perform 1 ability draw. Hearing this, Lu Meng instantly grasps the system's purpose. Damn, this is it. Time to soar. With this system, why would he still bother with those scripted WWE fights? Fake bouts earn far less than real basketball. If memory serves, before he transmigrated, there were already NBA players asking for 5 years at around $350 million. $350 million. What a fortune. Thinking of this, he looks at the other 4 Pistons players with undisguised delight. I'm going to take on 10 of you. Originally, Lu Meng planned to knock out a bunch in one go and draw a pile of abilities in one round. Yet he had underestimated the deterrent power of knocking down to Ben. That was to Ben, one of the league's famed strongmen. Just from Artest's cowardly behavior a moment ago, anyone could tell how terrifying his combat prowess usually was. But under Lu Meng's hands, to Ben had not even managed to withstand a single move, and even now he still could not get up. Hearing that Lu Meng wanted to fight 10 people, not only the 4 Pistons starters, but even the 7 or 8 players on the bench all stagger backward in fright. One forward wearing the number 8 jersey is so terrified, he falls straight to the floor, his head banging against the hardwood and swelling into a huge bump. Darvin, are you alright? I'm fine. Ham grabs Malice's hand and scrambles to his feet. Ding. A friendly reminder to the host before each ability draw, KO count does not accumulate. PFF. Just as Lu Meng is thinking of provoking them further to see if he can lure Rashid Wallace into a fight, the system's voice rings out again, nearly making him twist his waist in shock. So each knockout only grants 1 draw. Wouldn't that mean he has to brawl constantly? Imagining Stern's furious face, Lu Meng shudders and resolves that he must always goad the other side into striking first. For example, he could tell Garnett that his wife is a donut. If Garnett dares to headbutt him, he could completely justify knocking Garnett flat. Even if he were suspended, given that he would be clearly forced into retaliating, they would probably reduce the number of games he'd miss. With that thought, Lu Meng shifts his ferocious expression into an affable smile and addresses the Pistons players. Don't misunderstand. I was checking whether DeBen needs a cast. Hearing this, the four Pistons all feel dark lines forming in their minds. Does he think he's speaking in his own language, throwing out homophone jokes in the middle of all this? Don't come any closer. Chauncey, get me a stretcher, I think I've fractured something. DeBen forces himself to speak. Hearing DeBen's words, Billups calls for a stretcher while a chill creeps into his heart. This is DeBen. The same DeBen who on the very first day Rashid Wallace was traded to the team had pressed Rashid down and pounded him. On the other side, seeing that neither side seems intent on continuing the fight, the three referees finally arrive late to the scene. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Pacers number 95, flagrant foul 2. After announcing this, the referee makes the same gesture toward Artest, indicating he must leave the floor together with Lu Meng. Seeing the referee point toward the locker room corridor, Lu Meng shrugs and walks down the players' tunnel, with Artest utterly unconcerned. You piece of trash. Have the guts to fight me, unknown, you damn Chinese kid. You dare hit DeBen. Come up here, and fight will beat you to death. As Lu Meng and Artest leave without a care, fans at courtside erupt into furious curses. Crash. Just then, as Lu Meng and Artest walk through the players' tunnel home, fans suddenly drench them both in beer. You've got to be kidding me. Already frustrated at having failed to fully play the tough guy role today, Artest explodes on the spot and nearly rushes off to demonstrate what it means to fight 1 against 5, and even charge into the stands. Ron, listen to me. Beating DeBen is fine, but hitting fans is absolutely out of the question. That's not just hitting people. That's throwing money straight into the water. Lu Meng really does know how to persuade people. Mention money, and Artest sobers up at once. Artest thinks, could you at least move that elbow you're jamming into my chest? I'm afraid you'll kill me with it. Okay, Chinese boy, I'll listen to you. You can let go of me now. I'm very calm. Seeing Artest actually heed Lu Meng's words, Coach Rick Calaire, standing protectively nearby, feels his eyes light up. Back in the locker room. System come out. I just knocked down DeBen. Does that mean I can draw an ability now? Yes. The host currently possesses 1 draw opportunity. Then draw it right. Hearing the system's confirmation, Lu Meng asks in astonishment. Please have the host locate an appropriate environment for drawing. Environment? You mean the lottery depends on the place? Is the locker room no good? Do I have to go home? Ding. Please explore the drawing environment on your own. After that, the system falls silent. Hearing this, Lu Meng is completely dumbfounded. Seriously? At least tell me what kind of environment you mean. Hey system, say something, will you? Meanwhile, watching Lu Meng mutter to himself, his face alternately turning green and pale, Artest is thoroughly frightened. Hey brother, are you alright? Are you having a relapse or something? Already in a foul mood, Lu Meng is interrupted by Artest and flares up instantly. You're the one having a relapse. Your whole family is. By the way, I heard you trained in boxing when you were a kid. How about it should we have a bout? At Lu Meng's words, Artest immediately recalls the image of DeBen collapsing and hurriedly waves his hands in denial. No, that's all media nonsense. What kind of proper person would train in boxing? Lu Meng is stunned. This is something everyone knows in the later generations, yet the man himself is denying it. Clearly he has no intention of letting Lu Meng blow off steam on him. What Artest is thinking at this moment is, DeBen was flattened by you in 1 instant. If I challenge you, unknown, I'm a man with a rage disorder, not a brain full of bubbles. Never trained, huh? That doesn't sound right. I remember everyone saying you did. Maybe you're misremembering, or maybe you trained in mixed martial arts instead. It's fine, Ron. We're brothers. I can go easy on you, alright? PFF. Hearing this, Artest is even less willing to admit anything. Good grief. What kind of person says things like that? He's already said he never trained, yet Lu Meng still insists he'll go easy. This guy must be addicted to fighting. Thinking this, Artest shivers, then pretends to lower his head and examine his beer-soaked jersey. Ugh, this damp feeling is unbearable. Come on, Lu, let's go rinse off first. What? Lu, we both play ball, why is yours so huge? As Lu Meng was pulled into the washroom by Atai, he unexpectedly startled the other party. At this moment, Lu Meng realized that the original owner's talent was indeed immense. If combined with the infinite energy drawn by the system earlier, good heavens, my second brother is truly invincible in the world. However, thinking of the system, Lu Meng felt annoyed. Ron, I'm really angry right now. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai's expression changed. Thinking that the other party wanted to hit him again, he hurriedly shook his head. No, Lu, I am a peace lover. My greatest wish is to do charity and achieve world peace. Hearing Atai say this, Lu Meng felt speechless. So charity was forced out by himself. Seeing Lu Meng's gloomy expression, Atai worried Lu Meng would get mad and hit him in the locker room, so he quickly came up with an idea. Lu, since you're so angry, how about this? Once we get back to Indiana, I'll take you to play night basketball, the kind where we play 2 balls together. Hearing Atai's words, Lu Meng's face lit up with joy. Really? He had come from the future and had long wanted to witness the dazzling nightlife of the lighthouse country. Now that Atai was treating him, how could he not be excited? Seeing that Lu Meng was happy, Atai was even happier. Originally, he just wanted to thank Lu Meng for helping him block Big Ben, and now it was killing two birds with one stone, avoiding a beating while gaining a friend, which felt quite advantageous. Well, yes, he always thought that Lu Meng wanted him to fight, just to have a legitimate reason to hit him. After all, when Lu Meng first joined the team, he had made Lu Meng do things for him. While the two were discussing how to play night basketball on the other side during the post-game press conference, Carlisle was facing numerous media outlets arguing. Everyone, you can't just focus on Lu taking Big Ben down and think about it. Lu was also preventing a major incident. Just think, if it weren't for Lu, the situation at that time, Ron, after our soothing, would definitely be lying on the technical table pretending. Cough, calm down. Then at that time, if a fan got angry and threw a cup down from the stands hitting Ron perfectly, what do you think would happen? Everyone can guess. He would definitely go up to catch that fan and then hit him. It would be fine if he caught the right fan, but with so many people on site, if he hit the wrong person, it would create a big mess. So in conclusion, Lu solving the person causing the problem is actually solving the problem. Hearing Rick Carlisle's defense, not only the reporters present, but even the nearby little AO almost couldn't hold it in. Good heavens, even hitting fans, the coach really can twist the narrative. Actually, it's not entirely Carlisle's fault. Mainly Bird had just called him to temporarily protect Lu Meng. Bird believed that Lu Meng was a significant weapon for the Pacers in their quest for the championship. Of course, even without Bird's reminder, Carlisle would have thought of Lu Meng's role. Firstly, it would make Atai obedient and prevent him from causing trouble for the team. Secondly, when the team really had issues, Lu Meng could still be sent on the court. Even if he were suspended as a marginal player, it wouldn't affect the team's strength. After the press conference, Carlisle took little AO back to the locker room. When he saw Lu Meng hugging Atai like a big brother, while Atai still had a smile on his face, he felt amused. Lu, I have good news for you. Larry just called and said not only will he not cut you, but he also wants to renew. However, your agent's phone is unreachable, so if you can contact him, have him find some time to talk to Larry. Upon hearing Carlisle's words, Atai was overjoyed. Lu, this is great. We can fight side by side in the future. Don't worry, I will pass the ball to you. Hearing Atai's words, Carlisle felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that in the future during garbage time, Lu Meng could get more playing time. That night, as the Pacers flew back to Indiana, news about Lu Meng's fight was also released. 0.0 rebounds, 0 assists, 3 broken ribs. The Pacers, Hua Young, General, truly took down Big Ben. The league spokesperson stated that the situation is still under investigation and specific penalties will be announced later. Not to mention that David Stern was considering suspending Lu Meng for several games. On the other side, as the Pacers got off the plane, Atai, with a flattering demeanor, led Lu Meng and Wu Sheng towards the nightclub. Wu Sheng had joined the conversation of the two on the plane, and to show his generosity, Atai naturally brought Wu Sheng along. Originally, Lu Meng was not yet 21, but for a VIP like Atai, they didn't need to go through the main. Hey Ron, look quickly, there's a stunning beauty over there. While the three were drinking and having fun, Wu Sheng suddenly pointed to a figure on the dance floor and shouted. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's words, Lu Meng and Atai hurriedly looked in the direction he was pointing. It was her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at that enchanting figure, Lu Meng gulped and nodded. Ron, you really know how to have fun. The quality here is really good. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai was about to be proud, but unexpectedly the beauty turned around, revealing her face to Atai. What the hell, Carmen Electra? What? Ron, you mean she is Carmen? Upon hearing Atai's words, Wu Sheng was also surprised. Of course, how could I mistake her? She is Carmen. Hearing what these two said, Lu Meng was puzzled. Hey, I said you two, can you speak clearly? Who is that Carmen? Is she really that awesome? Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai was about to explain, but suddenly remembered Lu Meng boasting about his extraordinary talent earlier. With a turn of his eyes, he awkwardly said, Lu, she is not just awesome, she is not only a singer, but also an actress, and her standards are quite high. I think for small characters like us, it's better not to make a fool of ourselves. Atai's words successfully ignited Lu Meng's competitive spirit. After all, he had just boasted with her, and coupled with the drinks, how could he back down? High standards. The kind I'm looking for is high standards. I wouldn't even look at ordinary ones. Saying this, Lu Meng stepped out from the sofa and walked towards the woman. Seeing Lu Meng's actions, Wu Sheng pulled Atai. Ron, you are bad. You want to send Lu to a woman whom even Dennis can't handle. Don't say random things. Lu wanted to go on his own. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. As he said this, his expression changed, and he smiled. Can this be blamed on me? Lu himself boasted about being invincible in the world. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng rolled his eyes. Dennis lasted only 7 days. I wonder if Lu can handle it. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's words, Atai scoffed. 7 days? What are you thinking? Haven't you heard that there are only overworked cows, not bad fields? If Lu can last more than 7 days, then he will be my dear elder brother from now on. Beautiful lady, are you here alone? Lu Meng approached the lady and spoke. Upon hearing someone strike up a conversation, Carmen Electra turned around, her eyes lighting up with delight. Oh, I know you, the Chinese player from the Pacers. I just saw the clip of you knocking down Big Ben on TV. Hearing this, Lu Meng felt a surge of joy and shook his head confidently. Oh, you also appreciate Chinese culture. In fact, I not only understand martial arts, but have a deep appreciation for poetry as well. It's rather noisy here. How about we change to a quieter place where I can teach you to recite the goose? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Carmen squinted her eyes and then asked with curiosity, change to a different place. Are you sure? You wouldn't happen to not know who I am, would you? How could that be? I know you are Carmen Electra, but what does that have to do with reciting poetry? Upon hearing Carmen's words, Lu Meng wore an expression that clearly indicated he knew who she was. Carmen chose not to expose him. After all, she had felt a slight impulse when she had seen him on TV. All right, as you wish, follow me. As Lu Meng followed Carmen outside, he proudly tossed his head towards Artest and the warrior saint. This gesture undoubtedly showcased his skills to the two, but he failed to notice that both the warrior saint and Artest looked at him with expressions that seemed to say good luck to you. I must say old A8 is still A8. When they arrived at the hotel, Lu Meng eagerly began teaching Carmen to recite the goose, but just after the first round the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Dennis Rodman's rebounding ability. Hearing the sudden system notification, Lu Meng finally realized that this was the extraction. Master, are you there? The environment you mentioned is this. What extraction? Not bothering to check the newly acquired ability, Lu Meng hurriedly inquired as the system spoke. After the system's explanation, Lu Meng finally understood the method of the draw. It was indeed similar to what he had in mind. The only difference was that the targets had to be celebrities or socialites, at least a model. However, the system specifically reminded him that female stars he had connections with in his past life could be drawn in advance this time. Thinking of this, he began to plan. That waitress from Eagle County, wait, although she has connections with Big Ben, she doesn't count as a star. The Kardashian sisters. Although the system stated that any connections from both lives would suffice, Kim Kardashian was only linked to Humphries, who didn't possess any particularly outstanding abilities. Khloe Kardashian had more options, but precisely because there were too many, he feared he might not draw a good ability. As for Kendall Jenner, she was still just a kid. After thinking for a long time, without finding a good target, Lu Meng decided to stop, as the most important thing right now was old A8. While he was teaching poetry, the league also announced his punishment. Among the penalties, Artest was suspended for 5 games, Lu Meng for 10 games, and Big Ben from the Detroit Pistons for 2 games effective immediately. Upon hearing this punishment, the Pistons were unhappy, considering that Big Ben was still in the hospital. The doctor's advice was a minimum 1-month recovery, after which his return time would depend on his recovery. This was a month. By the time Big Ben returned, the Pistons' record would likely be significantly affected. In contrast, for the Pacers, Lu Meng as a team mascot, his suspension meant little, but Artest was only suspended for 5 games, which was barely more than a week. It was simply unfair. In fact, the league had already considered this a heavy punishment for Artest. Although he was the catalyst of the incident, it was merely an instance of a malicious foul. He hadn't fought Big Ben or fans, so a 5-game ban was already taking the Pistons' feelings into account. As for Lu Meng, Stern took into account his Chinese identity, which is why the punishment was lighter. With the league's punishment announced, American media began to hype it up, and media in China quickly followed suit. Big Yao shines again with 2 double-doubles. The Mavericks suffer a crushing loss with a last-second 3-pointer. NBA All-Star voting has begun. Big Yao leads the Mavericks trio of candidates. The young Chinese player takes down the best defensive player. Lu Meng breaks 3 of Big Ben's ribs with an elbow. Lu Meng has been suspended for 10 games without having played a single official match. Is it for publicity or moral decay? Previously, Lu Meng had not been reported much since he wasn't an institutional player and the Pacers had little exposure in China. So apart from some initial reports when he joined, there had been no coverage since. But this incident made headlines in the U.S., and the domestic media couldn't let it go. Did you see the newspaper? The Pacers have a player from our country. What, really? Which newspaper? Hey, are you talking about that kid from the Pacers? Let me tell you, that kid is Lu Meng, a real thug. He knocked down Big Ben. Yeah, I heard that kid is from Shaolin Temple, mastering the Shaolin Luohan fist to perfection. The fact that this was Shaolin basketball piqued even more interest. Come on, let me see. I didn't expect Shaolin football to make it to the NBA. In my view, a player like Lu Meng should join the Mavericks. With him around, who would dare bully Big Yao? On the contrary, in consideration of Big Yao's reputation, he could also get some playing time. Exactly, I hope Dawson can see Lu Meng's value. If there was a protective player, those old black guys wouldn't dare to mess with Big Yao. I must say, Big Yao is indeed the hope of China. Whenever NBA is mentioned, it will definitely circle back to him. However, just as the media from both countries were searching for Lu Meng, they found him missing. The team said it was because of the suspension period, so they gave Lu Meng a break. Boros himself was also looking for Lu Meng, so he wouldn't possibly inform the media. As for Artest and the warrior saint who knew Lu Meng's whereabouts, they would only leak information about him if they were tired of living. The headlines in both America and China uniformly turned into "Where did Lu Meng go?" However, trends have a time sensitivity. As time passed and Lu Meng remained unreachable, reporters stopped their futile efforts except for Lu Meng's agent Boros. Ever since he saw Lu Meng's news on TV, Boros' eyes brightened. Especially when the WWE head contacted him later, it convinced him that Lu Meng was about to become famous. He immediately tried to contact Lu Meng, but after nearly bombarding his phone, he still couldn't get through. Switching hands didn't help either. At that moment, he received a call from the Pacers asking him to come to the team to discuss Lu Meng's contract extension. Contract extension. After hanging up, Boros stared at his phone in a daze. He never expected Lu Meng would actually get a contract extension from the Pacers. You see, when he initially went to China, it was merely to make money. Bringing Lu Meng to the U.S. was just to get rid of him. But now, thinking of this, memories flooded his mind of Lu Meng training alone in the gym late at night. "So you have been working so hard," Boros murmured, recalling his initial dreams. Back in the day, he was eliminated from the school basketball team due to physical reasons, and he vowed that if he couldn't be a star player, he would definitely nurture one. Unfortunately, it was unclear when, perhaps due to life's pressures or the ravages of reality, he began to exploit others' basketball dreams for money. Slap. He gave himself a hard slap, took out his phone, and directly called the WWE head. "Lu will not pursue boxing, not now, not ever. He only belongs to the NBA, and he will become a great star." Although Boros firmly rejected WWE, he still couldn't find Lu Meng's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lu Meng was earnestly teaching poetry. Old A8 was indeed a bit old. Even though it was just the simplest, the goose, he had been yelling for several days and still couldn't learn it. Ever since reconciling with the system that day, Lu Meng had been doing only 4 things every day. 3 meals a day. 10 days later. "Lu, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die. Please let me go." Hearing this, old A8 finally softened while Lu Meng wore a disdainful expression, but inwardly, he sighed in relief. Goodness, no wonder they say she's a splendid fire and a burdensome woman. With her extraordinary talent and Zhang Deshuai's endless energy, she almost outmatched old A8. Is that so? I was hoping to teach you for a few more days." Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Carmen quickly waved her hand and gave a thumbs up. "Lu, you are exceptional. I have fought countless battles and have never encountered a man as formidable as you. Even Dennis could only last 7 days at most." "Haha, I love your honesty. Alright, you rest for now. I need to head back and check things out. On my phone has nearly exploded these past few days." After bidding farewell to Carmen, Lu Meng quietly took a taxi back home. Not long after Lu Meng left, Carmen also supported herself against the wall as she exited the hotel. She was even busier than Lu Meng. Her visit to Indiana was just supposed to be a brief stopover, originally planned for a 2 to 3 day stay, but unexpectedly it stretched into 10 days. Click. Just as Carmen stepped out of the hotel, she fortuitously encountered a reporter. Upon hearing the reporter inquire why she was there, Carmen's eyes lit up. In need of publicity, she immediately sold Lu Meng out. "Oh, of course I'm here on a date with the most amazing player in the NBA. The most amazing player, is it McGrady?" Upon hearing Carmen's answer, the reporter's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked. At that moment, he had already envisioned the title he wanted to write. "Old Rogue secretly meets ex-wife of his buddy. The Iron Triangle only has Pippin left to conquer." No, it's Lu, the kid who knocked down Big Ben with a single punch." Seeing the reporter's astonished and somewhat disdainful expression, Carmen quickly added, "Of course, when I say the most amazing, I mean not just in fighting, but also in other activities too. It's worth noting that Dennis and I only lasted 7 days before fleeing in despair, but Lu not only remained undefeated for 10 days, he made me plead for mercy." Carmen understood the art of hype after saying that she did not provide the reporter with any further details and immediately left in a car. Watching Carmen leave, although the reporter guessed her intentions, it didn't matter. Both Carmen and he saw public. Meanwhile, in the Clippers locker room, Woo-Shung Jackson looked at Artest with a teasing expression. "So Ron, has Lu not called you yet? Today is December 1st. The Pacers are challenging the Clippers on their home court, marking Artest's return from suspension." However, at this moment, neither Artest nor Woo-Shung Jackson were focused on the upcoming game. "No, and that's why I'm worried. Do you think Lu could have been drained by Carmen?" Hearing Artest's words, Woo-Shung Jackson rolled his eyes. "I advised you against it from the start. You insisted on provoking Lu, and now look at you worried." Hearing Woo-Shung's complaint, Artest countered angrily. "Can I be blamed? That kid kept saying his second brother is invincible. Who would have thought? Oh wow, you all quickly look at this. Are they talking about our Lu?" At that moment, Tinsley suddenly raised his phone and shouted. Upon hearing him, everyone quickly crowded around him, and on his phone a news headline appeared. Carmen states that Pacers' young talent Lu Meng is the strongest man she has ever encountered. Wow, Lu and Carmen. Seeing this news, little Ao shouted excitedly, then took out his own phone to check. Seeing little Ao's actions, the others also hurriedly pulled out their phones. Carmen Dennis is far inferior to Lou. Pacers Lou, the man who dominates Carmen. In the Tindui battle, Carmen acknowledges Lou. Looking at the news on the phone, Wu Sheng Jackson suddenly laughed. Haha, Artest, I remember you said that if Lou lasted more than 7 days you'd recognize him as your elder brother. Now not only has he surpassed 7 days, but he also directly subdued Carmen. What do you say? Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the Pacers team began to cheer. What happened, Steven? Tell us. Yes, Steven, give us the details. Hearing the crowd's uproar, Artest knew he couldn't avoid this matter and directly said, all I'm saying is I made a bet with Lou and now he just won. Also, starting today, Lou is my elder brother. If anyone dares to bully him, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing Artest's words, everyone looked disinterested. They wanted to hear the details of the bet. Moreover, even without Artest's words, who would dare to bully Lou Mang? Not just the Pacers, but no one in the entire league would dare to do so. After all, Big Ben is still lying in the hospital. Hey, you all quickly look, Dennis has spoken. At that moment, Fred Jones exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly searched for Rodman, and sure enough, the earlier news appeared. Rodman states that Lou is not worthy to compare with him. As a player, let the other party win 5 championships first before comparing. Seeing this news, Tinsley sneered. TCH, Shaq's grandma could win a championship just by being with Jordan. Hearing this, Reggie Miller's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. Alright, since Dennis is using championships as a standard, let's take Lou to win a championship then. Brothers, what do you think? Hearing old Miller's words, the Pacers all shouted in agreement. Championship. It was meant to be ours. Didn't you see how the Pistons were frustrated last season? Hearing Artest's words, everyone recalled the Pistons and burst into laughter. Riding that wave of excitement, the Clippers suffered greatly. 9178. If it weren't for the Pacers leading by too much and substituting in the second half of the third quarter, who knows how many points the little Clippers could have scored. While the Pacers were playing away, Lou Mang returned home only to find Boros cleaning his house. Oh, Lou, you finally came back. Seeing Rober's, Lou Mang frowned. According to the original owner's memories, this guy was a big liar. What are you doing here? Didn't you stop answering my calls? Hearing Lou Mang's words, Boris' pupils shrank, and he quickly pretended to innocently explain. Oh no, Lou, you must have misunderstood me. My phone was stolen, and after getting a new number, I couldn't contact you at all. Your phone was stolen. Hearing Boris' words, Lou Mang asked with a cold smile. Seeing Lou Mang's mere suspicion, Boros secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Lou Mang would not listen to his excuses and would directly elbow him, sending him to meet God. When he saw the replay of Lou Mang breaking 3 of Big Ben's ribs, he felt most fortunate that when Lou Mang found him in China, he decisively brought him to America. Otherwise, he would have been game over in China. Really, Lou, you have to believe me. Ooh, I have dreams too. By the way, you probably don't know, but the Pacers contacted me about a contract renewal. What are your thoughts? Considering that this guy could be seen as his benefactor from possessing a soul, Lou Mang decided not to fire him just yet. Mainly because I have no money and no other agents have contacted me. No, I know, and they wanted me to find you because they couldn't reach you. Unfortunately, as you know, I couldn't reach you either. Hearing Lou Mang's words, Boris' mind raced, and he quickly slapped his forehead. Oh, this is all my fault. I should have prepared a backup phone so when my phone was lost I wouldn't have been unable to contact you. Don't worry, Lou, after this incident, I've realized the importance of a backup phone. Ooh, I'll go buy one right away. Lou Mang didn't want to hear his excuses and directly asked. Alright, enough chit-chat. What are your thoughts on the contract? Hearing Lou Mang's question, Boros put down the cloth in his hand. Lou, what Lolly means is that this year we'll switch to a guaranteed contract with a renewal of 11. Next year, a 5-0 guaranteed contract, and the year after that a team option, if executed 5-7-0 guaranteed. My opinion is that you can wait a bit longer. Your value at this moment is worth much more than just a minimum salary. You should know about Bowen from the Spurs. His contract this year is $3 million. I believe that as long as you maintain a threat of force, there will be plenty of stars in this league who need you to be their bodyguard on the court. Just for this, you deserve a 3-year, full mid-level exception worth $6 million. And after the last incident, the Pacers will definitely let you play even if it's during garbage time. If you can contribute like Bowen during this process, whether in defense or offense, the contract amount will be even greater. So what I mean is to discuss the contract after this season ends. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing Boros' words, Lou Mang smiled and applauded. He didn't expect that the scammer in the original owner's memory would have such capabilities. Although he had already decided to wait until the end of the season to discuss the contract, the fact that the other party agreed with his viewpoint showed that they were genuinely considering his interests. You're right, and I can tell you that my progress will be rapid. Upon hearing Lou Mang's words, Boris' face lit up with joy, and he instantly thought of his own dreams. Good Lou, it's not scary to have a weak foundation, and as long as you are willing to work hard, I will definitely help you handle the off-court matters. Now let me see what progress you have made. Looking at the eager Boros, Lu Meng also wanted to test the system's rewards. He casually grabbed a basketball from home and went to the court outside. Clap, clap, clap. After trying several shots, Lu Meng smiled. At this moment, his jumping ability had improved significantly. His jumping speed had also increased, and more importantly, as he watched the basketball being shot, he unconsciously calculated the number of spins and predicted the position of the rebound. So this is how Rodman became the king of rebounds. Lu Meng was right. While Rodman played against players who were taller, stronger, and more athletic than him, he managed to claim the title of rebound king, 7 times, largely relying on his intellect. He was more willing to think and more focused on grabbing rebounds. Just like the classic scene with Lu Dan, the ball can be yours, but the rebound must be mine. Lu, has your jumping ability improved? Boros, who understood basketball, asked in surprise after watching. Although he was puzzled as to why the Pacers didn't let Lu Meng practice the fundamentals first, he was still very excited by Lu Meng's significant progress in such a short time. Boros accompanied Lu Meng for a morning of practice. Upon returning home for lunch, he changed his expression upon seeing the news on television. Lu, have you been hanging out with Carmen these days? Hearing this, Lu Meng shrugged. What's wrong? Upon hearing Lu Meng's response, Boros wanted to scold him for something, but considering their relationship had just begun to improve, he could only speak earnestly. Lu, if you want to stay in the NBA, then stay away from those superficial people. They are only interested in your fame. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng thought to himself, do you know what you're talking about? I've risen because of these people. However, looking at the serious Boros, understanding that he was looking out for his best interests, Lu Meng could only feign agreement. Alright, I understand. I will be careful in the future. In the following days, Boros accompanied Lu Meng to practice every day. On December 6th, the Pacers finished a series of away games and returned to the Conseco Fieldhouse for regular training, and Lu Meng came to report in time. Hey, big brother. Seeing Lu Meng enter, Artest rushed over with a flattering expression. Big brother. Ron, I'm only 20 years old this year. Hearing this, Wuxing smiled and explained it has nothing to do with age. Lu, it's Carmen. At the time, Ron bet with me that you wouldn't last 7 days, and if he was wrong, he'd have to call you big brother. Hearing Wuxing's words, Lu Meng looked at Artest and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The system only said to take down players during games to gain a chance to draw an ability, but it didn't say it had to be in an official match. What if I play unknown with Artest? Thinking of this, he excitedly said, Ron, I've been training recently and feel that my level has improved a lot. How about we have a unknown match? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest looked skeptical. Big brother, are you sure the unknown you're talking about is playing basketball, not fighting? Artest was well aware of Lu Meng's level. Calling him a total amateur might be a bit excessive. However, with just a maximum of 2.5 years of practice in the fundamentals, he couldn't possibly be any better. Now he was actually going to challenge himself, a defensive powerhouse unknown. Isn't that a joke? Of course it's basketball. Are you scared to fight? Hearing this, Artest quickly fawned, not scared at all. Then hurry up and warm up. After you warm up, let's have a unknown. Watching Lu Meng go warm up, Artest secretly decided to just put on a show during the defense to avoid Lu Meng looking for an excuse to beat him up. 10 minutes later, Lu Meng came over bouncing a basketball next to Artest. Come on, Ty, let's prepare for unknown. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest hesitated for a moment before confirming again. Big brother, we agreed that even if we lose, we cannot get angry. Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng blushed and looked around. That's a must. With the unknown starting, Lu Meng attacked first. Artest watched Lu Meng's upright ball handling and involuntarily waved his hand to intercept. Smack! Watching the basketball get intercepted, Artest suddenly froze. Big brother, this. He originally wanted to explain that this was a reflex, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the world spin. Artest, you just hit my hand. Lu Meng saw the basketball easily taken away by Artest and realized his current level. Wanting to break through against him was almost a pipe dream. Anyway, it was just an excuse. He simply gave up acting and yelled out, using a move from Bajiquin to directly take Artest down to the ground. Boom. Watching Artest grimace in pain, the other Pacers players took a step back in unison. Wow, how brutal. In fact, it looked fierce, but Lu Meng still held back when he finally fell. Right then, Artest rubbed his back and shouted, Big brother, next time you want to hit me, just say it directly, no need to find an excuse. Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng rolled his eyes at him and chose not to continue the unknown, instead sitting down next to him. System, I just KO'd Artest. Can I increase the number of drawing chances? Ding, detected that the host is exploiting a bug. This KO does not count. Rules restored to non-official matches. Non-KO opponents do not increase drawing chances. Hearing what the system said, Lu Meng panicked. Hey system, even if you want to fix it, count this one other people's counts. Ding, if the host continues to complain and make a fuss, the initial activation award will be deducted. Hearing this, Lu Meng immediately shut his mouth. If he really turned into a 30-second god, he would suffer a great loss. What are you all doing gathered here instead of training? At that moment, Carlisle walked in with the coaching staff. Upon seeing Carlisle, Lu Meng couldn't care less about complaining about the system and eagerly thought about showcasing his rebounding skills to him. But instead, Lu, go over there and let the trainer guide you in practicing your fundamentals. Hearing Carlisle's words, Lu Meng's expression stiffened. Upon careful reflection, he remembered that due to the original owner's lack of fundamental skills, he had been focused on practicing the basics since joining the team. Come on, Lu, follow me over here. Don't disturb their training. The trainer said as he demonstrated ball control to you have to maintain a low posture while practicing, Lu. That upright dribbling of yours is useless. Your current fundamentals are poor. Listen to me, you need to practice this first. Hearing the trainer's words, Lu Meng could only complain about the domestic training and obediently practiced ball control as required. While he practiced long-range shots, he continued to think. It's impossible to hit his teammates, and the scrimmage isn't considered an official game. However, if it were a regular season game, frequent fights would be dangerous. It's not the 80s or 90s anymore. Information is increasingly accessible. Not to mention the power of public opinion. Stern wouldn't let him off the hook either. It seems I have to stick to my original plan, irritate the opponent with trash talk first, then retaliate when forced. After the morning training, Lu Meng called Boros. Boros, can you help me gather information on which players from other teams have bad tempers? Bad temper? What do you need that for? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Boros asked back in confusion. Oh, of course it's for targeted defense. Today Ron taught me a defensive trick aimed at hot-tempered players. Upon hearing Lu Meng's explanation, Boros eagerly responded, Oh, I see. You want to see if Ron's advice holds true, right? No problem, I'll gather it right away. After hanging up, Lu Meng shook his head at his phone, saying, If you keep being this considerate, I won't want to replace you. Lu Meng wasn't exaggerating. In recent days, Boros had been versatile, accompanying him through training while also offering valuable suggestions, making it hard for Lu Meng to let go of him. Hey big brother, are you going to play night basketball after training today? Seeing Lu Meng on the phone alone, Atai hesitated for a moment before running over to flatter him. Night basketball? That sounds great. If you're treating, I have to show up. Lu Meng said with excitement upon hearing Atai's words. With his boundless energy, he was about to burst. However, feeling his empty pockets, he could only increase his This was also one of the reasons for Boris' recent good performance. Seeing Lu Meng work so hard, he felt embarrassed to slack off. You guys are going out to play? Then I'll treat today, but Lu, you can't go as wild as last time. We have a game tomorrow. Lu Meng and Atai were happily sharing tips when Wu Sheng jumped in. Seeing both of them looking at him, Lu Meng waved his hand. Don't worry, last time was a special situation. I won't let tomorrow's training be affected. After the afternoon training ended, Lu Meng followed Atai and Wu Sheng to the same nightclub as last time. 2 balls each will be enough, we have a game tomorrow. Wu Sheng directly made the decision upon calling. No, Steven, you guys have a game tomorrow, but I'm still under suspension. How about this? I'll only play 4. No. After hearing Lu Meng's words, Wu Sheng thought about how Atai got knocked down today and could only nod in agreement. Alright, fine. The next day, Lu Meng left the nightclub feeling refreshed and went straight to the training facility. They would have a simple training session in the morning, rest for a few hours after lunch, and then start the game. Of course, what Lu Meng needed to do was continue practicing ball control. At 7 p.m., the Pacers' home game against the Bucks officially began. With the absence of the Palace of Auburn Hills incident, the formidable Pacers completely dominated the Bucks. Meanwhile, sitting behind the Pacers bench, Lu Meng watched the players on the court shoot with frustration. Left side. Oh, that idiot, how could the rebound possibly bounce to the right? Watching the Pacers misposition themselves while grabbing rebounds, Lu Meng muttered in annoyance. Although there were occasional mistakes, they didn't affect the overall situation. In the end, it was 92-77, with the Pacers winning by a substantial margin of 15 points against the Bucks. After finishing with the Bucks, the Pacers' next game, which would also be Lu Meng's 10th game of suspension, would be against the Bucks in Milwaukee 3 days later. Just as Lu Meng was diligently training his fundamentals, waiting for his suspension to end on December 9th, the day before Lu Meng's suspension was over, the heavens were moved to tears. McGrady used the remaining moments of his career to create a miracle of 13 points in 35 seconds, helping the Rockets defeat the Spurs while also leading himself into obscurity. He was clearly unaware of what he had sacrificed at this moment, proudly attracting all media attention to Houston. Then he proclaimed himself as the true leader of the Rockets. On December 10th, Lu Meng did not travel with the team for the away game. Instead, he watched the Pacers game on TV. 8-6-8-3, the Bucks, back on home ground, put up a fierce resistance, but in the end they were still subdued by the Pacers' tough defense. After this game, Lu Meng's 10-game suspension came to an end. On December 11th, the Pacers hosted the Kings in a back-to-back game, marking the end of Lu Meng's suspension. To appease Lu Meng, who could tame even Atai, Rick Carlisle specially included him in the game roster. The game officially began at 7:30 p.m. The Pacers' starting lineup consisted of point guard Jamal Tinsley, shooting guard Steven Jackson, small forward Ty, power forward Jermaine O'Neal, and center Jeff Foster. On the Kings' side were Chris Webber, Mike Bibby, Doug Christie Peja, and Brad Miller. Without Divac, the Kings were no longer a top team in the league. More importantly, Webber's major injury last season had greatly reduced his effectiveness. Indeed, as soon as the game started, the Kings became lost against the Pacers' ironclad defense. 1-3-1-8. Seeing this scene, Lu Meng immediately stood up to stretch his arms and legs. Lu, I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. Once we have a significant lead, Rick will let you play a bit. Looking at the assistant coach in front of him, who resembled a loaf of bread and was named Mike Brown, Lu Meng could only curl his lips and sit back down. 1-9-5. The second quarter began, and both teams were still using their respective bench lineups, referring to the substitution rotation, not the water boy like Lu Meng. It wasn't until 2 minutes into the second quarter that both teams gradually began to substitute their starters back in. By the time there were about 7 minutes left in the second quarter, all the starters were back on the court. The fully staffed Pacers pressed hard against the Kings once again. Though their shooting wasn't great either against the interior defense of Brad Miller and Chris Webber, Shaquille only needed to avoid committing an offensive foul to score easily in the paint. Artest, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to wield a dragon-slaying sword? At that moment, Lu Meng's voice suddenly came from the Pacers bench. Actually, it wasn't entirely Lu Meng's fault. He was forced into a corner. During training, there were rarely internal games, and he had been instructed to focus on his fundamentals. He had hoped to showcase his rebounding skills in the official game, but unexpectedly, he wasn't able to step onto the court at all. Considering the assistant coach's words about a large lead, Lu Meng could only pin his hopes on his newly recruited little brother. Hearing Lu Meng's words, the Pacers players were taken aback, looking up at the scoreboard. Weren't they leading? Why did it feel as if they were behind? At this moment, the Kings players also looked puzzled. Ron, you're regressing. Why is it that everyone dares to boss you? Upon hearing Webber's words, Artest widened his eyes and growled. What nonsense are you talking? That's my big brother. Then he turned to Wu Sheng and Xiao. You guys better step it up. Can't you see my big brother is getting anxious? If he hits me again, I'm going to take it out on you. Hearing Artest, Xiao looked speechless. Ron, if Lu hits you, why don't you hit him back? Why are you talking tough with us? Artest retorted with a baffled, nonsense. If I could beat him, why would I be talking to you? How about this? Why don't you fight my big brother, and if you win, I'll recognize you as my big brother. Hearing Artest's words, Xiao's eyes lit up. It should be noted that previously Artest had never acknowledged him as the leader. However, just as he turned to look at Lu Meng, he suddenly remembered the still hospitalized Ben. Ron, stop talking nonsense. Your big brother is not my big brother. Let's exert ourselves and extend our lead. Watching the changes in the players' conditions, Rick Carlisle smiled, feeling that keeping Lu Meng was worthwhile just for this. With this thought, he decided to support Lu Meng. Reggie, go in for Foster, and let Jermaine play center. Upon hearing Carlisle's words, Miller looked at Lu Meng and smiled. Don't worry, coach, I'm also afraid Lu will beat Ron up again. After the dead ball, old Miller took the court to play shooting guard, while Wu Sheng Jackson played power forward, and little Ao moved to center, creating a small lineup for the Pacers. Although this lineup's defense was slightly lacking, allowing the Kings to score quickly, their scoring efficiency was still slightly inferior compared to that of the Pacers. Swish. Swish. 4-3-5-6. At halftime, under Lu Meng's threat, the Pacers led the Kings by 13 points. Not bad, Ron. Although you missed 3 out of 4 shots, you did well on the rebounds, showing some of my style. Lu Meng deliberately shouted loudly at the exiting Artest. His words were naturally directed at Carlisle, but unfortunately Carlisle just smiled and remained silent. Not to mention Carlisle, even Artest scoffed at his words. All right, my rebounding cannot compare to you, big brother. At the start of the second half, the Pacers still used little Ao as the center in their small lineup. To support Lu Meng's appearance, old Miller brought his playoff intensity. Watching the Pacers attack fluidly, Rick Carlisle was somewhat bewildered. Mike, is this our Pacers team? Upon hearing Carlisle's words, Mike Brown turned to Lu Meng with a smile. Rick, do you know why rockets fly so fast? Because they're but is on fire. Now Lu is that fire for our team. How can those kids dare not put in the effort? Hearing Mike Brown's words, Rick Carlisle shook his head and laughed. If that's the case, I should let Lu stay on the bench. Haha, Rick, I advise you to be kinda, otherwise one day if you get beaten into the hospital ill, just have to lead the team to the championship. Upon hearing Mike Brown mention the championship, Carlisle's face was filled with longing. If the Pacers maintained this state, this year's championship. As the third quarter reached 4 minutes and 40 seconds, the score was 5-3-7-3. Seeing a 20-point lead, Carlisle nodded at Lu Meng. Seeing Carlisle nod, assistant coach Brad shouted joyfully at Lu Meng. Lu, go warm up. 25 seconds later, a dead ball occurred, and the Pacers began to make large substitutions, leaving only Artest as a starter to lead the team. Lu Meng smoothly entered the game as a power forward, marking his first appearance in the regular season. Big brother, just shoot freely. If anyone dares to stop you, give them an elbow like you did with Big Ben. Uncertain if it was intentional or not, upon seeing Lu Meng enter, Artest shouted at the King's players. Hearing Artest's words, Weber's face darkened. Isn't this a threat to me? Am I someone who gets threatened? I'm just tired of this game and don't want to take it seriously. Let's not mention my poor defensive reputation. Everyone knows it, especially since I have a serious injury now. Just as Weber found excuses for himself, Lu Meng also spoke up. Why would I score just to pad my stats? I'll tell you, just play normally. On my role is to grab rebounds. Hearing this, Weber laughed. Rebounds. How dare he talk about grabbing rebounds in front of me, not knowing who ended Rodman's rebounding reign back in the day. Although I suffered a serious injury last season affecting my athletic ability, facing a rookie from Huawei, I admit him not his match in a fight, but there's no way he'll grab a single rebound. With that thought, the game resumed. The Kings attacked, and Mike Bibby brought the ball to the front court. Seeing Pager run free with a screen, he made a cross pass to Pager. Pager received the ball and saw Artest charging at him. He shot the ball straight toward the basket. Clang. His shot was a bit too strong, and the ball bounced off the rim. Before the ball hit the rim, Lu Meng had already anticipated the rebound's landing spot. When Weber saw the ball bounce off the rim and tried to grab position, he found Lu Meng was already in the best position to rebound. If it were someone else, Weber might have gone to box out, or even play some dirty tricks. But with Lu Meng, Big Ben hasn't been discharged, yet would he dare play dirty with Lu Meng? That guy might just send him straight to the hospital. Forget the game. The victory belongs to the team, but my body is my own. I earn millions a month, why would I risk my life for this? Not to mention it's just a rebound. Originally, Lu Meng thought that if Weber tried to play dirty with him, he would give him a little elbow, and maybe he could, even if I don't take him out, I could still talk trash and provoke him. But this, watching the rebound, he successfully grabbed. Lu Meng disdainfully shouted at Weber. Hey brother, who did you send to compete with me for rebounds? Hearing this, Weber instantly recalled the trash talk from the old thug back in the day. However, thinking about his broken body, the initial courage he had quickly faded away. Forget it. The team wants Pager to take the lead, so let's see how he leads the team to win. Lu Meng looked at Weber, who was directly retreating on defense, and disdainfully tossed the ball to the point guard. Seeing Lu Meng quickly grab the rebound, Mike Brown's eyes lit up. Rick Liu's rebounding ability seems quite impressive. Hearing Brown's words, Carlisle nodded perfunctorily. Really? Let's watch more. If he truly has improved, then he can get more playing time. Transitioning from offense to defense, Anthony Johnson was controlling the ball, looking for opportunities, when Lu Meng suddenly shouted from under the basket, "Go ahead and shoot, I'll grab the board." Although Lu Meng said this, Anthony Johnson didn't dare to act recklessly. Not because he feared Lu Meng, but because he feared Carlisle even more. He wasn't like Miller, Little Ao, and Artest, who dared to shoot recklessly, otherwise they might end up sitting on the bench. But looking at Lu Meng's fierce gaze, he was also afraid Lu Meng would have Artest bully him. Thinking of Artest, Johnson suddenly had a bright idea and directly passed the ball to Artest. Artest looked at the basketball in his hands, wondering why he was supposed to set a screen, but how did the ball end up in his hands? Artest, don't worry about it, I've got the board. Seeing Artest get the ball, Lu Meng was even happier. After all, Artest's iron rate was comparable to that of Big Ben. Artest also listened. Regardless of whether Lu Meng said it, he would shoot. He first bumped Pager back and then pulled back to shoot. Clang. Mine. As soon as Artest shot, Lu Meng guessed the rebound's landing spot and shouted, successfully grabbing the rebound. Again, Artest was about to explain to Lu Meng that he was just careless and missed, but unexpectedly Lu Meng passed the ball back. Looking at the basketball in his hands, Artest deliberately took a step inside and then shot again. Clang. As expected, it hit the iron again, and the rebound was once again grabbed by Lu Meng. No worries, Artest. Even if you hit 30 iron shots, you must bravely shoot the 31st. Seeing the basketball appear in his hands again, Artest was deeply moved. Originally, he had only submitted to Lu Meng's strength and called him Big Brother. Unexpectedly, to support him as the team leader, he was so willing to help him despite being in his first game. 30 iron shots. If I played like that, how could I dare to fight for the position of the leader? The more Artest thought about it, the more moved he became. Lu Meng, truly a big brother. With that thought, Artest unleashed his full strength and shot again. Clang. Unfortunately, he used too much power. Watching Lu Meng grab the rebound again, the Kings were dumbfounded. Good heavens, are you two here to grab rebounds? Not only the Kings players, but even Carlisle began to have doubts. Stephen, did Lu and Ron practice rebounding together secretly? Hearing Carlisle's words, even Wu Sheng began to lose confidence. No way could Ron dare to practice rebounding with Lu behind our backs. Good heavens, with that one sentence, Lu Meng was directly defined. On the court, Artest looked at the basketball that appeared in his hands again and shouted angrily. Big brother, you shoot, my shooting touch is bad today. Stop talking nonsense, just shoot when I tell you to. You've only hit a few, you're far from 30 iron shots. Hearing Lu Meng's frustrated words, Artest steadied his mind and leaped high again. Smack! Buzzer! Looking at his red-armed hand that was hit by Peja, Artest's face first turned cold, then filled with joy. Fouls are great. Isn't shooting free throws easier than scoring? Looking at Artest's joyful face as he walked to the free throw line, Lu Meng looked resentfully at Peja, who was heading off the court. You little trash, you can't play, and without any strength you even commit a foul. Just let Artest shoot, can he even make it? And a foul. Look, the coach is taking you out, you just can't play. While Lu Meng was thinking wildly, he didn't know that at that moment Rick Adelman was instructing Bobby Jackson, who was coming in for Peja. Bobby, if the Pacers keep grabbing rebounds like this, just commit a foul and send Ron to the free throw line. Perhaps angered by Lu Meng and Artest's bored behavior, Mike Bibby swiftly made a three-point shot. As the Pacers attacked again, just when Artest was about to shoot, he was pulled down by Bobby Jackson. Don't worry, brother, my free throws are rock solid. It's just foolish of them to send me to the free throw line. Seeing Artest so excited and chattering away, Lu Meng almost elbowed him in frustration. Is it those 2 points you scored that I'm missing? I just want the rebounds after you miss. Then Artest made 1 out of 2 free throws, and miraculously the second one went in. After missing one, he looked at Lu Meng's displeased expression and made up his mind. After the game, he resolved to practice free throws. In the following game, Lu Meng grabbed rebounds while relentlessly trash-talking. Unfortunately, due to Big Ben's previous example and the lack of hope for a comeback, no one on the Kings paid him any attention. 6-4-8-1. The third quarter ended with the Pacers maintaining a 17-point lead, and Lu Meng had a comprehensive stat line of 2.6 rebounds and 1 assist. Seeing that the Kings were not causing any trouble as the fourth quarter began, Carlisle continued to let the bench players take the court, but this time the leading starters were the Warrior Jackson. Lu, if you want to score more, you need to play fast and score with dunks. After saying this, the Warrior turned to Anthony. Did you hear? Speed up the attack and strike back against the Kings. If you encounter a 2-on-0 situation in the frontcourt, remember to pass to Lu for an alley-oop. Hearing the Warriors' blunt words, Lu Meng felt a bit embarrassed. Winning is the most important. I don't care about scoring. Well, Anthony, pass a little lower. I haven't had many alley-oops before. As the fourth quarter began, the Kings wanted to make another push, sending out their starting 5. As the game started, Peja immediately took a three-point shot, but unfortunately the ball bounced off the rim. Lu Meng grabbed the defensive rebound and then passed it to the Warrior charging forward. Seeing the Pacers' quick counterattack, the Kings hurried back on defense. Just then, Anthony Johnson made a long pass to Lu Meng. Seeing he had a clear shot, Lu Meng didn't hold back and tossed the ball off the backboard for a self-alley-oop. Boom. The transition of offense and defense saw the Kings calm down. After a few passes, Bibby found an open spot and made another 3. The Pacers attacked again, and Lu Meng squeezed into the paint. Just as he secured his position and was about to call for the Warrior to shoot, unexpectedly the Warrior shot directly. It turned out that while on the bench earlier, the Warrior had understood Lu Meng's intentions. Now he took the initiative to shoot without Lu Meng urging him. Ding! The basketball bounced off the rim, but unfortunately Lu Meng miscalculated the rebound, and it was grabbed by the Kings' Brad Miller. In the transition, Brad Miller went unknown against Jeff Foster, and the ball also bounced off the rim, but Lu Meng grabbed it in his hands. Rick Liu's rebounding ability really deserves attention. Seeing Lu Meng secure the rebound, Mike Brown suggested to Rick Carlisle again, I see it. He'll make sure to give him opportunities in the future. Without mentioning the two coaches' off-court attention on the court, driven by the Pacers, the Kings also began to move. As the pace of the game quickened, both teams' turnovers suddenly increased, and similarly shooting percentages dropped. Thanks to Lu Meng's rebounds, the game continued until the last 2 minutes, with the Pacers still leading by 15 points. Seeing the situation, Adelman waved his hand to substitute the bench. In the end, the score was 7-8-9-0, with the Pacers defeating the Kings at home. In this game, Lu Meng came off the bench for 16 minutes, shooting 3 out of 8, scoring 6 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 assists. Lu regarding Rodman, saying, "You're not worthy to compare with him. Do you have anything to say?" After the game, Lu Meng was stopped by a reporter. Hearing the question, Lu Meng's eyes lit up. "Dennis, I heard he's tough and has even fought Malone in the ring. If he has the guts, let's have a proper onion match. Yes, like a Norrells match where you play and fight." Hearing Lu Meng's words, the reporter was left speechless. Goodness, as expected of a violent player, even fighting while holding a ball, is that regular? All right, Lu, then let's talk about the basics. I heard he hasn't been discharged yet. Are you planning to see him? No, let's stick to talking about Dennis. Otherwise, you can help me send a message to him saying that we each bring 5 friends for a proper and manly game. Lu Meng thought of this just now. The system only said it was a regular match. It didn't specify it had to be. If I can team up with Rodman, even if it's just a closed match, and I can take him down, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1? I could increase my lottery chances and avoid being suspended by the league. Hearing Lu Meng's words, the reporter was dumbfounded. Does this guy have a fighting addiction? Looking at that clearly malicious expression, he clearly wanted to beat Rodman. Could it be that he and Carmen are true love? Not mentioning the reporter's wild thoughts, Lu Meng reminded the dazed reporter again. Remember, you must deliver the message to Dennis, saying Lu Meng looks down on him, and if he dares, let's have a real match. As the Pacers defeated the Kings, the Rockets were also getting smashed by the Mavericks at home. In this game, Yao Ming shot 3 out of 11 for 13.6 rebounds and 3 blocks, while Tracy McGrady shot 6 out of 16 for 15 points, and the Rockets lost to the Mavericks 7-8-1-0-2 by 24 points. As the Rockets game ended, news about Lu Meng emerged across the ocean in Huagua. Yao Ming and McGrady both silenced. Finley steals the spotlight. With three-pointers, Mavericks crush the Rockets on the road. Yao Ming admits he can't stop the Mavericks' dual guns, directly pointing out the Rockets' primary reason for defeat. The young player from Huagua played the entire fourth quarter, helping the Pacers suppress the Kings. Seeing this news, a guy couldn't help but mumble. Yao Ming 1363, and this Lu Meng is also 1363, yet the Rockets still lost. Come on, what do you understand? The two players have different positions. Didn't you see Yao Ming scored 13 points while Lu Meng had 13 rebounds? Rebounds in the backcourt can be collected, alright. Besides, didn't you see how much the Pacers were leading when Lu Meng was on the court? According to net margin, Lu Meng went in and still lost. You clearly didn't watch the game. Just looking at stats, what can you see? 136 is Yao Ming's lower limit, but for Lu Meng, that's his upper limit. Hearing this, everyone praised. You really understand the game. No wonder you're the basketball expert. Originally, that person wanted to argue that Yao Ming played center and was much taller, so how could he not grab more rebounds? But seeing the basketball expert being praised, he had to walk away quietly. Not mentioning the public scrutiny of Lu Meng and the support for Yao in the TTCV5 studio. Mr. Zhang, did you know that Lu Meng came off the bench today and grabbed 13 rebounds? Hearing this, Zhang Heli jumped up. Is that true? Is there a game replay? He said, rushing to a computer and opening the NBA official website. Oh wow, he really did play. Wow, that rebound was well grabbed. If Yao Ming had this skill, he wouldn't have let Stoudemire take the Rookie of the Year. Nice play, that dunk was beautiful. You guys hurry and edit the footage so it can be played during the noon sports news and call on the fans to vote for Little. As soon as Zhang Heli finished speaking, a young staff member beside him said dejectedly, Mr. Zhang, Lu Meng's name isn't even on the All-Star candidate list. What? How could that be? Zhang Heli said, opening the All-Star candidate list, and indeed Lu Meng's name was not on the Pacers list. Suddenly he brightened up and exclaimed joyfully, oh wait, look here, there's a section to fill in players not on the candidate list. Haha, there's always a way out. Shall we quickly note this down? When we report the news, be sure to clarify, don't get Lu Meng's name wrong. If worst comes to worst, let's add the words Pacers know. 95 when calling for votes. One must say at this moment the people were truly united. The news was broadcasted at noon, and in less than 3 hours David Stern received reports of someone voting for Lu Meng in the All-Star selection. When he saw the unusual voting numbers were for Lu Meng, Stern looked at today's Pacers game and instantly understood what was going on. Goodness, finally some response. He initially had high hopes for Lu Meng, and when Lu Meng went for a trial with the Pacers, he even called Bird. But he didn't expect Lu Meng's skills to be too poor, and there was no hope of him making it big. The next time he saw news about Lu Meng was after the Auburn Hills incident. At that time, he was just hoping to give Lu Meng another chance, never thought it would finally bear fruit. However, Stern was not supportive of Lu Meng making the All-Star team, especially this year's All-Star. Back then, Yao Ming had almost caused a big incident by pushing prime Shaquille O'Neal to the bench. Lu Meng's current performance didn't even compare to Yao Ming's back then. Decisively, Stern immediately called for a meeting. By the evening, the league announced a new All-Star voting mechanism. The original 100 fan voting was changed to 50 fan votes, plus 25 player votes, and 25 media votes. Looking at the newly announced rules, Zhang Heli slapped his thigh in regret. Oh no, I shouldn't have called for votes for little Lu so early. He should have played a few more good games before we started voting. It's my fault for ruining his chances. Lu Meng was unaware that due to the reports from Huagua, the alien rules were implemented ahead of time, making him the first victim. Of course, he never imagined he could make it to the All-Star this season. The day after the game, Carlisle organized an intra-team scrimmage. This time, Lu Meng participated. Watching the bench players hold their own against the starters with Lu Meng's rebounding support, Carlisle's eyes lit up. In the second half, he directly swapped Lu Meng and Foster, and the starters began playing a small lineup. Rick C. I told you Liu's rebounding ability is remarkable. Seeing Lu Meng still grabbing many rebounds after the swap, and with his support the starters quickly widened the score gap, Mike Brown said with a smug expression. Indeed, Liu's rebounding ability is outstanding, and a good rebounder can certainly boost the team's shooting. However, letting Jermaine play center, I'm afraid he can't handle those heavyweight centers in the league. Hearing this, Mike Brown snickered. Rick, what strong centers are left in the league? Except for Shaq, the best are Liu's compatriots. Shaq is unstoppable. We can use speed to wear him down. As for Liu's compatriots, you don't think they can break out of the West, do you? Hearing Brown's words, Carlisle's eyes brightened. Mike, you are definitely a genius. Not to mention the banter between the two off the court in the president's office. Bird revealed a bitter smile after he had a wider network than Carlisle and was already aware of the reason behind the newly implemented league rules. Initially, he was considering whether to remind Carlisle to increase Lu Meng's playing time, but unexpectedly the owner's call came in. The message from the phone was clear: let that hardwood player start, and under the condition that it does not affect the team's performance, get Lu Meng on the court as much as possible to attract hardwood sponsors heading to Houston. After waiting for the team's training to finish, Bird called Carlisle into his office. What? Let Lu start? Hearing Bird's suggestion, Carlisle was astonished. What? Will it affect the team's strength? I watched the last game, and Liu's rebounding ability was outstanding. If he starts as the power forward, it should be a good adjustment. Hearing Bird's words, Carlisle waved his hand. Oh, I'm not saying it will affect the team's strength. In fact, Mike also suggested playing a small lineup at certain times. But Foster, he's a veteran of the team. Don't worry about it. If he has the ability to completely suppress Lu, then let Lu continue to come off the bench. Of course, this is just a suggestion. The specific lineup should primarily focus on the team's performance. You are the primary decision maker in this regard. Yes, also the primary responsible person. On December 14th, the Pacers flew to Atlanta, where they were set to play against the Hawks on the road. Today's goal is mainly to practice, with winning being secondary, so during the game you all need to run the plays more. In the visiting team's locker room, hearing Carlisle's words, Foster suddenly looked at the coach. New plays. It should be noted that the Pacers had been running plays these past few days, but none of them were their own. Sure enough, Carlisle began talking about the starters, and he was not included. Point guard Jamal Tinsley, shooting guard Steven Jackson, small forward Ron Artest, center Jermaine O'Neal, and him starting power forward. Lu. Hearing that his guess was correct, Foster felt a sense of loss. As the game began, seeing the Hawks lineup of 4 forwards and 1 center, Lu Meng looked bewildered. Why doesn't the opposing team need a point guard? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest couldn't help but laugh. What point guard? Whoever gets the ball just plays, and the Hawks' goal is to secure a top draft pick. Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng felt happy. He still remembered what Boros had written in his little notebook about a hot-tempered, hefty player on the Hawks, but he had no intention of provoking them now. They're all fighting for the top pick. Who has the energy to fight? Indeed, as he suspected, the Hawks simply didn't. Rebounds were just picked up whenever possible. If not, they would just wait for their shots to go in. Under these circumstances, Lu Meng's rebounding soared. Especially during the bench rotation at the end of the first quarter, Lu Meng raised his hand and yelled at Carlisle. No need, Rick. I haven't even broken a sweat. Oh, just let me play against the Hawks with the bench. Seeing Lu Meng's unflustered face and glancing at the leading scorer, Carlisle truly granted his request. Mike, I didn't expect Lu as a rookie to have such stamina. Hearing Carlisle's words, Mike Brown joked. That's a given. After all, he's the man who dominated Cayman. Ha ha ha. Watching the two old-timers laugh so lewdly, the Hawks head coach Mike Woodson looked gloomy. By you two shameless ones, it's just that your lineup is better than ours. During that incident in Auburn Hills, why didn't you get your starters suspended? Not to mention what happened off the court. On the court, the Pacers, under Lu Meng's call of, brothers, we've got boards, were shooting more and more accurately. By halftime, the Pacers had already taken a 5,643 lead by 13 points. Lu Meng also grabbed 9 rebounds along with 4 points and 2 assists. As the third quarter began, the Pacers sent the starters back for a few minutes, and once the lead stretched to 20 points, they substituted in the bench players. After the bench players took the court, Lu Meng as a starter became the main player. When the Pacers attacked, Anthony Johnson brought the ball up and directly passed it to Lu Meng. Lu Meng received the basketball, but was momentarily stunned. He had originally stepped in thinking he would rebound later, but unexpectedly his teammate asked him to take the lead. However, since the ball was in hand, he couldn't just ignore it. He raised his hand, aimed at the basket, and gently tossed it. Damn, it's short. As soon as the ball left his hand, Lu Meng knew it was short. Without waiting for others to react, he landed and immediately took a step forward, then jumped high again. Clang. Seeing Al Harrington also going for the rebound, Lu Meng had to deflect it with his hand, and the basketball flew toward the basket again. This time, Lu Meng's deflection was purely to prevent the opponent from stealing it, so the basketball bounced off the rim again. Smack. Relying on his quick reflexes, Lu Meng finally secured the rebound on his third attempt. Fred. After grabbing the rebound, Lu Meng saw the Hawks collapse defensively and made a long pass to Fred Jones, who was at the three-point line. Swish. Facing the open opportunity, Fred Jones shot decisively, and the basketball swished through the net. In the transition, the heavy-set Antoine Walker attempted to score, but the basketball bounced off the rim. Mine. Just as Lu Meng touched the basketball, another pair of hands also reached for it. Looking at the stubborn Lu Meng in front of him, Anthony Johnson hesitated for a moment and then released his grip on the rebound. Seeing Anthony Johnson being so considerate, Lu Meng grinned, and then passed the ball back to him. Looking at the basketball in his hands, Anthony Johnson was speechless. Isn't this ball still meant for me? What a waste of effort. Ignoring the minor details on the court, watching the substitute players supported by Lu Meng's rebounds actually go back and forth with the Hawks starters, Carlisle was overjoyed. In the end, the score was 108-87. The Pacers achieved a resounding victory over the Hawks by 21 points, with Lu Meng playing for 44 minutes, recording 20 rebounds, 10 points, and 5 assists. Seeing Lu Meng's outstanding performance, Carlisle's confidence in Lu Meng starting grew stronger. Not to mention his tireless stamina, which was quite extraordinary. Due to Lu Meng's impressive display in the previous game, this match attracted many media representatives from China. Naturally, Rick Carlisle was stopped by numerous Chinese reporters. Coach Carlisle, hello. Our 3 billion fans in China are watching Lu Meng's performance. Can you talk about him? How many? 3 billion. Oh, Lu is an incredible guy. His stamina seems endless, and playing the entire game is a breeze for him. And his rebounding ability. If you've watched the last 2 games, you would know how amazing he is. Yes, I must admit I was careless before not noticing Liu's strengths earlier, but it's not too late now. What about starting? I think so. After all, no head coach in the league would keep a 20,105 player. Liu's future achievements will depend on his efforts. If he continues to improve like this, achieving great success is very possible. As Rick Carlisle responded to the 3 billion fans, whether sincerely or with hope, the other members of the Pacers could not escape this question. Old Miller, Lu Meng is an important part of the team. His rebounding ability and his fighting a charm are crucial for our championship aspirations. Little O Lu, oh, he's amazing. We're brothers, and with his help I can focus better on offense. Artest, what? Lu, that's my big brother, my real big brother. Recently I've been thinking of getting a Chinese name. How about Pandafu? No, it has to be Dafu Lu. St. Jackson, Lu, yes, he's a remarkable guy. We often play together, and I really admire his strength and extraordinary talent. The reporters were still pondering Saint's mention of practice together, not realizing he was referring to playing 2 games. Regardless of the truth in what the Pacers said, the news reaching China sparked a wave of Pacers fever. Putting everything else aside, the All-Star voting showed a significant increase in votes for Lu Meng's teammates. On December 16th, the first round of All-Star voting results were released, with Yao Ming 8-0 and Shaquille O'Neal 8-5-0 topping the Eastern and Western Conference charts. The remaining positions in the West were filled by Garnett with 7-5-0 votes, Duncan with 5-7-0 votes, McGrady with 6-8-0 votes, and Kobe with 6-7-0 votes. In the East, Carter with 6-1-0 votes, Hill with 5-5-0 votes, James with 5-5-0 votes, and Iverson with 5-0 votes. Yes, at this time James was still registering for the All-Star game as a guard. Just as the voting results were announced, Little O's vote count suddenly reached 5-9-0, while Artest had 5-8-0, and both their votes were rapidly increasing. Faced with this situation, Artest and Little O began to bicker. Originally, their relationship had been somewhat strained due to issues with the team leader, and now the All-Star starting vote situation had added fuel to the fire. Ty, are you out of your mind? If LeBron can play guard, why can't you? Frustrated by their argument, Lu Meng shouted impatiently. In order to maintain team unity, Saint also chimed in. Yes, Ron, our positions were always interchangeable. Who plays shooting guard or small forward was mutually agreed upon. Sometimes I even have to play the 4 position. Hearing the news, Carlisle also came over to persuade. Yes, Ron, you're not taller than Steven, so it has to be you playing shooting guard while he plays small forward. The league must have made a mistake with your position. Faced with the group's persuasion, Artest addressed the media. It's unfair. I've been playing shooting guard this season, but due to having to guard the opposing team's perimeter core, people get the impression I play small forward. I request the league to change my position back to guard. Artest not only said this, but also acted on it. The next day, the Pacers faced the Raptors at home. Artest directly matched up against the Raptors' shooting guard Jalen Rose. If it weren't for the old Dragon King Carter being traded to the Nets today, he would have put on a show of not guarding Carter. Moreover, during the Pacers' substitutions, Artest even played a bit of point guard. With Carter gone, the Raptors were defenseless, allowing the Pacers to let Artest play freely. The score was 7-9-7. A 25-point victory made the newly crowned Dragon King Bosch experience the hardships of being a leader. At the same time, it allowed Artest to showcase a perfect performance as a guard. Additionally, Lu Meng did not perform well in this game, grabbing 21 rebounds, but only scoring 7 points. At the post-game press conference, Artest directly called out Stern in front of numerous reporters. David, I know you can see this. I've indeed been playing as a guard this season. You can't intentionally put me in a tough spot just because of LeBron, can you? Well, after he said this, he could forget about starting. After all, according to the just-announced rules, fan votes only. The next day, the league issued an announcement stating that Artest was originally a swingman. Since he wanted to play guard, the league would register him as a guard. However, after this announcement, Artest's votes suddenly slowed down, while James and Iverson's votes surged significantly. On December 18th, the Pacers faced the Bulls in a back-to-back game. At this time, the Bulls were still a weak team in the East. Although they had starters like Little Shaq, Eddie Curry, Kirk Hinrich, and Luol Deng, they also had bench players like Ben Gordon and Tyson Chandler. Unfortunately, none of them was a commanding leader to lead them to victory. However, despite the Bulls being weak, Lu Meng was very much looking forward to this game. After all, the report from Burroughs indicated that the main center of the Bulls had quite a temper. Toot. With the referee's whistle, both team starters took the court. Lu Meng went directly to the center circle, glaring fiercely at the Bulls center. "Are you seriously named Curry?" Seeing Lu Meng's ferocious expression, Little Shaq, Eddie Curry, was stunned. After thinking carefully, he couldn't recall when he had offended Lu Meng, the newly crowned toughest guy in the league. "Lu, did you misunderstand something? When I said Yao isn't as good as Jay, I meant riding a motorcycle." After pondering for a long time, Little Shaq suddenly remembered that back in 2002, when the team selected Jay Williams, he had said a couple of things about Yao not being as good as Jay in front of the media. "What, Jay 1, Jay 2? I was talking about basketball, not Yao. If you dare to call yourself a shark, don't make me look down on you. Let's elbow each other during the game." While Little Shark was still trying to explain to Lu Meng, the referee called him over for the jump ball. "Brother, wait for me to finish this jump. It's definitely a misunderstanding. My nickname is the Fist King, and Little Shark is my substitute. Look, it's number 3 on our bench." Following Kai's finger, Lu Meng saw Tyson Chandler grinning foolishly at the two of them. Damn. The game began. Little O quickly snatched the ball. Tinsley dribbled to the front court, and after Little O positioned himself, signaling everyone to spread out, he passed the ball to Little O. The original doll-faced player faced Curry, backturn, used the rebound force to spin and shoot. Swish. Seeing Little O take the shot, Eddie Curry immediately positioned himself under the basket to grab the rebound. Boom. Just as he was about to secure the rebound, unexpectedly a pair of large hands blocked him and slammed the ball into the hoop. The thought of being dunked over infuriated Curry instantly. He was the prince of the Bulls, yet he saw the second draft pick of the same year relegated to substitute by the 4th pick. Rage welled up within him. With a fierce elbow, he turned around and saw Lu Meng landing. "Ah, brother, it's you." That dunk was truly magnificent. Seeing Kai's fierce elbow, Lu Meng was delighted, thinking he might get another chance to strike. But was that all? Was it flawed intelligence from Burroughs, or had this guy's temperament drastically changed? "Don't pull that on me." "What do you mean by that elbow?" "Come on, elbow me a couple of times." Seeing Lu Meng's expression like "come on, hit me, I need an excuse to fight you," Curry was terrified. He thought the rumors are true. This guy is addicted to fighting. He heard that once, when pushed to the limit, using the excuse that Atai shouldn't have entered the training ground with his left foot, first he beat him up. That was Atai. Even his rage disorder was cured from it. Later, Atai knelt and acknowledged the elder brother, and the matter was settled. Thinking of this, Kai's eyes brightened. "Brother, you're my brother, my real elder brother. How about after the game, listen to your little brother's plan? He'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you." Hearing Kai's words, Lu Meng lit up. He was full of energy, but more importantly lacked money. So weighing the choice between fighting and playing 2 games, Lu Meng smiled and said, "On no need for arrangements. I just like making friends. After the game, wait for me at the parking lot. Today I'm going to play 10 games. The Bulls were no match for the Pacers, and now, with a completely unguarded Little Shark at it. 108-94. Lu Meng played 46 minutes again, scoring 17 points, 19 rebounds, and 3 assists for an impressive double-double. After the game, when Carlisle wanted to bring him to the press conference, Lu Meng resolutely said, "No, Rick, Reggie is our team's legend, and Jermaine is the team leader. You should take those 2 instead." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Carlisle immediately looked at Atai, who nodded in agreement with his elder brother. "All right, Lu, your strategic vision comforts me greatly." However, as soon as Carlisle left with Little O and Miller, Lu Meng immediately shouted to Atai and whooshing, "Ron, Steven, move faster. Playing half-heartedly means you have issues." When the 3 arrived at the parking lot, Curry was already waiting with Sinrich, Luol Deng, and Tyson Chandler. "Big brother, this way." Calling Lu Meng and the others into the car, Curry turned to his teammates and said, "Call me Big Brother. Big Brother." Whether or not they meant it, Sinrich and the others didn't mind. If calling someone Big Brother meant being invited to play 2 games, they'd gladly do it every day. All right, we're all brothers here, no need for formalities. Eddie, shall we head out now? I'm afraid the ballers are getting impatient. Arriving at Chicago's largest nightclub, to the astonished gazes of the Bulls, Lu Meng took 10 balls away. "Ron, is our Big Brother really that fierce? He almost played the entire game just now." Hearing Eddie Kai's words, Atai rubbed his 4-ball fingers. Of course, Big Brother is the man who dominated Carmelo. After a night of training, early the next morning, Lu Meng and the others returned to the hotel feeling refreshed. Just as they got out of the car, they saw Carlisle waiting for them in the lobby. "Big Brother, what's wrong?" Watching Lu Meng untie and retie his shoelaces carefully, Tai was puzzled. Oh, you guys go ahead. My shoes are uncomfortable. Ooh, I need to fix them again. After Tai and the others entered the hotel, Lu Meng slowly got up and followed. Seeing Tai and the others stopped by Carlisle, Lu Meng obediently stood behind them. However, this made him a co-conspirator rather than a leader. The three followed Carlisle back to a room. You say I thought you had strategic vision yesterday, but this is how you repay my trust. Coach, it's not my fault. Mainly because Tai was in a bad mood yesterday. When I said Jermaine is the team leader, he felt an urge to destroy the team. He even said he wanted to attack fans or even beat the referees. Steven and I had to take him out to calm him down, but we got lost and only found our way back to the hotel this morning. Hearing Lu Meng's explanation, Tai immediately pretended to have a rage outburst. Aware of the fans, the referees Stern and Jordan. Just wait till I break their ribs. Yet as Tai feigned madness, Lu Meng noticed Wuxing struggling not to laugh. His face darkened. Steven, what's that expression? Mocking Ron. Hearing Lu Meng, Wuxing smiled wryly and explained, Lu, everything else is understandable, but we got lost in Chicago. Have you forgotten where Ron originally played? Hearing this, Lu Meng recalled that Tai had started his career with the Bulls. Damn, Head just revealed himself. Indeed, looking up, Lu Meng saw Carlisle glaring at him with displeasure. Big brother, stop wasting words. At this moment, Chin stopped pretending and said to Carlisle, Rick, look at our record and the timing of the next game. What's wrong with us going out to relax? Hearing Tai, Carlisle responded with speechlessness. Ron, don't you forget the Eastern Conference Finals defeat last year. This year with Steven and Lou joining, it's the best chance to win the championship. How can you slack off? No, Rick, I think my big brother is right. To win the championship, you must balance work and rest. Playing basketball is work, playing 2 games at night is rest. Balancing work and rest means combining playing and playing 2 games only, then can we fight. Hearing Tai, Lu Meng hurriedly covered his mouth. Coach, I mean proper relaxation during free time helps to better face new challenges. Rest assured we know what we're doing. How about this, if we don't win the next game you can bench us all. Carlisle merely reminded them that coach and players are collaborators. If conflicts arose, someone might leave. Besides, with the Pacers' strength, they could genuinely win the championship this year. How would Carlisle want to fall out with them? Without mentioning the Pacers flying back to Indiana on the other side in Hardwood, due to Lu Meng's consecutive outstanding performances, his popularity soared. In the first 3 games after becoming a starter, he recorded 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists in one game, 7 points and 21 rebounds in another, and 17 points, 19 rebounds, and 3 assists in yet another. Goodness, he is undoubtedly an all-star player. After all, the second-best center in the West, Dampier, only averaged 12 points and 12 rebounds in his peak season. With an average of 11, 3 points and 20 rebounds, Lu Meng smiled faintly, having already gained the trust of the Pacers head coach. Lu Meng, shown in Indiana, being dubbed the Rodman of Hardwood by the American media. The new hope for the power forward position in Hardwood is not Deji or Deba, but the rebounding fanatic Lu Meng. With De Yao attacking and Lu Meng defending, the Hardwood national basketball team has hope. As news about Lu Meng spread, the TV also casually introduced who Rodman was. Upon learning that he was part of the Iron Triangle that won 3 championships with Jordan, the excitement surged instantly. Superstar, no doubt about it, this Rodman is a superstar. Lu Meng's model is Rodman. Perhaps he could also become a superstar in the future. Exactly, De Yao will be Olajuwon in the future, and with Lu Meng as this Rodman, one attacking and one defending, there's no doubt there's hope for 2008. As the discussion grew heated, the topic naturally extended to the national team. Hearing these voices, the leaders of the Basketball Association couldn't sit still. This is utter nonsense. Who allowed them to report like this? If future players follow suit, how are we supposed to manage the Basketball Association? As for the national team, can anyone just join? He just came out of the youth team. Did he pay the training fees? What, he can play basketball just because he was born in this country without any training? Hearing the leader's words, the assistant hurriedly advised, Leader, please don't be angry. It's mainly not the media's fault. TTCV5 reported it first, and they are not below our level. We can't do anything about it. I think this, why don't I contact Lu Meng's agent and pay the training fee? It's all for the country. Let's be a bit magnanimous and take a small loss. Hearing the assistant's suggestion, the leader nodded slightly. De Yao had a club involved, but this kid doesn't have a club, so the fee can't be based on De Yao. It should at least be doubled. Got it. Not to mention the absurdity of the Basketball Association. On the other side, De Yao fell into deep thought as he looked at the message handed to him by his assistant. He had a game yesterday where the Mavericks narrowly lost to the Bobcats 1-0-0-1-0-1 in overtime. Due to foul trouble, he only played 26 minutes, going 6 for 9 from the field and 4 for 4 from the free throw line, scoring 16 points and grabbing 9 rebounds. Looking at his efficiency, it was acceptable, but compared to Lu Meng, he was the number 1 pick, a third-year veteran, and had been voted into the All-Star starting lineup consecutively by the whole nation. Thinking of this, Yao secretly vowed to work harder and not disappoint the expectations of his fellow countrymen. 2 days later, the Mavericks faced the Raptors at home. Yao shot 13 for 16 and made 14 of 18 free throws, efficiently scoring 40 points and grabbing 10 rebounds, leading the Mavericks to a 1-1-4-1-0-2 victory over the Raptors. However, the hottest topic of the day was not Yao, but Iverson, who had scored over 50 points for the second on the 18th. When the 76ers played against the Bucks, Iverson scored 54 points, and today against the Jazz he again scored 51 points. Although the 76ers ultimately lost the game with consecutive 50-point performances, who cares about the win or loss? Perhaps only the guy who scored 51 points cares. Lu Meng also cared, as their next game was against the 76ers, and he had made a promise to Carlisle. Thinking of this, he pondered how to motivate his teammates so they wouldn't be overwhelmed by Iverson. At this moment, Burroughs, who was driving him to the training facility, spoke up. "Lou, I received a call from your National Basketball Association. They want you to pay the training fee, or else they won't select you for the national team." Hearing Burroughs' words, Lu Meng, who was just thinking of solutions, was taken aback. He instantly recalled the brawl incident of the national team at the Stankovic Cup in 2005. TSK. This KO of the opponent has become justified, right? But upon thinking of the money Burroughs mentioned, he was infuriated and laughed. What the heck, training fee? If I were willing to pay that money, would I have reported the leaders back then? Moreover, they openly expelled me from the provincial youth team, or I still have the documents on that. Burroughs naturally understood Lu Meng's attitude, but as a qualified agent he still advised, "Lu, you can't go against the system. Even Yao has to listen obediently, and you see how it is with the Heat's Wong. So my advice is, since your salary isn't high right now, you can give them this once. Once you really make it into the national team, the endorsement contracts you'll get will be worth countless times this amount." Seeing Lu Meng's silent, Burroughs continued to persuade. "I know you find it hard to accept. I also don't understand why you have to pay the country when you fight for it. But this is the reality in your country. I've calculated it. Your salary this year is $370,000. After taxes, it's only $19,000. Plus you were suspended for 10 games due to the fight, which will further reduce it by 18, leaving you with only $16,000. No, not a cent. I can't support this kind of wrongdoing. Rest assured, once I make a name for myself, they will surely come to seek me out for political achievements." Lu Meng was clear that for the sake of results, even Deji's incident could be overlooked. He was just unwilling to pay. Unless he couldn't make a name for himself in the NBA, or there were similar players in the national team. Seeing Lu Meng's resolute expression, Burroughs stopped trying to persuade him, thinking, perhaps it is this kind of spirit that allows Lu to grow stronger and stronger. Upon arriving at the training facility, Lu Meng had just changed into his gear when he found Artest and Little O arguing over who was the leader of the team. "Leader? Who recognizes that? Ask everyone. This is Reggie's team. As for me, I'm the second in command." Upon hearing Artest say it's Miller's team, Little O was momentarily speechless. In a sense, this wasn't untrue. But hearing Artest say he was the second in command, Little O was not pleased. If Miller is considered the leader, then the second in command should definitely be him, right? After all, he was the third-ranked MVP from last season. Artest DPOY. Looking at the two, Lu Meng felt helpless. If it weren't for the system not counting teammates as opponents, he would have to let these two know why the flowers are so red. All right, stop arguing. Can we agree that Jermaine is the 1-5 leader? You guys are really interesting. I've only heard of fighting for the top position, but I've never heard of fighting to be the second. I don't know if you guys are aware of how hot Iverson's form has been lately. You are still in the mood to argue about this. Let me tell you, if we lose the next game, I'll recognize you as the leaders, but my fists won't recognize you. Hearing Lu Meng's threat, Artest hurriedly called everyone to practice. Although Little O felt his authority was challenged, seeing Miller and Artest obeying, he had no choice but to follow them to practice. Unbeknownst to Lu Meng, the scene where he threatened everyone was clearly observed by Bird in the president's office on the 3rd floor. On December 22nd, the Pacers faced the 76ers at home. Before the game, Iverson stated that as long as they could win, he didn't care how many points he scored. However, once the game started, he began to recklessly charge into the paint without restraint. Most importantly, regardless of whether it was a small player like O'Neal or Lu Meng, or even the substitute Foster, he relentlessly drove to the basket. His reckless demeanor resembled that of Shaquille O'Neal, crashing into everyone without hesitation. As a result, just over halfway through the first quarter, Lu Meng picked up his second foul. Seeing Iverson's reckless attitude, Lu Meng really wanted to tell him that earning money was for the capitalists and one's body was one's own. With a salary of several million a month, why risk your life? Why not learn from Carter, who effortlessly earned $50 million? The final score was 9-9-0. In the end, the Pacers were thrown into disarray by Iverson and narrowly lost to their opponents. In this game, Iverson shot 12 of 23, hitting 2 of 6 from three-point range, and making 14 of 16 free throws, finishing with 40 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. Although he didn't score over 50 points again, his 40 points were still impressive. Lu Meng, due to foul troubles, only played 18 minutes, scoring 3 points, grabbing 9 rebounds, and recording 1 block. Looking at his stat line after the game, Lu Meng gloomily pulled Artest aside. "Ty, I want to learn defense." Hearing this, Artest knew he had been provoked by Iverson. "Big brother, I can teach you defense, but I don't have Allen's speed." Lu Meng shot Artest a furious glare upon hearing this. "Did I say it was because of who?" "Hey, no, big brother, I didn't mean AI. I was wrong, big brother." Although Lu Meng was embarrassed, Carlisle didn't mention making him a bench player. Firstly, without the previous incident at the Palace of Auburn Hills, counting this game, the Pacers had only lost 6 times this season, ranking 3rd in the league, only behind the Suns and Spurs. Secondly, he noticed Lu Meng's proactive defense training. Finally, recalling what Bird had told him last time, Carlisle stared intently at Lu Meng and murmured, "Can this kid really make it?" Time reached December 25th, and there were only 2 games in this year's Christmas battle, with the Pacers hosting the Pistons and the Heat visiting the Lakers. One game was a continuation of last season's Eastern Conference Finals, and possibly a preview of this year's Eastern Conference Finals, not to mention the feud between Lu Meng and Big Ben. On the other side, Shaquille O'Neal was back at Staples Center, and the reunion after the breakup of the Shaq and Kobe duo would finally reveal who needed whom more. First up was the Pacers against the Pistons. Before this match, the head referee specifically called both coaches. "Listen, gentlemen, today is a nationally televised Christmas game. Keep your players in check, and if any conflicts arise, you know the consequences." Although the referee didn't say it directly, Carlisle and Larry Brown understood. If they dared to mess up this game, they could expect the league to make things difficult for them. After warm-ups, the starting players from both teams stayed on the court to prepare for the jump ball. Lu Meng looked at Big Ben beside him and felt a stir in his heart. "System, as long as it's an official game, I can KO my opponent, right? There's no rule against the same player being knocked out again, is there?" There is no such rule. You can target one player and beat him every time you face him." Hearing the system's confirmation, Lu Meng's eyes lit up as he looked at Big Ben. Recalling Carlisle's advice before the game, Lu Meng decided to first mess with Big Ben's mindset. Once his opponent couldn't help but make a move, he could then KO him with justification. Big Ben thought so, am the only one getting singled out here. "Hey Ben, when did you get out of the hospital?" Suddenly poked by Lu Meng, Big Ben's heart trembled. It turned out that before the game, Larry Brown had suggested he take a rest. After all, his body had just recovered, and resting a few more days was only natural. However, considering his persona, Big Ben still put on a brave face and refused, saying, "No need, coach. Last time I was careless and didn't dodge. Moreover, I'm the captain of the Pistons. From both a competitive and revenge standpoint, I cannot back down." Hearing Big Ben's words, Larry Brown praised him. This is the DPOY, this is the toughest man in the league. All right, let our 5 Tigers unite and show the Pacers why we are the champions from last season." When he heard this, Big Ben was filled with confidence, but standing next to Lu Meng, he suddenly recalled the scene of being knocked down. "Well, I just got out of the hospital 2 days ago. Initially, I wanted to rest a few more days, but Larry said as captain I had to play. By the way, Lu, you seem to have become more handsome after not seeing you for a few days." "More handsome?" Big Ben's words left Lu Meng dumbfounded. Once he came to his senses, he looked at Big Ben in shock. What the heck, this big guy with thick eyebrows and a wild hairstyle is actually saying nice things to me. Where's your dignity? Where's your persona? Big Ben, my dignity and persona. I just know my ribs are broken in 3 places. Toot. Just then the referee blew the whistle and O'Neal and Rasheed Wallace jumped for the tip-off. Smack. The ball was tapped to Billups by Rasheed Wallace. Seeing his teammate gain possession, Big Ben hurriedly ran to the front court and began to engage in a physical battle with O'Neal under the basket. Watching Big Ben directly confront the opposing star Larry Brown on the sidelines was filled with excitement. Ben, just like that, show them what it means to be a man. Upon hearing Brown's words, Big Ben first glanced at Lu Meng, who was positioning against Rasheed Wallace, then confidently patted his chest and resumed the physical clash with O'Neal. On the other side, Lu Meng looked at Rasheed Wallace in front of him and recalled this guy's nickname of King of Technical Fouls. His eyes suddenly brightened. "Rasheed, you're pretty cocky, huh? You even dare to yell at the referee. If you have the guts, try yelling at me." Lu Meng's thoughts were optimistic. If his opponent yelled at him, he would immediately retaliate. Although he would likely get suspended, it would be under duress. After all, playing ball and fighting, how could a real man remain indifferent when yelled at? Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Rasheed Wallace merely shot him a glance, not even giving him a glare, then executed a smooth jump shot, scoring effortlessly. Hey, was he just disrespecting me? Ty, that guy just disrespected me, didn't he?" Seeing that a tough team like the Pistons didn't proactively provoke him, Lu Meng got anxious and randomly accused them of an unfounded crime. Unfortunately, before Artest could provide him with false testimony, the head referee approached him first. Lu, this is a nationally televised Christmas battle. You wouldn't want the referees to be watching you in future games with. Seeing that someone finally dared to threaten him, Lu Meng's first reaction was to ask the system. System, if the players can't play anymore, would coing the referee count as a usage? No problem, as long as it's an official game, as long as it's not your own teammate, it counts. Hearing Carlisle's words, Lu Meng opened his eyes wide and realized that the Pacers had already advanced to the front court. By the time Lu Meng ran to the front court, the referee had just wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Mario, you were really brave, just now daring to threaten Lu Meng. Hearing the lines from the assistant referee, the main referee rolled his eyes and said, I was almost scared to death. You have no idea, if Rick hadn't shouted that, Lu would definitely have tried to KO me. Because I saw greed in his eyes, the greed for a knockout. On the other side of the broadcast booth, Kenny Smith spoke about the game while looking for a topic. Charles, what do you think of Lu as a player? I remember you've never been fond of hardwood players. Hearing Kenny Smith's words, Barkley hurriedly waved his hand. No, Kenny, where did you get that fake news? I don't dislike hardwood players, I just don't like players who can't back up their media hype with skill. Clearly Lu is not that kind of player. If he were born 20 years earlier, I would be very excited to see Lu compete against the likes of Lanebeer and Mahorn. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny Smith immediately spat out his drink. After wiping his mouth, he coughed and teased. Charles, are you sure that was basketball and not boxing? After saying this, Kenny Smith steadied his microphone and asked solemnly, All right, Charles, let's get serious. Do you think Lu can reach the heights of Dennis in the future? Hearing this question from Kenny Smith, Barkley hesitated for a moment before answering. I know there have been media comparisons between Lu and Dennis. Both are great rebounders, and they both have plenty of energy. Charles, I have to remind you that if Carmen were here, he would say Lu has more energy than Dennis. Interrupted by Kenny Smith, Barkley smiled kindly and continued analyzing. Haha, alright, if we're comparing that, I also agree with Carmen's point that Lu is better than Dennis. However, if we only talk about performance on the basketball court, Lu is still far behind Dennis. Let's not mention DPOY and rebounding king. Just Dennis's 5 championship rings are something many players spend their entire lives trying to achieve. Oh, that also includes you, right, the great Charles. Kenny, I really doubt how you've survived this long. Seeing that Barkley was genuinely a bit angry, Kenny Smith quickly backtracked. But Charles, the Pacers have a good chance to win the championship this season. If that happens, Lu will have a championship. Hearing this, Barkley raised his left hand to show 1 and his right hand to show 5. 5 is greater than 1. Do you understand, Kenny? I know the Pacers have a good chance of winning the championship this season, but what about next year? The Pacers don't have a McGrady. Hearing Barkley's words, even though Kenny Smith thought the same, he had to deliberately argue against it for the sake of ratings. Oh no, Charles, it's not just McGrady who can win 3 championships. There's also Shaq. Coincidentally, the Pacers also have a guy named O'Neal plus Ron, Steven, and Lou. Haha, Kenny, that joke isn't funny at all. Jermaine is a good guy, but comparing him to Shaq is just unprofessional. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny also knew that his argument was weak, so he quickly tried to remedy it. No, I was just using Jermaine as an example. What I mean is, how do you know that a player who can rival Shaq, or even Mike, won't appear on the Pacers? Haha, Mike. Kenny, you really dare to say anything. If that's the case, I bet you that I would not only kiss a donkey's, but I'd even lick it. Moreover, I don't even need to chase Mike. As long as there's a player on the Pacers who matches Shaq's honors, I'll concede. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny was shocked, and was about to say that only a fool would bet with him, but then he realized his microphone had gone silent. Next to him, Barkley, hearing the director's words in his earpiece, wore a mischievous smile. Well, Kenny, if you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement. To all the brothers in front of the screen, you must bear witness. If any player in the Pacers lineup can match Shaq's achievements before retiring, I, Barkley, will perform the act of licking a donkey's, but for you. However, if no one can do it, then I'm sorry, the chance for that performance goes to Kenny. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny knew he had been set up, and was about to get angry and leave when he heard the director's voice in his earpiece. Kenny, this is just a gimmick. Think about it, Lou is only 20 years old. He has more than 10 years before he retires. Who will remember this bet by then? Moreover, we wouldn't let you suffer any loss. Hearing the director's words, Kenny Smith glanced at Lu Meng, who was bouncing around on the court, and said angrily, Barkley is my dear friend. How can you all gang up on me? This matter needs extra pay. Without mentioning the 2 men in the broadcast booth on the court, Lu Meng was busy trash-talking Rasheed Wallace. You're useless too. Given the chance, you can't do anything. Aren't you the king of technical fouls? Come on, hit me a couple of times. Let's see if you dare to do it. You want to curse me? You can't even open your mouth. Rasheed Wallace, feeling a headache from Lu Meng's incessant chatter, looked up at Big Ben. Ben, how about we switch positions? Jermaine and I are about the same height, and he used to be my backup. I'm confident I can take him. Hearing Rasheed's words, Big Ben's eyes widened. Damn, do you think I'm not annoyed by the noise? Or do you think I can actually beat him? However, considering his tough guy image, Big Ben pretended to think about the team. Rasheed, are you sure that after we switch positions they will still defend me? Would you guard a center running high who doesn't even have a basket? Hearing Big Ben's words and glancing at his thick fingers, Rasheed Wallace looked helpless. But we can't just leave him alone. If this keeps going, I'll have to fight him. Hearing Rasheed Wallace's words, Big Ben's eyes lit up and a thought of revenge suddenly arose. Rasheed, listen to me. If you're going to fight him later, just bite his ear. Don't throw punches, otherwise you won't even get a chance to get close. On the other side, Lu Meng nodded at Big Ben's words. Rasheed, don't worry. I'm so bad that during team training even Miller can overpower me. Hearing Big Ben's words and looking at Lu Meng's eager face, Rasheed Wallace felt a black line forming on his forehead. Are you also a Bryant? And you're being overpowered by Miller? Considering that his physique was not strong enough to withstand blows, Rasheed Wallace ultimately decided to engage in a battle of wits. Richard, come over to catch the ball. Hearing Rasheed Wallace's words, Hamilton was taken aback. He was running well, so why was he suddenly asked to go and catch the ball? Though puzzled, he did not hesitate and ran straight to the three-point line to catch the ball. After receiving it, he was about to pass it only to find Rasheed Wallace setting up for a screen. Seeing that he was going to set a screen for him, Hamilton went crazy. Dude, him off the ball. Why are you forcing me to take the ball to attack? Just go past him, he'll set a screen for you. What are you afraid of? Rasheed Wallace shouted anxiously, noticing Hamilton's hesitation. Hearing this, Hamilton decided not to hesitate any longer. Despite being an off-ball player, that didn't mean he couldn't drive to the basket. Just as he was using the screen to break through, he realized that his defender had become Lu Meng. Richard, passed the ball back. You need to run to your spot. If Hamilton couldn't guess Rasheed Wallace's intention at this point, he would be a fool. What the hell, so you all are afraid of him, and just throw him onto me. However, even though he thought this in his heart, he still started running in circles with Lu Meng. Originally, Lu Meng was about to switch back to Rasheed Wallace, but seeing the disdain in Hamilton's eyes, he became interested. Hey, I heard you made Kobe throw up. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Hamilton proudly replied, Lu, others may fear you, but we Pistons are not afraid. If you have the guts, just follow me and see how I wear you out. Hearing what the other side said, Lu Meng was ecstatic. After so long, a Pistons player finally dared to return. Haha, do you think I'm Bryant? Fine, since you want to wear me out, I'll stick to you for this game. But if I don't feel tired, you have to push me yourself. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Hamilton was dumbfounded. It turned out what the media said was true. This guy really had a penchant for fighting. It was the first time he encountered a bet where the winner had to be pushed by the loser. Hamilton's silence made Lu Meng think he had agreed. In the subsequent game, Lu Meng and Hamilton ran around like long-distance runners, invading the basketball court regardless of where the ball was. It was just you flying ahead while I chased behind. The difference was that Lu Meng managed to grab a few rebounds while chasing. Unlike the Pacers, the Pistons were significantly affected by Hamilton's absence on offense. With only 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Pistons were trailing 7-1-8-5 by as much as 14 points. Lu Meng looked at the remaining time and finally shouted, Hey, look at me, I'm not tired at all while you're the one panting heavily. Shouldn't you push me now? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Hamilton looked at him with a bewildered expression. His expression seemed to say, did I agree to that? However, deep down, Hamilton was extremely impressed by Lu Meng. From his observation, the gap between him and Lu Meng was greater than that between his dog and himself. Seeing the look in Hamilton's eyes, Lu Meng felt offended. Just as he was about to retaliate, the referee blew the whistle. With the sound of the whistle, the Pistons substituted all their starters, signaling their surrender. Hey, you're giving up already. The game isn't even over yet. Looking at the Pistons starters walking off the court, Lu Meng shouted in frustration from behind. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Carlisle thought he was talking about this game and patted him on the shoulder. It's over, Lu, we've already won this game. Hearing Carlisle's words, Lu Meng wanted to say something, but couldn't get it out, ultimately cursing silently in his heart. Carlisle, how can you call yourselves the bad boys? When I see you next time, just wait for me to deal with you. In the end, the Pacers defeated the Pistons 8-7-7 at home, with Lu Meng playing 42 minutes, scoring 4 points, 12 rebounds, and 1 assist. After the game, at the reporter's reminder, when Lu Meng heard about Barkley and Kenny Smith's new betting match, he smiled. Charles really has a memory like a sieve, or perhaps he has some special fetish for donkeys' butts. Rest assured he will get the excuse he wants. Hearing Lu Meng's words, the surrounding reporters were excited. Lu, do you mean one of your teammates will catch up to Shaq? Hearing the reporter's question, Lu Meng inwardly scoffed. Since I said that, of course it's me. However, he wasn't foolish facing the reporter's provocation. He simply smiled and pushed them away, returning to the locker room. As the Pacers concluded their game, the match between the Lakers and the Heat officially began. The two teams battled through an overtime, with the Heat narrowly defeating the Lakers 1-0-1-0-2 on the road. O'Neal shot 11 for 19 from the field, along with 2 of 7 from the free throw line, scoring 24 points, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 assists, leading the Heat to tie the game against the Lakers at the last moment of the fourth quarter. The Flash, Wade, performed excellently, leading the team to victory after O'Neal fouled out in regular. For the entire game, he shot 10 for 26, hitting 9 of 10 free throws, achieving a team high of 29 points and 10 assists. On the Lakers side, Kobe shot 12 for 30, including 5 of 13 from three-point range, and made all 13 free throws, scoring a season high of 42 points along with 6 assists and 3 rebounds. Unfortunately, he scored nothing in overtime, and his final shot missed the mark. After the game, O'Neal, who had won, was extremely proud and stated in front of reporters, "I knew that last shot wouldn't go in because it was cursed by me." O'Neal was showing off when suddenly a reporter mentioned Barkley's new betting match. "What, someone from the Pacers is going to catch up to me? Oh, Charles is really despicable. He actually used something that was bound to win to bully Kenny." Yes, he didn't take the Pacers seriously at all. It was understandable. As a 3-time champion and 3-time finals MVP, how could he look up to the Pacers' bunch of scrubs? On the other side, back at home, Lu Meng began to reflect that his previous strategy was flawed. He never expected that even the Pistons would suppress their anger upon hearing his provocation and not clash with him. If it were any other team, it would have been even less likely. Thinking of this, Lu Meng deeply regretted not having taken down Big Ben. Now he had made a name for himself, but now no one dared to fight him. Just then Boros walked over with a late-night snack, and seeing Lu Meng's frown, asked in confusion, "Lu, what are you thinking about? Is something troubling you?" Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng hesitated for a moment. "Big Carrot, why do you think the other teams no longer dare to provoke me?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Boros was taken aback, then looked Lu Meng up and down before speaking. "Lu, what crazy idea are you having? I tell you, the situation is getting better and better now. You can't fight anymore, or Stern won't let you off." Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng retorted with righteous indignation. "Who said I was fighting? I just feel that the players I'm matching up against have a bit of fear in them." Hearing this, Boros finally understood. "Oh, you're saying this, it's normal. After all, you just went up against Big Ben with that precedent set, and now it's just the regular season. If there's no grudge, who would really go all out? Moreover, provoking you is not as advantageous as provoking Ron. At least, he doesn't have your combat power." "What, Ron?" Hearing Bolo's words, Lu Meng's eyes lit up as he instantly thought of a solution. Bolos was right. Since he provoked without any reaction, he could incite Atai to provoke. Thinking back to the Auburn Mountain Palace incident in his past life, wasn't it Tinsley who incited Atai to confront Ben, which ultimately led to the riot? He could also incite the reckless Atai. Once things escalated, it would be natural for him to KO his opponent. After all, Atai was his subordinate, and it was only normal for him to stand up for him. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed to Lu Meng, who was overjoyed and praised Bolos. "Big Radish, your mind is really sharp. No wonder people say you are exceptionally clever." The next day, Lu Meng arrived at the gym for training and immediately sought out Atai. "Tai, you've been quite composed lately, haven't you?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai immediately became excited. "Right, big brother, it's all thanks to you. I've discovered that since you dealt with Ben, my rage issues have been cured." Hearing this, Lu Meng was speechless. "Did I cure you? If you're fine, who is causing trouble for me?" With that thought, his expression darkened as he fiercely said to Atai, "Bullshit, did you think I was praising you? Haven't you noticed that your defensive efficiency has dropped lately? If this continues, you'll not only miss out on being the best defensive player, but you'll also become a target for everyone." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai's expression changed drastically. He could tolerate criticism about his offense, and even his temper, but when it came to defense, this was his signature skill, and it was the one he was most proud of. However, if the one saying this was Lu Meng, then Atai could accept it. "As my defense declined. So that's it. I was wondering why it felt like the players I was matched against have improved their skills recently," he said, patting his chest and swearing to Lu Meng. "Big brother, don't worry, it'll return to my previous intensity in the next game." Hearing Atai's words, Lu Meng was taken aback. "Who the hell told you to defend properly? I want you to defend fiercely, alright?" However, after thinking of Atai's intelligence, it was best not to say too much. If this guy misunderstood again, it would be even more troublesome. It's better to command him on the spot during the game. Lu Meng didn't notice that Atai's reaction was clearly overheard by Carlisle, who had just entered. Instantly, he recalled what Bird had said to him last time. "Larry really observes closely. Lu is indeed a responsible and good player." With this thought, he turned around and went upstairs to find Bird. That evening, after the Pacers finished training, Bolos immediately spoke after picking up Lu Meng. "Lu, Bird called me again about renewing your contract, 3 years for $9 million. Hearing this, Lu Meng frowned. "Renew? Didn't we agree to discuss it after the season?" Bolos smiled and shrugged at Lu Meng's words. "I think your recent performance has impressed the management. They are worried that your future performance will be even better, so they are a bit eager to renew." Hearing this, Lu Meng smiled. "Then I can't sign with them now. My performance will only improve. Who knows, the Pacers championship may rely on me." Are you worried they will trade me mid-season?" "Haha, Lu, it's best if you have this confidence. You don't need to worry about trades. If Bird isn't foolish, he won't make any trades that would weaken the team's strength before winning the champion. Of course, even if he really trades you, it doesn't matter. You have a 6-month contract, and when it expires you can go wherever you want next summer. Hearing Bolo's words, Lu Meng thought it made sense. After all, he wasn't a 19-card player for any team to be willing to pay a high price for just half a season's rights. Okay, then I can rest assured. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Bolo smiled. Lu, don't worry, I told you I'm a person with dreams. I want just focus on the present. Don't talk about renewal contracts. Even for the recent endorsement intentions, I want look at any over 3-year contracts. Just move forward confidently. Oh, I'm waiting for you to shine in the finals and win the championship. By then, renewal big contracts, sneaker big contracts, and endorsement big contracts will all be available. Listening to Bolo's words, Lu Meng was also thrilled. At this moment, he no longer thought about switching sides after performing well. On December 27th, the Pacers hosted the Hornets. The original Big Beard King B. Byron Davis had just returned from injury, so he was temporarily sitting on the bench. This made the already weak Hornets even less confident. However, none of this caught Lu Meng's attention. His gaze was focused on the starting shooting guard of the Hornets for this game. Damn, isn't this the unpredictable J.R. Smith? I didn't expect this guy to have played for the Hornets. Lu Meng had no idea that J.R. Smith was actually drafted by the Hornets. As the game started, Little O quickly grabbed the ball. Tinsley brought it to the front court and then passed it to Little O. Facing P.J. Brown, Little O backed down and then made a turnaround jumper, which went smoothly into the basket. Ty, did you see that guy? That's him. He said in the pre-game interview that he was going to make you look bad. Can you tell? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai's expression changed. What? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Saying that, he walked over to J.R. Watching Atai and J.R. Smith elbowing each other, Lu Meng was overjoyed. Just like this, after a while when J.R. can't take it anymore, he can legitimately KO him. Haha, I'm truly a genius. Just as he was feeling happy, J.R. Smith on the other side complimented Atai, who was constantly bothering him. Ron, I know you, the leader of the Pacers, last season's DPOY, the best defender in the league. The leader of the Pacers. Atai was taken aback by J.R.'s words and forgot about elbowing him, excitedly asking, You say I'm the leader of the Pacers? Hearing Atai's words, J.R. Smith put on a puzzled expression. Of course, aren't you the leader of the Pacers? Hey, don't try to fool me, who I watched the games. Last season, it was you leading the Pacers to the best record in the league. If you can say more, say a bit more. Hearing J.R. Smith's words, Atai smiled, even happier, thinking to himself, look, this is someone who watches the game. Unlike those media who don't watch, he can immediately tell who the real leader. However, thinking of Lu Meng's earlier words, Atai's expression changed again as he continued to ask, Kid, are you scared of me, which is why you made up lies to comfort me? Hearing this, J.R. replied seriously, What you're saying, why would I be afraid of you? We both have 2 shoulders and a head. Oh, what's the worst that can happen? Although I can't beat you, I'm not afraid of you. Can you kill me or something? J.R. Smith appeared fearless, but inside, he was screaming. I'm not afraid of you. The key is that I'm afraid of your brother. Hearing J.R.'s words, Atai finally believed him. He must have misheard Lu Meng. Such a well-behaved rookie couldn't possibly say such things. Haha, rookie, although you're quite good, I still have to say welcome to the NBA. Atai said, taking the ball from Tinsley and then forcefully driving to the basket to score. Toot. With the referee's whistle, Atai stylishly completed a 21. After successfully making a free throw, Atai excitedly rushed to Lu Meng's side on the way back to defense. Brother, you must have heard it wrong. That kid is actually pretty good and understands the game. Understand the game. Atai's words left Lu Meng utterly bewildered. Is there really someone capable of playing in the NBA who doesn't understand basketball? Yes, that kid watched our team's games last season and immediately recognized that I'm more important than Jermaine. I am the true leader of the Pacers. He even said that if the Pacers hadn't passed on him, he would have willingly joined our team to learn from me. Atai's words almost made Lu Meng pull a muscle. Good heavens, one dares to say such things while the other actually believes it. He truly couldn't believe that J.R. Smith, that legend who was just a step away from being as good as Jordan, could actually fool Atai. Wait. Hold on. If that's the case, is it J.R. who has no brains, or is it Atai who is even more clueless? No, Atai, do you really believe what he said? Lu Meng, unable to comprehend, asked in disbelief. Of course. What he said is simply the truth. After finishing his sentence, Atai immediately expanded his defense as the Hornets approached. If it weren't for Atai's speed, Lu Meng would have made sure he learned why an iron elbow is so hard. Bang! Under the Pacers' defense, the Hornets' shot missed, and Lu Meng grabbed the rebound. In the subsequent match, the Hornets were completely suppressed by the Pacers. By halfway through the third quarter, the point difference had already reached 20. Lu Meng played for another 5 minutes in the fourth quarter, scoring his 10th point before finally resting. In the end, the score was 8-2-1-0-0, with the Pacers achieving a resounding victory over the Hornets by 18 points. Lu Meng shot 4 out of 9 and made 2 out of 4 free throws, earning 10 points, 18 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. After the game, as Lu Meng was answering questions from reporters from Hua, suddenly a reporter from Semida spoke. Lu, do you know the future Asian center He Xingjin? He just signed with the Trailblazers today. What do you think he can achieve in the future? Hearing this question, Lu Meng rolled his eyes and replied, I think he will become the best center in the universe. What? Yao Ming. Yao can only be the best center in the NBA at most. Lu Meng was just joking, but unexpectedly his words were reported back to Banghua Media, becoming the strongest evidence of support for He Shengzhen's future prospects. Moreover, Lu Meng's popularity in Banghua surged because of this remark. It wasn't until a month later, when he heard from Boros that a four-star mobile phone brand wanted him as a spokesperson, that he learned of this matter. After briefly answering the questions, Lu Meng returned to the locker room, where Tai excitedly said, "Hey brother, where have you been? Go wash up quickly, let's go have a couple of games." Hearing Tai's words, Lu Meng was pleasantly surprised. "But it's not a holiday or anything, why are we going to play Tai replied as if it were obvious. "Oh, I just want to show that kid from the Hornets a thing or two. It's been a long time since I've met someone who understands the game this well." "Are you talking about JR? Seeing Tai nod, Lu Meng was speechless. "Good heavens, I wanted you to provoke him, and instead you ended up making..." However, thinking about how he hadn't practiced in a few days, he couldn't be bothered to lecture Tai and hurriedly entered the shower room. Upon arriving at the parking lot, JR was indeed waiting for them. Seeing Lu Meng arrive, JR was even more enthusiastic. "Oh Lu, I didn't expect you to come as well. You don't know how much I admire you. In my eyes, you're the most likely to succeed among our generation." Well, everyone likes to hear flattering words, and Lu Meng was no exception. "Aha, you're not bad either. You'll definitely win a championship in the future." As they joked and laughed, the three of them arrived at the Dream Paris nightclub. Tai waved his hand grandly to show off. "Bring me 6, my brother wants to play 10. After saying this, he turned to the inexperienced JR and asked, "Little brother, how many do you want to play?" Hearing Tai's words, JR wanted to try and say 4, but was afraid of losing face. "Well, I can't compare to you, Tai. He'll just play 2. Without mentioning Lu Meng breaking through the tight defense with the ball in both hands on the other side. With Lu Meng's consecutive performances, teams across the league began to take notice. Since Lu Meng played his second game, he has firmly occupied the top spot in the rebounding rankings. Although he has only played 7 games so far, which is significantly less than Garnett's 23 games in second place, 7 games is not just a sudden explosion, it already indicates something. Moreover, how much is Garnett worth and how much is Lu Meng worth? A rebounding king making 3.7000, what's the difference from getting it for free? Not to mention that Lu Meng is Chinese, as his performance improved, Chinese media and enterprises have also begun to pay attention to him. In the San Antonio Spurs head coach's office, Popovich swirled the red wine in his glass and looked at the general manager Buford sitting across from him. A perfect championship puzzle. "Oh, I never expected there to be a second Dennis in this world." Hearing Popovich's words, Buford shrugged. As a longtime partner, he naturally knew Popovich was talking about Greg. "I have to remind you that Dennis has never joined the Spurs." Hearing Buford's words, Popovich smiled. "No, Tim is not David." Popovich's words were clear. While David Robinson could not handle Rodman, it did not mean Duncan could not manage Lu Meng. If Lu joins the Spurs, Tim would need to take care of the rim protection and offense, while letting Lu sweep the boards and score from both inside and out. Although Lu Meng's defensive abilities are still immature, we have Bowen on the perimeter and Tim down low. Once Bowen retires, Liu's defense will be developed. Most importantly, Lu is so cheap. At this point, he looked at Buford with a face full of resentment. "Buddy, this is all your fault. How could you let such a good player go undrafted?" Hearing Popovich's words, Buford felt incredibly wronged. Initially, Lu Meng only submitted a registration form and didn't participate in any tryouts, which team would dare to select him. Seeing Buford's troubled expression, Popovich stopped discussing the matter and pointed to the player list. "All right, let's not talk about the past. In a bit, give Larry a call and ask if a first-round pick is possible. If he isn't willing, then offer him a second-round pick." Hearing Popovich's words, Buford was shocked. Greg Liu's contract only has half a year left, and I've heard that his agent informed the Pacers that they're waiting until the season ends to renew. Upon hearing Buford's words, Popovich was speechless. If Liu's agent dares to say that, it means Lu is confident in performing even better. If that's the case, then we need to trade for him as soon as possible. You don't understand the mentality of the Chinese. They tend to be very loyal. Otherwise, if he performs even better, will we still be able to sign him? Moreover, if we wait until the end of the season and Lu becomes a free agent, will the Spurs have any advantage left? Without mentioning Popovich's desire to acquire Lu Meng, and Cleveland James was watching a video of Lu Meng grabbing rebounds with his little brother Rich Paul. At this moment, Rich Paul was still just James' little brother, not yet an agent. However, he possessed an ambitious spirit and immediately edited a video to show James after learning about Lu Meng. "LeBron, I think you should mention to the Cavaliers management that they should recruit this kid from Hardwood to assist you. Look at him, he doesn't occupy ball possession at all and can guarantee rebounds. More importantly, this kid is Chinese. Do you know? Tracy has gained over 100 million fans in Hardwood recently, because of Yao. Upon hearing Rich Paul's words, Jameis' eyes lit up. He had initially not cared about Lu Meng since he was the chosen one, while Lu Meng was just an undrafted player. Had it not been for Lu Meng's performance against the Pistons, he wouldn't even have had any impression of him. But hearing Rich Paul mention the 100 million fans, James was intrigued. With his financial acumen, how could he not recognize the commercial value represented by such a large number of fans? Rich, you're right. I do need a bodyguard who can assist me whether on the court or in a fight. With that thought, he came up with an idea. The next day at the entrance of the training facility, James spoke directly. Oh, you know, Lou is an incredible guy. He can grab countless rebounds and I admire him greatly. What? What's our relationship? We haven't met yet, but we have a deep connection. I feel like we're already brother. Jameis' words were quickly publicized that morning. Meanwhile, in the Lakers' general manager's office, Kupchak was looking at the TV, which showed the number 8. Kobe, did you see that? LeBron is trying to get on Lou's good side. I think you should say something to the media as well. Hearing this, Kobe rolled his eyes and pointed at the television. You interrupt my training just to make me learn from that guy to recruit other players. Mickey trades are your business, and I don't need anyone to lead the Lakers to rise, whether that person is Shaq or anyone else. After saying that, Kobe turned and left the office. Watching Kobe's retreating figure, Kupchak was left speechless and had no choice but to call Larry Bird. Unbeknownst to him, after finishing his training, Kobe waited for someone to get in the car before pulling out his phone to call Pelinka. Rob, can you find out Liu's phone number from the Pacers? In a villa's reception room, the owner of the Mavericks, Alexander, looked at Dawson and asked, Carol, I heard that many Chinese companies are heading to Indiana lately. Upon hearing this, Dawson quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Yes, boss, Liu from the Pacers is also Chinese, and he has been performing well recently, naturally attracting the attention of many Chinese companies. Hearing Dawson's words, Alexander's expression changed. No, Carol, I won't allow this to happen. We paid a hefty price to acquire Yao. Now we have opened up the Chinese market, and other teams come to reap the rewards. Why should we allow that? Dawson cautiously replied. But boss, the Pacers have Liu. We can't stop him from performing well. Then let's trade for him. Isn't he an undrafted player? I can offer them 1 or 2 players, anyone except Yao and Tracy. Go ahead, Carol, I believe you can handle this. Leaving Alexander's villa, Dawson had a face full of frustration, trading Lu Meng for the Mavericks scraps. Unless Bird got kicked in the head by a donkey. These scraps were originally worthless when they were swapped for McGrady, and the Magic didn't want them. Aside from these few teams, other teams in the league were also reaching out to Bird. After all, a $3.70 rebound king could weaken the Pacers' strength by just sitting by the water cooler. What if Bird's brain got flooded? Meanwhile, in the Pacers' president's office, Bird looked at the offers from various teams and scoffed, muttering to himself, What is this Malice thinking? He wants to trade for my rebound king. Larry Brown must be dreaming. And about the Spurs, even if I'm a fool, I wouldn't directly increase the strength of a championship rival. However, thinking of Lu Meng's unwillingness to renew his contract, Bird's expression turned cold. Forget it, ensuring a championship run is the most important thing. If we really win this season, I can persuade Reggie to retire and free up salary space for Lu. Thinking this, Bird directly replied to all teams that the Pacers would not be trading this season. Receiving his response, the teams sighed in disappointment and began preparing for the offseason to compete for Lu Meng. On the other hand, that night, as Lu Meng was getting ready for bed, he looked at the unfamiliar phone call on his phone with excitement. Wow, is this a door-to-door service from America? Hello, is this Lu? I am Kobe. However, when Lu Meng answered, the voice on the other end made him furious. Kobe. If you are Kobe, then I'm Qin Shi Huang. Get lost, I'm not buying insurance. On the other end, Kobe stared at the phone that was hung up, looking bewildered. Did I dial the wrong number? Saying this, he called Pelinka again. Rob, the phone number you gave me is wrong. When I called, the person said they weren't Lu, but someone named Qin Shi Huang. Upon hearing this, Pelinka was also taken aback, realizing it was a mistake by Boris. Oh, that might have been Liu's agent who sent the wrong number. I'll ask him again. Just as Kobe hung up the phone, he saw Vanessa push open the bathroom door, wearing a sexy nightgown. Kobe, didn't you say you were training? Why are you secretly making phone calls in the bathroom? Haven't those bitches made you? Hearing Vanessa's words, Kobe quickly explained. No, honey, you misunderstand me. I was calling Pelinka. At that moment, Kobe's phone rang again. It turned out Lu Meng had hung up the phone cursing, and Boris overheard it. He heard Lu Meng say that someone was pretending to be Kobe to scam him, and he was momentarily stunned. When he finally reacted, he said with a dark expression, Lu, do you think that could really be Kobe? After all this afternoon, Kobe's agent just called me to get your phone number. Hearing what Boris said, Lu Meng realized he had made a mistake. Thinking of the matter he wanted to ask Kobe about, he hurriedly called back. On Kobe's side, seeing Lu Meng's return call, it suddenly seemed like he understood something and explained to Vanessa. See, I was just calling him earlier, Lu from the Pacers. But he probably thought I was a scammer, so I called Rob to let him know him. Hearing this, Vanessa remained skeptical. Seeing that Vanessa still didn't believe him, Kobe answered the phone in front of her and put it on speaker. Haha, Lou, did you just think I was a scammer? Of course I'm sorry, Kobe. I just couldn't believe you would call me. Hearing Lu Meng's slightly excited words on the phone, Kobe shrugged at his wife. The meaning was clear. On one hand, it was to show her that he wasn't lying, and on the other hand, it was to flaunt his status in the league. By the way, Kobe, there's something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Coincidentally, can I ask you something without being too forward? Hearing this, Kobe smugly whispered to Vanessa. He definitely wants to learn skills from me. After saying that, he enthusiastically spoke into the phone. Well, Lou, we are friends. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will teach you everything I know. Kobe didn't know that because of his words he would end up sleeping in the training facility for the next week. So, I just want to ask, besides that waitress from Eagle County, which other female celebrities have you discussed the Nightlight script with? If you're not going to say anything, then don't. Why smash the phone? You're grown up now, yet still so immature. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Lu Meng mumbled with a gloomy expression. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Boros, who was nearby, asked in confusion, Lu, did you just hear a woman's voice? It sounded like she told Kobe not to think about getting lucky recently. Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng's eyes lit up. Are you saying that Kobe, that old guy, is indeed cheating, and I just happened to guess it right, which made him so furious that he smashed his phone? Lu Meng's words almost made Boros knock his head against a wall. Wait, Lu, have you ever considered that Kobe might just be at home? What? He even brings someone home? That's too extravagant. No way, the next time I see him, I need to have a serious talk with him. A man can do whatever he wants outside, but how can he bring someone home? I think he's forgotten why he bought that big diamond ring for Vanessa last time. Watching Lu Meng shaking his head and walking away, Boros carefully recalled the voice from the phone earlier. It should be Vanessa. Could it really be, as Lu guessed, that it's another woman? On December 29th, Lu Meng followed the team to Charlotte to play against the Bobcats. The media paid great attention to this game, because currently Okafor, who ranks first on the Rookie of the Year list, plays for the Bobcats. Meanwhile, Lu Meng's explosive performance recently has brought him to 4th place on the Rookie of the Year ranking, only behind Emeka Okafor, Dwight Howard, and Ben Gordon. Thus, this direct confrontation has attracted a lot of attention. Before the game, Okafor even specifically came over to greet Lu Meng. Lu, it's great to see you. I really didn't expect there would be such a strong player like you in our class. Not one to turn down a friendly gesture. Seeing the shiny bald head of Okafor greeting him, Lu Meng smiled. Haha, Emeka, you have no idea what surprises are in store. When I snatch the Rookie of the Year from you, don't cry then. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Okafor's eyes narrowed, then he responded. Come and try to snatch it. Otherwise, just a high school kid. I really think it's not that interesting. After Okafor left, Artest suddenly stuck his head in. Damn bro, did that rookie just mock you for being a high schooler? Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng, is he talking about me? I didn't even graduate from middle school, okay? With the referee's whistle, the game official. On the Bobcats side, Emeka Okafor and Melvin Ely guard the paint, while Gerald Wallace, Keith Bogans, and Jason Hart are on the perimeter. For the Pacers, it's still Little O at center, Lu Meng at power forward, Artest at small forward, and Kingsley. Ever since Artest declared himself a shooting guard, it seems his all-star votes have been somewhat controlled, always falling short of the starting position. Little O was the first to grab the ball, and Kingsley brought it to the front court. Once Little O was in position, he tossed the ball over. After all, as the team leader, the first shot usually goes to Little O. Swish. Facing Melvin Ely, a minor character, Little O played effortlessly, backing up and crashing through the opponent to score. Seeing this, Okafor frowned. Melvin, let's switch positions on defense. He'll take Jermaine. Hearing Okafor's words, Melvin Ely had no objections. After all, he was a minor character. It was only because the Bobcats lacked personnel that he was given a starting opportunity. Having him defend against a star like Little O, not to mention the coach, but even he himself felt uncertain. During the transition from offense to defense, Little O clearly heard Okafor's previous words, but chose not to defend him actively. Instead, he sneered. Lu, this is your rookie showdown. You wouldn't be unable to guard against your opponent, right? For Lu Meng, Little O actually had no strong feelings. After all, Lu Meng didn't occupy ball possession and focused solely on the dirty work of rebounding, plus his identity as a Chinese player brought him quite a bit of attention. But one thing is certain, Lu Meng was very close to Artest, who was a competitor for the top spot, and Lu Meng showed no signs of being a rookie in his usual demeanor. Of course, even though Emeka is the leader of the Bobcats, I am also Artest's big brother, right? After Lu Meng finished speaking, he didn't care whether Little O understood the meaning of his words. He directly pressed against Okafor, preventing him from moving towards the basket. This season, although the league has canceled the hand-check defense, it mainly targets the perimeter. For interior players like Lu Meng and Okafor, the referees still turn a blind eye. Although Okafor was stronger than Lu Meng, his strength was limited. After taking a step inside, he turned his back to the basket and then took a mid-range shot. Clang. Mine. Seeing Okafor shoot, Lu Meng immediately shouted and leaped to grab the rebound. Although Okafor sensed the shot was short by the time he tried to grab the rebound, Lu Meng had already secured the ball in his arms. During the transition from defense to offense, Lu Meng saw little O being covered by Okafor and showed no intention of helping him, just waiting for him to miss the shot. Clang. As expected, just as he had anticipated, little O struck the iron under Okafor's defense. Boom. The moment little O took the shot, Lu Meng dashed past Melvin Ely towards the basket, and just as the rebound bounced, he executed a flying putback dunk. Bro, that was a beautiful dunk. Hearing Artest's words, little O's already troubled expression became even worse. However, being at his peak, little O adapted to Okafor's defense and began scoring consecutively. On the contrary, Okafor, anxious to score back, struggled with his offensive ability and kept missing shots. By the second half of the third quarter, the Pacers had already taken a 13-point lead at 6,653. Considering there was a game tomorrow, Carlisle waved his hand, letting Lu Meng take 4 substitutes to play. After all, Lu Meng has good stamina. If he doesn't spend some time on the court, he might end up going to a nightclub to play tonight. Brothers, shoot boldly, I've got the boards. After so many games, the Pacers substitutes knew Lu Meng wasn't just being polite, and they all transformed into reckless shooters, taking every opportunity to shoot. After all, garbage time is limited. Playing a couple more rounds can help score more points, which is good for signing a clang. Mine. Again. Swish. One must admit the saying that whoever gets the rebounds rules the world holds a certain truth. Ever since Lu Meng showcased his top-notch rebounding ability, the entire team's shooting percentage has improved significantly. Watching Lu Meng's exaggerated rebounding posture, Okafor finally understood how Lu Meng became the top rebounder. It turns out it's not because he played fewer games, but because this guy is really good at rebounding. Until the fourth quarter, the Pacers never let the Bobcats close the score, and Carlisle allowed the substitutes to play until the end. In the end, the score was 9,477, with the Pacers winning by 17 points. Lu Meng finished the game with 12 points, 22 rebounds, and 2 assists on 5 of 11 shooting, and 2 of 4 from the free throw line. In contrast, Okafor shot 6 of 17, and added 2 of 4 from the free throw line, finishing with 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. Okafor's performance drew significant media attention after the team's loss. Not only did they lose the game, but the Rookie of the Year also lost to an undrafted player. The best rookie of the 2004 class turned out to be an undrafted player. The management of all teams except the Pacers should resign for allowing the Rookie of the Year to go undrafted. Lu Meng paid no attention to the media's flattery or speculation about whether he would become the best newcomer. He was focused on the back-to-back away game against the Nets the next day, and that evening the Pacers flew to New Jersey. This match also marked Carter's debut at the Nets' home court, and the Pacers would be the true test of what the new lineup could achieve. At 7 o'clock in the evening, before the Pacers and Nets game began, Kidd and Carter approached Xiao for a chat. Jermaine, your Pacers are really lucky, last season's top record, and you still managed to snag the best newcomer. Hearing Kidd's words, Carter also expressed his feelings. Isn't that right? I think that kid from Hawaii on your team has much more potential than that Bosch the Raptors are developing. Upon hearing their conversation, Xiao forced a smile. Haha, who do you think our team president is? It's Larry. Seeing the three of them chatting, Lu Meng suddenly had an idea and walked over with Artest. Hi Vince, I'm your fan. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Carter immediately wore a look at how impressive I am expression. Haha, Lu, we're all friends. Stop with the fan stuff. Are you asking me for advice on dunking? No problem, just ask away. Hearing Carter's response, Lu Meng happily asked, it's not about dunking you, I want to know, after all these years you must have many female celebrity fans. Honestly, which one have you been with? Hearing Lu Meng's question, Artest burst out laughing. Dude, I'm not sure about Vince, but everyone knows about Jason and the 3JS snatching up Tony. Jason, tell me more about that. Lu Meng was taken aback by Artest's comment. Originally, he wanted to ask Carter to see if he could copy Carter's vertical leap or dunking skills in the future. Little did he know Artest was bringing up Kidd. After sizing Kidd up, Lu Meng suddenly thought it might be a good idea. Kidd's passing was indeed one of the best in the league. Watching Artest and Lu Meng talk about his past embarrassing moments right in front of him, Kidd felt uncomfortable. Vince, it seems the Pacers are not welcoming us. How about we go back and warm up? Let's show them what we've got in the game. As Kidd walked away, Lu Meng secretly remembered the name Tony Braxton and muttered to himself, she may be a bit older, but an old Bentley is still a Bentley. Besides, it's just for the sake of obtaining her abilities, so it's like getting a shot. Because Lu Meng spoke in Mandarin, Artest looked puzzled and asked, dude, what are you talking about? Lu Meng replied, oh, nothing. I remember Jason's all-star ballot was right behind you. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest's expression changed, and he patted his chest saying, don't worry bro, they'll lock him down in this game. As the game began, the Nets featured Kid Carter Jefferson along with the tall inside duo of Jason Collins and Nenad Kristic. On the other hand, the Pacers continued with their small lineup, with Shaquille as the center. The Nets grabbed possession and attacked first. When Kid brought the ball to the front court, he found Artest standing in front of him, looking confused. Artest guarding him. Kid glanced at Tinsley, who was awkwardly standing next to Carter, and he couldn't help but, "Ron, do you think you've overestimated my scoring ability?" Hearing this, Artest replied seriously, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, come at me. I won't let you score double digits today." Kid felt speechless upon hearing this. Whether or not he scored double digits had nothing to do with Artest's defense. He could still miss even if Tinsley guarded him. Thinking this, he decided not to waste time with Artest and passed the ball directly to Carter. Carter received the ball, faced Tinsley, and smiled as he waved for the Nets to clear out. He was ready to take on his opponent unknown. Seeing the situation on the court, Carlisle on the Pacers bench was exasperated and yelled at the court, "Ron, get back to your position. You need to guard Vince." Unfortunately, he hadn't finished speaking when Carter shoved Tinsley aside, took 2 steps into the paint, and executed a magnificent dunk. Boom. "Good job, Vince. That was a beautiful dunk. Nice play, keep it up." Hearing the cheers from the home crowd, Carter became even more excited. "Ron, what are you doing? Why did you pass your man to Jamal?" Hearing Shaquille's words, Artest immediately felt disgruntled. "None of your business. If you're so capable, why didn't you help guard Carter?" As the two began to argue, Jamal Tinsley chimed in. "Hey Jermaine, listen to this. He actually dares to disregard your orders. He clearly has no respect for you." "Bullshit, you shut up." Hearing Tinsley's provocative words, Wu Sheng Jackson quickly scolded him, and then turned to Lu Mang, saying, "Lu, Jamal really can't guard Vince." Hearing this, Lu Mang shot a cold glance at Tinsley before speaking to Artest. "Ty, I remember if Carter is the top forward in the East, if you can guard him, doesn't it prove?" Hearing Lu Mang's words, Artest's eyes lit up. After sizing up Shaquille, he excitedly replied, "No problem. What Carter? He'll make sure he can't take off today." Indeed, in the All-Star voting, Carter was the top forward in the East, and Shaquille was second. LeBron was the top guard, the first in the East for guards. As the offense and defense switched, seeing Artest in a new position, Carter provocatively said, "Hey Ron, why did you switch positions? Are you really just listening to Jermaine?" Hearing Carter's words, Artest's expression changed as he growled, "Bullshit. My brother told me to guard you." Seeing Artest's gaze turn to Lu Mang, Carter looked shocked. "Your brother, Lu." At that moment, Lu Mang spoke up. "Vince, no wonder Bowen is always after you. With a mouth like yours, you deserve—" "No, Lu, if you hadn't mentioned that loser, we would still be friends." Just then, Shaquille missed a shot, and Lu Mang turned, dodging Kristic, and grabbed the rebound ahead of time. Smack! Just as Lu Mang prepared to throw the ball out, a pair of hands suddenly swiped down, knocking the basketball from his grasp. "Damn, you sneak attacked me, you little trash. You can't handle it." Realizing it was Kid who stole the ball, Lu Mang didn't bother trying to get it back, and turned to run back to the backcourt. Fortunately, Wu Sheng reacted quickly. Hearing Lu Mang shout, he immediately blocked Kid's passing lane, giving the Pacers time to retreat on defense. Seeing that he missed the opportunity to sneak attack, Kid slowed down the pace and called Collins to come out for a screen. Utilizing the pick, Kid manipulated the Pacers' defense and then passed the ball to Jefferson, who had found an open spot. Jefferson received the ball and shot directly, and swish, the basketball went through the net. Seeing their team take a 40 lead, the home crowd erupted in cheers. "Go Nets!" Defense, New Jersey. The Pacers launched an attack as Tinsley brought the ball to the front court and passed it to Shaquille once more. Compared to the Nets outside shooting, their inside strength was relatively weak. Watching Collins get bypassed by Shaquille, Kostic, who was following Lu Mang, quickly moved in to provide support. If it were Artest, he would definitely pass to Lu Mang, but Shaquille, even if he misses, would never pass to Lu Mang. With a clang. Indeed, as Shaquille made a reluctant shot, the basketball hit the rim. Mine. However, just as the basketball bounced away, Lu Mang descended from above, executing a two-handed dunk, slamming the ball back into the hoop. "Jermaine, shoot like that, there's the board." Watching Lu Mang not only score 2 points, but also grab an extra rebound, Shaquille looked constipated. "Can't you guys defend? Don't you know someone is being left open?" Hearing Shaquille suddenly berate him, Kostic replied with a blank expression, "Nonsense, if I don't cover you, you will score." At that moment, Kid, who was passing by, agreed, saying, "Yes, Nenad, defend like this. That Chinese kid can't score, but Jermaine is different. We can't let him find his rhythm." Upon hearing Kid's words, Kostic looked at Shaquille with a proud expression, as if to say, "Look, even our leader says I'm right to do this." In the following match, under the defense of the two centers from the Nets, Shaquille's shooting percentage plummeted, allowing Lu Mang to grab several offensive rebounds and successfully score. "Jermaine, if you can't score, pass it out. Look at your clanging shots. If it weren't for my big brother, we would be behind." Hearing Artest say this, Shaquille was furious and about to retort, but unexpectedly Lu Mang spoke for him. "Ty, what nonsense are you talking? Jermaine is our team's star. while Jermaine shoot boldly take the shot. It's alright, I've got the board. Seeing Lu Meng's eager expression, Xiao Ao felt that he was waiting for him to set him up for rebounds. On the Nets bench, head coach Lawrence Frank saw that the Twin Towers inside couldn't contain Xiao Ao, so during the official timeout in the first quarter, he substituted Kostic for Rodney Buford. Replacing an inside player with a guard, the Nets' strategy was clear to speed up. However, this move meant they could no longer effectively defend against Xiao Ao. Sure enough, in the final minutes of the first quarter, Xiao Ao hit 3 out of 4 shots. 2-5-1-7. As the second quarter began, both teams' substitutes played with Lu Meng and Old Miller leading the Pacers, while Carter took 4 backup players from the Nets. Without Artest and Wu Sheng, the Pacers' bench completely failed to contain Carter, while on the other hand, Old Miller seemed to lack his shooting touch, missing 3 consecutive shots. If it weren't for Lu Meng's excellent rebounding, the score would have been caught up by the Nets. The gap, which had been narrowed to just 3 points, was slowly widened again by the Pacers. At that moment, Kidd missed his shot, and everyone thought the rebound would belong to Lu Meng. However, Lu Meng misjudged, and the ball bounced directly outside the 3-point line. Seeing the uncontested rebound, especially with no defenders in front of him, Carter took 3 steps and surged towards the basket. The other Pacers players were caught off guard, and only the small AO beneath the basket leapt with all his might, trying to block Carter. Unfortunately, he underestimated Carter's explosive power. After the two collided in midair, Xiao Ao was pushed back a step, while Carter hung in the air for a moment before slamming down a one-armed dunk. Boom. Wow. Carter's explosive dunk ignited the passion of the fans in attendance. Upon witnessing this dunk, Lu Meng immediately thought of Carter's dunk on morning. The posture, the motion, and the extension were not just very similar, they were identical. Puff. Just as Xiao Ao was seething with anger, Artest suddenly burst out laughing. No, Jermaine, Artest just thought of something funny. You know, he has a few screws loose. Lu Meng hurriedly stepped between Xiao Ao and Artest to explain. Yeah, Jermaine, Ron just remembered something amusing. So don't be angry, we'll get the next one back. As Wu Sheng spoke, he and Lu Meng pulled Artest towards the front court. Haha, bro, Steven, that was hilarious. That guy actually got dunked on by Carter. Just watch, he's definitely making the top 5 plays today. Ha ha ha. He still wants to be the boss. Isn't that embarrassing for our team? Hearing Artest's words, Wu Sheng glanced at the still fuming Xiao Ao, quickly covering his mouth and speaking to Lu Meng. Lu, you better say something to Artest, or Jermaine is definitely going to fight him. Upon hearing Wu Sheng, Lu Meng shot a fierce glare at Artest. Ty, if you're going to laugh, at least find a good excuse. Who laughs like that right in front of someone? It's so awkward. Hearing Lu Meng, Artest paused for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Seeing Artest give an okay gesture, Wu Sheng finally let go of him. The Pacers attacked, and after receiving the ball, Xiao Ao went wild, disregarding any technique, just charging in with sheer force. Bang! 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 Boom! With 3 consecutive crashes against Collins, Xiao Ao finished the fight with a 2-handed slam. Ha ha ha. Bro, do you remember the last time we pointed out those 2 balls? The round ones, huh? That cracked me up. Just as Xiao Ao had vented a bit, Artest's laughter suddenly reached his ears. After hearing Artest's excuse for laughing, Xiao Ao's face darkened even more. Damn it, can you be any more fake? Ron, you're laughing just because those 2 balls were too round. Upon hearing this from Xiao Ao, Artest shot back with a look that said he wasn't laughing at him. It's none of your business. My brother and I just like the 2 round balls. What's wrong with that? The funniest thing is those 2 balls. Watching the back and forth between Xiao Ao and Artest, Kid's eyes flashed with wisdom. In the following play, Xiao Ao was extremely aggressive, opting only to dunk and not shoot. In his berserk state, the Pacers once again widened the gap against the Nets. 9-6-8-3. In the end, the Pacers defeated the Nets by 13 points on the road. Xiao Ao played for 39 minutes, shooting 13 of 25, including 1 of 1 from 3-point range and 4 of 6 from the free throw line, scoring a game-high 31 points and grabbing 7 rebounds. Lu Meng shot 6 of 9, plus 4 of 8 from the free throw line, totaling 16 points and 16 rebounds. For the Nets, Carter scored 25 points and grabbed 8 rebounds, while Kidd had an unusual double-double with 4 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. With this game completed, the Pacers' 2004 journey came to an end. The next game would be on January 4, 2005, back at home against the Bucks. Due to their excellent record, Carlisle gave the players 3 days off upon returning to Indiana, asking them to regroup for practice on January 3rd. Lou, is your relationship with Jermaine not good? On the way home from the airport, Boras suddenly asked while driving. Well, not really. It's just that he and Artest don't get along, and Artest calls me big brother, so you know. Hearing Lu Meng, Boras spoke earnestly. Well, Lou, it's best if teammates can become friends. If you can't be friends, at least try not to become enemies. Today, after Jermaine got dunked on, even if you didn't stand up for him, you shouldn't have been with Ron. Wait, what do you mean by standing up? Damn. Hearing Boras, Lu Meng immediately regretted it. He should have seized the opportunity to take down Carter when Xiao Ao got dunked on. Now not only had he made an enemy of Xiao Ao, but he had also wasted a perfect chance to KO. Lu, I know you regret it, but what's done is done. Learn from it, and be more careful next time, Baluosi said, comfort evident on his face as he watched Lu Meng's rueful expression. What Baluosi did not realize was that Lu Meng's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. When will the Buxings play the Lan Wang again? Could he trick Kate into another dunk on Xiao Ao? Then in a flash as sudden as a thief stealing a bell, while covering his ears he imagined himself knocking Kate out cold. Wait, not just a poster dunk. If a teammate could be tripped, elbowed, anything to provoke an incident, that would do as well. What do you have our team's schedule? Baluosi, puzzled by Lu Meng's tone, nonetheless reached over and pulled a notebook from the glove compartment. It's at the back, Lu. Lu Meng flipped open the schedule, and a sharp light crossed his eyes. Following his gaze, Baluosi read, plainly printed January 6th, Buxings at Xionglu. A strange chuckle erupted from the passenger seat. Startled, Baluosi snapped, Lu, what are you doing? Are you trying to get the two of us killed in one car? At the reprimand, Lu Meng hurriedly stifled his laughter. I'm not laughing, I swear. Luabwa, I didn't realize you even had an original dream. Only then did Baluosi understand Lu Meng had seen the note written on the first page of his notebook. Oh Lu, everyone has a dream. To borrow a line from your countryman Zhou, without dreams, what difference is there between a person and a salted fish? Meanwhile, in Leiji Miller's car, Kalayer sat prominently in the passenger seat. Leiji, today's events are troublesome. You must wield the authority of a veteran in the locker room. If we hope to win the championship, missing Jimian or lacking the contributions of Luoan and Lu Meng makes success impossible. Miller understood the coach's meaning. While driving, he nodded. Don't worry, coach. I know what to do. They'll handle the locker room cohesion. That evening, every member of the Buxings received a message from Miller inviting the entire team to dinner. The following day, Miller treated everyone to a meal, and later they played pickup together into the night. By then, the team's internal tensions had finally eased. In the blink of an eye, it was January 4th. The Buxings prepared to host the Xionglu at home. At 7:30 p.m., the game commenced. For the Xionglu Makerlide, Xiao Momo, Desameng Mason, Xiao Shimitzi, and Danjai Azuliki took the floor. As for the Buxings, once Lu Meng mentioned the starting lineup, it remained unchanged. From the opening tip, Xiao Ao asserted himself fiercely in the paint. There were two reasons. First, the Xiangless interior was weak. Second, although the team dinner had dampened internal strife, the televised highlights of the 5 best plays had stoked Xiao Ao's temper, urging him to vent on the court. After only 3 minutes, Xiao Ao had already driven Danjai Azuliki, the Xiangless center, off the floor. When Lu Meng saw the substitute center who came in for the Xionglu, he froze in astonishment. This is the worthless thug from his youth. Thought bubbling, Lu Meng walked up to the new arrival, wearing number 27, and called out, Zaza Pachalia. Hearing his name, Zaza Pachalia turned and found Lu Meng standing there. Lu, you know me? Zaza asked in surprise. Lu Meng inwardly exclaimed, oh, I know you all too well. A man whose single kick once altered the balance of the NBA, a frequent figure on the league's list of dirty players. What Lu Meng did not know was that this man hailed from the 2003 Platinum generation, drafted by Orlando, and traded to the Xionglu the following year. Of course I know you. Not only do I know you, I keep an eye on you constantly, Lu Meng said, thinking to himself that another KO candidate had just been added to his list, and he must track him closely. Yet as the game continued, it became clear that Zaza's antics were limited to petty shoves and tugs rather than anything truly malicious. Is that all you've got? With moves like that, what use are you to your coach? Near the end of the second quarter, Lu Meng grabbed a rebound over Zaza and tossed the ball out, asking with a look of exasperation on his face. Misunderstanding Lu Meng's words for a call-out of his dirty play, Zaza Pachalia hastened to apologize. Lu, it's not like that. Honestly, you guys are just too good. Without any fouling, there's no way to stop Jimian. Lu Meng felt like crying. Stop claiming you can stop Xiao Ao. Where does such confidence come from? Xiao Ao was already flirting with 30 points. Zaza, meanwhile, was inwardly worried. Does Lu intend to rough me up? If only I hadn't used those little maneuvers. After all, they barely worked. I should have kept my head down. Indeed, Lu Meng still hoped Zaza would escalate. If a fight broke out, he could KO his opponent. But the rookie in his second year, Zaza limited himself to small moves. He dared not risk anything bigger, especially against the Buxings. Lu Meng, the man who once elbowed De Ben into the hospital, now found himself in a curious position. In the second half, whenever Zaza Pachalia came on, Lu Meng eagerly fed Xiao Ao the ball. Seeing Lu Meng set him up so willingly, Xiao Ao was thrilled. Leiji had been right. Lu was easy to get along with. Xiao Ao realized he had mistakenly assumed Lu belonged with a tie. He'll have to invite Lu to play more often when I get the chance, Xiao Ao thought. Despite Xiao Ao's consecutive scoring bursts, Zaza Pachalia still dared not use any big fouls. He could feel Lu Meng's gaze on him. Could Lu be searching for my small fouls to find an excuse to assault me? If so, I must not give him the slightest opening. In the face of the Xiongla's feeble defense, Xiao Ao poured in baskets until he had amassed 55 points before exiting the game. Zaza, I'm not saying it to put you down, but if your athleticism is lacking, you must use your head. Haven't you heard this defensive maxim? Lu Meng asked, prompting Zaza Pachalia's puzzled reply. What maxim? No matter how high you jump, there will always be a moment you come down. The words struck Zaza like thunder. In that instant, he seemed to find some newly lucid truth to his existence. With the referee's whistle, the game concluded. 99-126. The Buxings had routed the Xionglu on their home court. Xiao Ao poured in a game-high 55 points, while Lu Meng finished with 10 points and 17 rebounds. Jimian, may I ask, there was still time left. Why did you stop scoring and request to come out? Oh, you know, on this court Leiji once scored 57. I am his junior brother, so naturally, I can only manage 55, Xiao Ao replied with a wry smile. He then pointed to Lu Meng. Don't just interview me. Lu helped me get so many points. Beyond my hot hand, I relied on his passes and his sure rebounding. Xiao Ao had truly come around. He meant to praise Lu Meng lavishly, hoping to lure him away from a tie. While reporters swarmed Xiao Ao and the Buxings players across the way, Zaza Pachalia watched the celebrated Xiao Ao basking in the limelight and felt a strange look welling in his eyes. That night, Xiao Ao took the opportunity of his own record-breaking career and invited the whole team to a nightclub. Lu, I know your abilities, so there's no need to be polite with me. Is it 10 shots? Hearing Xiao Ao's words, Lu Meng looked at the excited Xiao Ao, and considering his good mood today, pretended to be embarrassed, and said, well, Jermaine, I want to challenge my limits. How about 20 shots? Wow. Awesome, Lu, you are the best. Big brother, you really are my big brother. Seeing the crowd cheering, Xiao Ao didn't want to spoil the fun and waved his hand to let the boss bring the balls over. That evening, while Lu Meng was challenging his limits, he was unaware that photos of him scoring 10 shots on each side had already made the headlines of local media. Pacers celebrate at the nightclub. Lu Meng scores 10 against 1. Rebounding king, excelling both on the court and off, embracing both sides, and overwhelmed. The next day, as Lu Meng headed to the team training, news of his drunken escapades reached across the ocean to a little man getting carried away, just a bit of success, and now indulging like this. Why bring him into the national team? What for? To tarnish the country's image? The leaders finally found an excuse to attack Lu Meng. After contacting Boros last time, the latter even dared to say he wouldn't pay the training fee. He even said that he could participate in the national team, but the training fee would never be paid. It was simply lawless and extremely arrogant. However, due to Lu Meng's continuous outstanding performances and firmly holding the title of NBA rebounding king, the leaders couldn't find an excuse to attack him. Now, with photos as evidence, as a Huagua citizen, how dare he party in a nightclub? This is a grave offense against the nation's image. Not to mention the excitement of the leaders, the general public in Huagua mostly felt pride and sarcasm. Who would have thought Lu Meng has avenged the burning of the Yuanminjuan? Isn't it 20 shots? Lu Meng is truly a man. Similar to the people of Huagua, the citizens of the United States were mostly envious of Lu Meng's abilities. Oh, Lu is just amazing. He can handle so much. Yes, I also want to go crazy with Lu. Not only ordinary citizens, but also some flashy individuals who wanted to gain attention expressed that Lu Meng was their dream lover. Putting aside these distractions, on January 6th, Lu Meng arrived in San Antonio with his team. The league placed great importance on this strong matchup between the East and West, arranging for a nationwide live broadcast. Charles, did you see the news from yesterday? What are your thoughts on it? In the broadcast booth, Kenny Smith, noticing the game hadn't started, yet deliberately initiated a conversation. Oh, you mean the thing about Lu scoring 20 shots? I believe every man envies that, including me. However, if we're talking about frustration, I think Jermaine must be the most frustrated. He was the one who treated everyone, yet Liu's news about scoring overshadowed his 55-point game. Ha ha ha. Hearing Barkley mention Xiao Ao, Kenny Smith also chuckled. Alright, let's get back to serious matters. Charles, as you know, the Pacers have only lost 6 games this season and currently lead the Eastern Conference ahead of the Heat. Similarly, the Spurs, with a record of 26 wins and 7 losses, rank just behind the Suns in the West. So what are your thoughts on the outcome of this game? The Spurs, definitely the Spurs. Hearing Kenny Smith's words, Barkley smiled. Although the Pacers have been on a stronger momentum recently in high-stakes games, the outcome is determined only by the caliber of the team's biggest star. Clearly, against Tim, Jermaine is still somewhat lacking. After hearing Barkley's words, Kenny Smith immediately, oh, that's true. After all, Tim is the greatest power forward in history. Hearing Kenny Smith joke about him again, Barkley shrugged and raised his hands. There's nothing to be done. You know, ever since Tim won a championship on his own in 2003, he's been the undisputed #1 power forward. But Kenny, even though I can't compare to Tim, I can still compete with Malone for the second best power forward. But what about you? Oh, when discussing the greatest in history, who would think of your name? No, Charles, I have 2 championship rings. Ignoring the banter between the two in the broadcast booth, Lu Meng was intently watching number 12 on the other side practicing his shots. Big brother, what are you looking at? Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng was momentarily stunned before suddenly remembering. He had been so focused on watching Bowen's dirty plays that he had forgotten he was matched up against Artest. With Artest's physique and style, even if Bowen had 3 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to play dirty. How do you know why Carter gets so many all-star votes? Artest was not foolish and immediately replied, Big brother, don't say that. I also want to dunk like Vince, especially against Jermaine, but I really can't do it. Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng considered his physical attributes and had to think of another way. Have you seen number 12 on the Spurs? Bruce Bowen, a notorious dirty player. Vince has been on the receiving end of his dirty plays several times. Big brother, if it were me, that old man wouldn't dare to mess with me. I would just elbow Tim if he tried to get in my way. Even if I can't reach Tim, I would still elbow Manu or Tony. Looking at Lu Meng's surprised expression, Artest gestured to indicate the height difference between himself and Duncan and continued. Yes, buddy, I can't reach the stone Buddha, but I can still handle the car and the demon knife. If it weren't for the fear of Pop getting an elbow, it wouldn't be that troublesome to directly uproot the Spurs. Artest misunderstood Lu Meng, thinking Lu was looking at him as if he was bragging, but that wasn't the case. Lu Meng was astonished that Artest's mind could be so clear, and he understood the principle of using martial arts to stop violence, knowing that if playing dirty, he should target the core. Okay, do you think Bowen would dare to play dirty against us? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest flexed his bicep. Big brother, let's not even talk about you. Just look at who we have on the team, me, Steven Jermaine. Even Reggie, despite being thin, was once a force against Kobe. Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng instantly felt hope shatter. Indeed, with the Pacers lineup, which other team, besides the Pistons, would dare to play dirty? Not to mention now that he has joined, even the Pistons wouldn't dare to play dirty. Just as Lu Meng was feeling frustrated, the game officially started. Duncan won the tip-off, and the Spurs attacked first. Tony Parker brought the ball to the front court. Seeing Ginobili coming out, he immediately passed the ball. Still not balled, Ginobili pretended to pass to Duncan, faking out the ghost St. Jackson, then drove into the 3-point line. Hey Manu, hey, raise a suggestion. While you still have hair, why not try a rooster comb hairstyle starting tomorrow? Otherwise, if you lose it one day, you'll regret not acting sooner. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Ginobili was momentarily stunned and looked up at Duncan, who was retracting. Hearing Ginobili's words, Duncan shook his head in disbelief. Pulling. How could that be, Manu? We're good. In response to Duncan's remark, Ginobili turned around indignantly. Hey Lu, don't try to sow discord between me and Tim. Our bond is beyond your understanding. Ginobili didn't notice that as he turned his head, Duncan quickly let the hair on his hand fall. Exactly, Lu, it was I who recommended Manus shampoo. Don't think he's as clueless as Ron. Hearing Duncan's words, Ginobili nodded. Yes, since using the shampoo recommended by Tim, my hair feels much. Watching Ginobili's proud expression, Duncan silently prayed. Manu, don't blame me. Without that brand of shampoo, I can't maintain my grip. Don't worry, once I quit, I definitely won't pull your hair anymore. Looking at Ginobili's satisfied face, Lu Meng was speechless. What a cursed soul that can't be advised he deserves to be a bald vulture. Just then Jamal Tinsley made a breakthrough shot that missed, and Lu Meng positioned himself at the rebound's drop point as he shot. Mine. Lu Meng grabbed the rebound, glanced at the small AO who was covered by Duncan, and directly threw the ball to the approaching Artest. As Artest caught the ball, he immediately started a bull rush. When he pushed Bowen into the paint, he realized they were surrounded by the Spurs. Jermaine. In a critical moment, Artest couldn't care less about his conflict with small AO and passed the ball to him. After receiving the pass, small AO took a jump shot before Duncan could recover, and the basketball went smoothly into the basket. In the following moments, both teams took turns leading. You score one, I score one, you miss a shot, I make a turnover. With just over 3 minutes left in the first quarter, both teams started substituting players. Anthony Johnson replaced Tinsley, Reggie Miller came on for Jackson, and Jeff Foster took small AO off for a breather. On the Spurs side, Robert Horry replaced Rasho Nestorovic, moving Duncan to the center position, while Brent Barry came on for Manu Ginobili. The game continued, and Duncan began to dominate. Foster couldn't stop him at all. Lu Meng, unable to bear it, switched places with Foster. Then, he got called for a foul for hitting Duncan's hand. Watching the dazed expression on the free throw line, Lu Meng wished he could ask Crawford to officiate this game. If that happened, it would mean Duncan would be ejected from the game. Seeing the Spurs gaining momentum, Reggie Miller stepped. He first hit a running three-pointer, then suddenly cut inside for a layup. Seeing old Miller working hard, Lu Meng hurriedly advised him. Reggie, just shoot without worry, we have the boards. With your small frame, don't go into the paint. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Miller agreed on the surface, but internally scoffed. He had played through the 80s and 90s, cutting inside was nothing to worry about. At the end of the first quarter, the Pacers trailed the Spurs by 2 points to a 3-0. In the following match, both teams played extremely cautiously, like grinding tofu, until halfway through the third quarter, when both teams' substitutes returned to the game. The Pacers attacked. Reggie Miller shook off Bowen and cut inside again. Lu Mang passed the ball, giving Miller a good chance for an open layup. Seeing Miller go for the layup, Spurs substitute Malik Rose rushed to defend, while Bruce Bowen moved in from behind to pressure Miller. In that instant, Miller, finishing his layup, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ouch! Seeing Miller fall, Bowen and Rose quickly spread their hands, indicating they had not fouled. Seeing Bowen's actions, Lu Mang's eyes lit up, and he shouted as he charged forward, "Bowen, you son of a gun, how dare you play dirty on Reggie?" Hearing Lu Mang's words, Bowen took off running while trying to explain, "It wasn't me, I didn't touch him." Unfortunately, he couldn't escape Lu Mang's deliberate accusation. Lu Mang delivered a fierce shoulder charge, sending Bowen flying before he crashed heavily to the ground. "What the hell? Hiss. Damn it, you bastard, how dare you play dirty on Reggie?" Seeing Lu Mang's actions, Artest was also misled, thinking Bowen had truly injured Miller, and jumped on Bowen's back. "Damn it, you dirty player," Artest shouted as he threw 2 punches at Bowen's face. Before he lost consciousness, Bowen's only thought was I'm innocent. In fact, Artest was so angry not just because of Miller's incident, but mainly because he had just boasted to Lu Mang before the game that the Spurs wouldn't play dirty. As a result, wasn't this just slapping Artest in the face? Remembering what he had said before the game, Artest jumped up looking around. "Where's Tim? And Tony? And Manu? If I don't take care of them today, I won't call myself Lu Fu." Hearing Artest's words, Duncan and the others who were about to step forward to advise Lu Mang quickly retreated behind Popovich. "Lu, stop, Ron. I wasn't the one who got stepped on by Bruce." Just then Reggie Miller sat up and urgently shouted at Lu Mang. He knew that hitting a small fry like Bowen was nothing compared to dealing with a superstar like Duncan. The consequences would be sky high. If that happened, not only would they miss out on the championship, but they'd end up on the blacklist, and any slight movement in future games would lead to fouls being called against them. Hearing Miller's words, Lu Mang pretended to be shocked and grabbed Artest. "What? Reggie, you said you weren't stepped on by Bowen." In truth, whether or not there was a step, Lu Mang knew. He just said that to shed suspicion of deliberately causing trouble. "Exactly, Reggie, you didn't even pull double duty last night. How could your legs be weak? If there's something, just say it boldly with me, Artest, who could bully you." Hearing Artest's words, Miller was left in a state of utter disbelief. "You idiot, if I really got played dirty, would I need you to step in? Lu, keep an eye on this guy for me. Damn it, now it's all gone to hell, finally getting on track, and now you guys are about to get suspended." As Miller's words fell, the referee gestured to Lu Mang and Artest, signaling them to leave the court quickly. After the two exited, the Spurs team doctor came up to carry the unconscious Bowen off. Without mentioning Bowen being sent to the hospital, Lu Mang returned to the locker room and couldn't wait to ask, "Is the boss here? This should count as a KO, right?" Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to draw once. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Mang smiled. "Damn it, bro, we're both about to get suspended. Why are you still laughing?" Looking at Lu Mang's joyful expression, Artest asked in confusion. After thinking it over, Lu Mang finally found an excuse. "This is the first time I've played so many intense games in a row. It's just right to utilize the suspension to rest well." Hearing Lu Mang's words, Artest was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. "Damn it, bro, why didn't I think of that? You're the one with the idea. By the way, there happens to be a concert coming up. It'll take you along to have some fun." Due to the live broadcast in the United States, the match had not even finished when news of Lu Mang hitting someone hit the headlines. Especially after the replay showed that Miller's fall was not caused by Bowen, the news impact was even greater. "Kill, are you watching the game? Lu from the Pacers just knocked someone down again. Oh, is it still Hwagwa Kung Fu? It's so cool. By the way, who did he take down this time? Bowen, Bruce Bowen. This incident cracked me up. Bowen was wronged, and not only did Lu take him down, but also let Ron hit him twice. If it's Bruce Bowen, then he deserves it. He has escaped punishment for malicious injuries multiple times before, so this time, it's his retribution." Exactly, Keel, I think the same way. Those who mix in this field will eventually pay for it. The American public was quite entertained by news of Bowen being mistakenly hit, but when it turned to Hwagwa, the attitude was completely different. Immoral, tarnishing the nation's image. The nightclub incident from a few days ago hasn't passed yet, and now there's another incident on the court. If he corrupts the national team, who will take responsibility for that? Initially, the leaders who wanted to prevent Lu Mang from joining the national team were overjoyed to hear about the hitting incident and hurried back for a meeting, disregarding their language studies. Hearing the leaders' words, those who had originally proposed Lu Mang joining the national team fell silent. They knew there would be consequences. Without Lu Mang in the Chinese men's basketball team, who would guarantee there would be no fights. Seeing no one dared to speak, the leader snorted coldly in his heart. "You want to join the national team without paying the training fee? Do you think I'm joking? All right, also inform the media. This incident is damaging to the national image. We can't have any statements that are detrimental to unity. However, by the time they notified the print media, discussions online had already exploded. Oh my, watching Lu Meng hit someone. I mean, play basketball is just so exhilarating. It doesn't matter how many points he scores, that just looks tough, right? I don't usually watch basketball, but watching Lu Meng hit, I mean, play is so thrilling. It's so damn exciting. Hey, don't get me wrong, the guy Lu Meng hit this time, Bowen, truly deserves it. Did you see Carter supporting Lu Meng immediately? Where? I didn't see it. Someone upstairs share the link. Hey, what link? You don't need a link to know that Carter was tripped by Bowen 3 times, almost turning the UFO into a PUA. You guys can't say that the Rockets are stupid. Their roster is so weak, yet they still haven't quickly had Yao contact. If Lu Meng joins the rebounds, the Rockets will really take off. Exactly. The Rockets' general manager is really useless. Even if it's for a dog, he should know to trade for Lu Meng, who has a reasonable salary, plays tough, and can grab rebounds. I have to say right now the Rockets are the main team of Huagua. Whenever NBA is mentioned, the conversation inevitably turns to them. However, the fans guessed wrong. It's not that Dawson didn't know to trade Lu Meng. He was almost going crazy, but Bird is not an idiot. How could he accept the Rockets' trash? Forget about the Rockets' trash. Even if the Pistons were willing to offer the 2003 second overall pick to exchange for Lu Meng, an undrafted player with only half a year left on his contract, Bird wouldn't even consider it. Setting aside the outside chaos, the camera returned to the court. The Pacers, having lost Lu Meng and Artest, ultimately succumbed to the Spurs, who united against them. 9-8-1-1-1. Although Little O scored the highest with 32 points, GDP combined for 71. At the post-game press conference this season, Popovich neither defended Bowen nor demanded the league to severely punish Lu Meng. After all, he knew that even without any defense, the league would find out that Lu Meng hit the wrong person. Moreover, with Bowen's history, the more he pretended to be innocent, the more he could provoke backlash from fans. On the other hand, Carlisle was not foolish either and was trying hard to defend Lu Meng. Oh, you know, Lu has always respected Reggie, so when he saw Reggie fall, he got a little carried away. And I believe you all know about Bruce's history. Countless players have fallen at his feet, so. Of course, I'm not trying to defend Lu. Whether it's a suspension or a fine, we will accept it. I just want to express that this incident was an accident. If it were any other player in Bruce's position, Lu would surely have asked for clarification before making a move. Although he didn't say it directly, the implication was clear. Bowen deserved it. Whose fault was it for being notorious for tripping? At this moment in the league commissioner's office, David Stern was lost in thought as he looked at the Pacers' matchup schedule. Originally, he had some regrets about implementing a rule against Lu Meng due to his recent excellent performance, but unexpectedly Lu Meng got into another fight. Although beating up Bowen, a player he had long wanted to eliminate, was satisfying, it was still a fight, and it was the second fight of the season. A heavy penalty was necessary to deter everyone. After weighing the league's image against the development of the Huagua market, Stern ultimately made a decision. Regarding the incident of Lu Meng hitting someone again, the league has decided to impose the following penalties. Lu Meng is suspended for 20 games and fined 3,500. Artest is suspended for 10 games and fined 2,500. If there are further violations, the next penalty will be doubled. In addition to these visible penalties, Stern also called Bird. Hey Larry, take care of your players. If they continue to harm the league's image, you know the consequences. NBA rules state that suspensions over 12 games can be appealed. Originally, Bird thought about appealing to lessen Lu Meng's punishment when he heard the league's decision. But after this phone call, Bird extinguished all thoughts. He knew Stern's methods. He was a smiling tiger, looking friendly but extremely tough in reality. Bullshit back then, we didn't even have any malicious fouls, and now that Mike has retired, you're suddenly eager to change the league's image. Although he was very unconvinced, Bird still called Carlisle to inform him to tell the whole team to be careful during interviews and not to get into trouble. Hearing that he was going to be fined 3,500, Lu Meng was furious. Damn it, I only make 3,700 a year. After deducting half the tax plus no salary during the suspension. Damn, am I supposed to pay to play? Hearing Lu Meng say this, Reggie Miller rolled his eyes, thinking it was his own impulsiveness that got him into this situation. However, as an older brother, he still patted Lu Meng on the shoulder and said, Lu, I will cover this fine for you, but you need to be careful. You can't be so impulsive in the future. Even though you were standing up for me, if it affects our championship run, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Without mentioning the uproar caused by Lu Meng's 20-match suspension in the league, the Pacers flew to Dallas the day after their loss to the Spurs. As for the suspended Lu Meng and Atai, they took a flight to Los Angeles. Big brother, this New Year's concert is going to be lively, and I will introduce some friends to you then. Hearing Atai's words, Lu Meng thought to himself that he didn't understand music at all. He was here to find the beautiful girl. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the girl, but was approached by an older woman. Oh my God, Lu, it's really you. I watched your fight, it was so explosive. Looking around for Atai, who had disappeared, Lu Meng smiled awkwardly. Oh miss, thank you for your compliment. May I ask who you are? Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, the woman's expression darkened. Larsa, Lu, you haven't heard of my name. Hearing Larsa's name, Lu Meng was momentarily stunned, vaguely recalling having heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember. After pondering for a while, without recalling anything, Lu Meng decided not to think too much about it. After all, the new car's lights were bright, and he wasn't looking for a wife. With this thought, he feigned a look of surprise. Oh, you are Larsa. I am truly sorry, I have a bit of face blindness. Hearing Lu Meng's insincere words, Larsa had a speechless expression but didn't expose him. After all, she wasn't single either, she just wanted to test how strong Lu Meng, the legendary man known for thrashing Carmen, really was. Oh, is that so? Then I am truly honored. By the way, did you come alone? Would you like to come to my room for a chat? As she spoke, she dipped her finger in her drink and wrote a room number on the table. Being an adult, Lu Meng understood what she meant and immediately responded. Oh, is this for real? That's wonderful. I can teach you to recite ancient poems. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Larsa no longer hesitated and turned to head back to the room first. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and as soon as she opened the door, Lu Meng squeezed in. Once inside, Lu Meng immediately began teaching her to recite Ode to the Goose. Goose, 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 ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Scottie Pippen's defensive ability. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Meng's expression changed suddenly, and he shouted inwardly, damn it. I wondered why that name sounded so familiar. It turns out she is the ex-wife of Second Master and the daughter-in-law of McCall. Thinking of the scene from my past life where I called you uncle, and you called me brother, Lu Meng smiled speechlessly. However, it seems that Second Master is not divorced yet. This time Lu Meng didn't linger. The girl was nice, but it was unethical. After simply teaching her about 10 times, upon hearing her plead for mercy, Lu Meng bid her farewell and left. I am heading back to Indiana. Remember to train after playing for a couple of days. After calling Lu Meng left Los Angeles directly. Lu, I'm not saying you, but you just played an away game, and look at you, you've been suspended for another 20 matches. Upon returning to Indiana, as soon as Lu Meng entered the house, he was confronted by Boris. Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng felt speechless. Did you think I wanted this? Who told the general's requirements were so perverse? Can you blame me? At that time, Reggie fell down directly and just happened to be next to Bowen, who could not misunderstand. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Boris stopped dwelling on that matter and said earnestly, Lu, you have seen my script, and you must understand my dream. Yes, I used to be a liar, but I am not anymore. I have changed. Likewise, Lu, if you want to become a great star, you cannot leave people with the impression that you only fight. In the past, Barkley was a great player and Malone was also known for his fighting skills. But Lu, after they fought, they would remain silent for a long time and use their performances on the court to diminish the impression of fighting. But look at you, you just finished your suspension and not even 10 games later you're fighting again. Doing this will only make people think you're just a thug and enforcer for the Pacers. Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng was stunned and suddenly remembered Guess' experience from his past life. It was precisely because of the notorious reputation off the court that Stern changed the script, turning him from a lifelong rival of James to someone the league abandoned, becoming an ordinary star. Thinking of this, Lu Meng secretly resolved not to cause trouble again this season. Alright, I understand. I need to hurry back to training. Don't worry, Al, after this suspension I will definitely play well and not cause trouble again. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Boris had no more to say. The next day, Lu Meng arrived at the Pacers training facility to familiarize himself with his newly acquired abilities. 5 days later, the playful Atai also returned to the training center. Damn it, big brother, I'm back to keep you company. When Lu Meng saw Atai, he was overjoyed because he had been training alone for the Pacers' upcoming 4-game away stretch. Now that Atai was back, he could finally practice in real combat. Come on, Atai, hurry up and warm up, we'll have a onion soon. Onion. Big brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have left you alone that day. Upon hearing Lu Meng mention Onion, Atai's first reaction was that Lu Meng was going to beat him up. After all that day in Los Angeles, once he started playing, he forgot about Lu Meng. Yes, he still didn't know about Lu Meng's romantic encounter and thought Lu Meng was angry because he had been stood up, which is why he returned to Indiana. Who the hell said fighting? I'm talking about basketball. Hurry up and warm up, you'll attack while I defend. Upon hearing that Lu Meng was talking about basketball, Atai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, once Atai finished warming up, he walked over while dribbling the basketball and said, Big brother, are you sure you want to go onion with me? Then we must make it clear that whoever loses cannot fight back. Watching Atai's cautious demeanor, Lu Meng rolled his eyes. Only play basketball, no fighting. Whoever plays dirty and fights is a little bastard. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai finally relaxed and then stepped outside the three-point line, passing the ball to Lu Meng with a bounce. Big brother, you said it, if I push you and make you bald, you can't cry. Looking at Atai's smug expression, Lu Meng really wanted to elbow him. Bring it on. Without further ado, Lu Meng passed the ball to Atai and then spread his arms to defend. Seeing Lu Meng's defense, Atai, who was controlling the ball and looking for opportunities, couldn't help but sneer. His posture looked quite formal, but real defense is not just about having a good stance. Everyone in the Pacers knows Lu Meng's defensive skills. As a newcomer, though, his mindset was positive, his fundamentals were not solid. This was only masked by the Pacers' strong defense. Otherwise, despite Lu Meng being so good at rebounding, ordinary coaches would not let him start right away. At the very least, he should wait until he gained more experience and solidified his defensive fundamentals. Smack! Just then, as Atai prepared to break through, Lu Meng directly snatched the basketball from him. Looking at the ball in Lu Meng's hands, Atai awkwardly said, Big brother, I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. If you're capable, let's start over. Smack! 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 Atai shot 10 times in a row but was intercepted twice, had 2 shots blocked, and managed to get only 5 shots off. Among those 5 shots, 1 was a complete miss and 2 bounced off the rim. Big brother, what kind of magic is this? When did your defense become so formidable? Seeing Atai's astonished expression, Lu Meng smiled. One of the best defenders among small forwards could not be faking it, and Pierre Yi was also the small forward with the most selections for the all-defensive team. But thinking about it, it made sense. If he was trained unknown by the basketball god daily, then his defense better be top-notch. Magic, what are you thinking? After learning from you defensive warriors for so long, if I don't improve, then I'd be a complete fool. Hearing Lu Meng say it was due to his defensive prowess, Atai was very excited, but still puzzled. But big brother, you've made such great progress in such a short time. Am I a genius or what? Alright, no more wasting time, let's have another go. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai began to doubt his own condition and challenged Lu Meng again. As a result, Lu Meng grew more adept with each play, and let's not forget Lu Meng's stamina was boundless. Over time, Atai became increasingly flustered. I'm done, I concede. After being blocked by Lu Meng once more, Atai waved his hands, panting heavily. Big brother, I didn't expect you to be such a genius. On January 12th, the Pacers, returning with a record of 4 wins and 3 losses, resumed training. To their surprise, they found Lu Meng and Atai alongside the bench players, managing to suppress the starting team in defense, leaving Carlisle astonished. Mike, tell me what I'm seeing in front of me can't be an illusion, right? Upon hearing Carlisle, Mike Brown chuckled. No, Rick, it's not an illusion. It's clear that Lu has evolved again. His defense is evidently enlightened. Enlightened? Carlisle asked, confused by Mike Brown's words. Yes, enlightened. After all, we have defensive stalwarts like Ron Germain and Steven on our team. Lu has been learning from them for so long. This suspension gave him the time to reflect and review, and then suddenly he enlightened and integrated the defensive skills he learned. After saying this, Mike Brown looked seriously at Carlisle and said, it's obvious, Rick, Lu is a genius. A genius, you say? Hearing Mike Brown's words, Carlisle was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling the scene when Lu Meng first joined the team. At that time, Lu Meng, apart from his height and wingspan, was just an ordinary player with 2.5 years of, but now merely 3 months later, he had transformed into a rebounding expert and had even mastered defensive integration. Thinking of this, he suddenly shivered. Mike, keep an eye on the team. I'm going to find Larry right now. Find Larry. Right, we can't miss out on such a genius. I need to urge Larry to finalize Lu's contract extension quickly. Rick, I'm more anxious than you about this, but Lu's agent is adamant about waiting until the season ends to negotiate the extension. There's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Carlisle sighed with regret. If we wait until the end of the season, Lu's contract extension price will be different from now. Hearing Carlisle's words, Bird was taken aback. He had originally thought Lu Meng would only ask for a full mid-level exception, but hearing Carlisle, it seemed that a $5 million a year contract would not match Lu Meng's worth. Rick, you should head back. I'll think this over. If Lu truly has the ability, paying the luxury tax isn't out. After sending Carlisle off, Bird stood by the window watching Lu Meng and Atai working together to lock down the starting team's offense, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Then he went straight to the computer and opened the offer from the Lakers. The Lakers were willing to offer power forward Brian Cook, selected 24th overall in the 2003 draft, along with first-round picks for next year and the year after, in exchange for Lu Meng. Originally, Bird was hesitant about whether to trade for the Lakers' 2 draft picks, because given the Lakers' current situation, those picks were likely to be lottery picks. Moreover, with Brian Cook coming in, the bench would be strengthened. At worst, they could let little Ao return to the power forward position and have Foster start as center. However, Carlisle's earlier words awakened Bird. A genius. He instantly thought of Duncan and Elijah. Both of these players started playing basketball later than most, yet their achievements were incredibly brilliant. Thinking of this, he steeled his resolve and deleted that email. After deleting the email, he called Boros. Hello, Boros, this is Larry. What do you think about a 4-year $22 million deal? Hearing Boros' response, Bird clenched his fist in frustration. Alright, let's discuss it again after the season ends, but I hope to get Lu's commitment that if the offers are the same, the Pacers have the right of first refusal. Okay, that's best. Well, I also hope Lou can help the team win a championship, and at that time I will naturally offer a big. After hanging up, Bird returned to the window. A championship. If that's the case, what's wrong with offering a big On February 16th, 2005, the Pacers faced the Trailblazers at home, marking Lou Mang's return from suspension. Welcome to your home turf, Indiana. Pacers. First out is our king of suspension, standing 6 feet 9 inches tall, the power forward from the mysterious East. Number 95. Lou Mang. With the DJ's shout, Lou Mang appeared on the court after more than a month. Rascal. 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 Seeing Lou Mang waving his fists as he entered, the fans went wild. They didn't care that Lou Mang had been suspended, they only knew that Lou Mang had been suspended for standing up for Miller. And in this city, Miller was their most beloved basketball player. The game began with Little Ao returning to the center position, Lou Mang at power forward, Wu Sheng at small forward, A Tai at shooting guard, and Anthony Johnson starting as point guard in place of the injured Tinsley. On the other side, the starting lineup for the Trailblazers consisted of Little Flying Mouse Damon Stoudemire, Ruben Patterson, who claimed to be the Kobe Killer, the first player to successfully challenge Kobe Madman Van Exel, Theo Ratliff, and Joel Przybilla. Facing this group of veterans, the Pacers played effortlessly. As soon as the ball was in play, Little Ao seized the ball first. Anthony Johnson brought the ball to the front court, passed it to Little Ao, who directed everyone to spread out, and faced Przybilla for an unknown shot. Clang. As Little Ao's two-pointer clanged off the rim, Ratliff was about to grab the rebound, but Lou Mang had already soared above, delivering a powerful dunk that smashed the ball into the basket. Boom. And back. As the offense and defense shifted, the Trailblazers launched an attack, but faced with the Pacers' impenetrable defense, they found themselves at a loss. Just as he took the shot, Lou Mang was already prepared to grab the rebound. Mine. After securing the rebound, Lou Mang waited for the opponent to retreat before passing the ball to Anthony Johnson. In the following 4 minutes, the Pacers directly held their opponents to a 120 run. Seeing his team's relentless defense, Carlisle smirked and waved his hands, signaling the players to ease up, otherwise the game would become unbearable. Receiving Carlisle's signal, the Pacers finally relaxed, allowing the Trailblazers to score. 1-2-1. The first quarter ended with the Pacers leading by 9 points. Lou Mang had snatched rebounds, but seeing the score, he silently lamented. No wonder the league encourages offense. Watching such a poor shooting performance would be unpleasant for any neutral fan. Yet despite these thoughts, he continued to defend fiercely once he was on the court. There was no choice. After all, he lacked defensive ability. Watching Lou Mang steal the ball again, Mike Brown grinned with delight. What do you think, Rick? I told you Liu's stamina and defense are definitely more useful than Ron's. Hearing Mike Brown's words, Carlisle nodded. You're right. Ron excels in unknown defense, particularly when he's unafraid of contact and relies on defensive systems. In contrast, Liu's help defense is evidently superior, and with his large hands, oh my, I can hardly wait to see them perform in the finals. Hearing Carlisle mention the championship, a hint of envy flickered in Mike Brown's eyes. However, he thought to himself that if he could win a championship as the lead assistant coach, he could likely secure a head. Unfortunately, he wondered if he would ever encounter a talent like Lou Mang again. Rick, I think we need to build a strong defensive system centered around Lou. A defensive system? Mike, isn't our defense already good? Just relying on man-to-man coverage makes us one of the best defensive teams in the league, not to mention we've also covered Liu's weaknesses. Hearing Mike Brown's suggestion, Carlisle looked puzzled. Previously, when Lou Mang's defense was weak, the Pacers were among the league's top defensive teams. They only adjusted Lou and Xiaoao's positions when facing a powerful power forward. But now that Lou Mang had clearly evolved, why should they spend that time? Establishing and perfecting a system requires not only a lot of time, but also the potential sacrifice of a portion of their performance. Given the Pacers' current momentum, if they sacrificed their home advantage in the playoffs for the sake of a system and then failed to win the championship, it would be Carlisle who would bear the blame. Thinking of this, he glanced deeply at Mike Brown. No more discussion, Mike. We'll talk about the system later. Ignoring the conversation off the court, on the court, Lou Mang was now even more aggressively assisting on defense. With Pierre's defensive ability, Lou Mang was naturally ecstatic. Especially after successfully blocking shots or stealing the ball, he was particularly exhilarated. However, while he was enjoying himself, the members of the Trailblazers grew increasingly grim. It was only because he was Lou Mang, the newly crowned champion, with more suspension games than actual appearances, otherwise the Trailblazers would have already been in an uproar. 2-4-4-2. With 4 minutes left in the second quarter, the Pacers had already taken an 18-point lead. Rick, I think you should substitute Lou, otherwise there might be a conflict soon. Hearing Mike Brown's words, Carlisle rolled his eyes. Do you think I don't want to? But Lou is clearly having a blast right now. If I dare to take him out, do you think he won't come over and pull my hair? Hearing Carlisle's comment, Mike Brown looked up at Carlisle's obviously thinning hair. Then should we substitute other starters? Quick, let the substitutes warm up. Given our recent packed schedule, the starters need a good rest. Before Mike Brown could finish his sentence, Carlisle excitedly shouted at the dead ball on the court. Seeing the Pacers substituting their starters, the Trailblazers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Eddie stepped back a bit. Damon won't make that three-pointer. Austin moved closer to me. As the game resumed, seeing the Pacers substitutes effectively limiting the Trailblazers under Lu Meng's guidance, Carlisle was astonished. Mike is Lu. Hearing Carlisle's words, Mike Brown smiled bitterly and shook his head. I originally thought Kevin Garnett was the pinnacle of a player with a built-in defensive system, but I didn't expect someone to be even better. Rick, we really hit the jackpot. Carlisle, already somewhat skeptical, was now excitedly waving his arms after hearing Mike Brown's confirmation. You mean Lu is also a player with a built-in defensive system, just like Kevin? Oh my gosh, Mike, at this moment, don't you? Seeing Carlisle's ecstatic demeanor, Mike Brown inwardly cursed his luck, but outwardly responded with excitement. What feeling, Rick? So exhilarating, it feels like my life has reached its peak. Hearing this, Mike Brown nearly elbowed him in the ribs. You're just enjoying the benefits, yet you dare to be so smug without understanding the need for humility to build good reputation. The camera shifted back to the court where Lu Meng once again intercepted a pass from the Trailblazers. Eddie, hold steady. There's no rush. We're in the lead. Seeing his teammates wanting to initiate a fast break, Lu Meng raised the ball high, signaling everyone to play steadily. The Pacers attacked. James Jones missed his shot, and Lu Meng grabbed the offensive rebound again. Noticing he had no space to shoot, he passed the ball to the perimeter. Don't pass it to me. Continue the ball movement, run. Don't just stand still. Seeing there was no open shot, Lu Meng set a screen for Eddie Gill and called for his teammates to run. With Lu Meng's screen, Eddie Gill broke through the paint and scored with a floater. 2-9-5-0 as the third quarter began. Carlisle deliberately allowed Lu Meng and all the other starters to rest a bit longer. It was during this time that the Trailblazers suddenly sprang to life, quickly closing the gap. In comparison, the substitutes made a huge difference simply by having or lacking Lu. 4-8-6-0 with just over 4 minutes left in the third quarter, Carlisle smirked and waved his hand. Jermaine Lou, Ron, Steven, get ready to come in and finish the game. As the Pacers substituted their main players, the Trailblazers' momentum to catch up was abruptly halted. Atai, where are you squeezing? Can't you see that's a trap? Steven, what are you jumping around for? If you don't move, he'll intercept the ball. Jermaine, hold your ground. I'm right next to you. Why are you scared? If he dares to shoot over you, we'll block him. Perhaps it was the sense of accomplishment from earlier that inspired the substitutes. Lu Meng continued to command the defense after joining the main players. Originally, Xiao Ao wanted to retort that he should just take care of himself, but seeing Atai Wu Sheng and Anthony Johnson obediently following orders and the Pacers' defense becoming impenetrable, he complied. Xiao Yoa, I'm doing this for the team's betterment, not because I'm afraid of his fists. 51-72. After the fourth quarter began, the Trailblazers lost their drive to catch up, and after a few minutes of play, all the starters were substituted out, conceding defeat. Watching the suppressed Trailblazers bench, Ruben Patterson complained to the nearby Van Madness with a look of disbelief. We both came from Asia. How is it that the hippo on our team is as dumb as a pig? Upon hearing this, Van Madness slapped his forehead and replied, Don't get it wrong, Ilu over there and the Mosaic Yao are from the same country, Hwawa Bruce Lee. The dumb hippo on our team is from the TM Korean country. He said this with a gloomy expression. You don't know how perverse the Korean media is. They actually asked me when that dumb hippo could become the universe's #1 center. I'm truly astonished. 76-94. In the end, the Pacers won by 18 points on their home court against the visiting Trailblazers. Lu Meng played only 32 minutes, achieving a comprehensive stat line of 13 points, 15 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. After the game, Carlisle specifically brought Lu Meng to the press conference. The moment the reporters saw Lu Meng attending, they were instantly excited. Lu Meng was well known in the media, but it was not easy to get an interview with him. This opportunity had to be seized for thorough questioning. Lu Meng glanced at the crowd and casually gestured towards the brightest, or the most beautiful one. Lu, congratulations on the end of your suspension. Today we saw you play very proactively in the game, and you even commanded your teammates' defense. Is this something you learned during your suspension? Hearing this, Lu Meng suddenly recalled what Boras had told him: to make big money, you not only need to be good at playing, but also have a positive image. Of course, ever since I was suspended, I've been working hard to train my defensive skills, which led to the performance you saw today. By the way, let me ask you, has anyone here seen Indiana at 3:30 a.m.? Lu Meng thought since the 4 a.m. in Los Angeles hadn't been patented, it's just a phrase, whoever says it first owns it. At worst, when 2009 comes, if old Kobe wants to say it, he'll just give him the authorization. Wow. Lu, are you saying you get up to practice basketball every day at 3:30 a.m.? Hearing the Big Light girl say that, Lu Meng secretly thought that the ancients did not deceive him. The Big Light was indeed brainless. When did I say I got up at 3:30 to train? Didn't you see that was said in segments? Should beautiful lady, one question per person. Although you're pretty, you can't break the rules. Lu Meng said, pointing again at another big light reporter. Lu, hello, I'm an ESPN reporter. We all know that you only signed a one-year contract, so may I ask which team you will be with next season? Hearing this, Carlisle looked at Lu Meng with anticipation. My agent is negotiating a contract renewal with the Pacers. It's just that the specific details haven't been settled yet. This question was taught to Lu Meng by Boras, who told him that whenever a reporter asks, just push it on to him. Lu, let's talk about the All-Star. We all know that if it weren't for the suspension with your performance before the suspension and the vast fan base in Hardwood, being selected for the All-Star would be a sure thing. But now you can only participate in the Rookie Challenge. Do you have anything to say about that? Nothing much to say. If I don't get in this year, there's always next year. I'm still young, no rush. And who says the rookie game isn't interesting? If our first years get fired up, I might just throw a punch. Yes, Lu Meng was suspended for 30 games, but still got selected for the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Speaking of the All-Star, last week the league announced the roster for this year's All-Star game. Among them, Yao Ming secured the top spot in fan voting with 2.55 million votes, while other positions in the West included Kevin Garnett with 2.08 million votes, Tim Duncan with 1.81 million votes, Tracy McGrady with 1.99 million votes, and Kobe Bryant with 1.81 million votes. On the Eastern side, Shaquille O'Neal garnered 2.48 million votes, Vince Carter 1.8 million votes, Shaquille O'Neal 1.78 million votes, LeBron James 1.66 million votes, and Allen Iverson 1.59 million votes. Compared to the past life, Shaquille O'Neal has squeezed out Grant Hill, becoming the Eastern Conference's starting power forward. Additionally, Atai ranked third among Eastern guards with 1.55 million votes, followed by Wade with 1.19 million votes. As for the substitutes, the Western Conference includes Ray Allen, Dirk Nowitzki, Sean Marion, Manu Ginobili, Amare Stoudemire, Steve Nash, and Rashard Lewis. Eastern substitutes: Atai, Grant Hill, Wade, Paul Pierce, General Arenas, Ben Wallace, and Antoine Jamison. As for the head coach, due to Lu Meng and Atai's suspensions, the Pacers' record was surpassed by the Heat, confirming Stan Van Gundy as the coach. The Western coach, on the other hand, is Greg Popovich, who has overtaken the Suns. In the rookie game, the second-year team consists of the 0-3-4 talents LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and Anthony, along with Haslam, Josh Howard, Kyle Korver, Kirk Hinrich, and Luke Ridnour. On the first-year team, there are Ben Gordon, Lowell Deng, Andre Iguodala, Al Jefferson, Josh Smith, Tony Allen, Devin Harris, the Beast Howard, and Lu Meng. The number one rookie on the board, Okafor, cannot participate due to injury. Upon seeing this roster, Lu Meng was somewhat puzzled. Logically, there are several strong defenders among them, and they should have been able to compete with the 0-3 generation, but how could they lose so badly in the past life? With this in mind, he resolved to give old LeBron a surprise in this game. After attending the press conference when Lu Meng arrived at the parking lot, Boras had already warmed up the car. Lu, get some rest early today. Tomorrow we fly to Silicon Valley. The endorsement for the 4-star phone I mentioned last time has been finalized. But time is tight. We must complete the shoot within 2 days, otherwise it will delay the All-Star Rookie game. Hearing Boras say this, Lu Meng was pleasantly surprised. It's settled $1 million a year. Rest assured, I'll handle it, Boras said, while driving a smug smile on his face. However, after waiting for a while and not hearing Lu Meng continue asking for details, he couldn't help but explain himself. Originally, they wanted to sign a short contract to test the waters, but the endorsement fee was too low. Once I sensed their intention, I firmly insisted on at least 3 years. Only when they were about to give up did I relent to sign for 1 year, but the endorsement fee had to be raised to $1 million. Looking at Boras' proud expression, Lu Meng considered that he drove for him every day, so he gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, keep it up. Upon hearing Lu Meng's praise, Boras hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit regretful, and asked again, Lu, aren't you considering the endorsement for Viagra? The soccer king Pelé has endorsed it too, and they are willing to raise it to $5 million. Early the next morning, Lu Meng accompanied Boras on a flight to Silicon Valley. Hey Lu, welcome. As soon as they arrived, representatives from 4-Star Group greeted them. Abiding by the principle of never offending those who bring money, Lu Meng responded warmly. Hello, I'm truly delighted to meet you. Relieved by his affability, the man exhaled deeply before introducing the advertising director to Lu Meng. Lu, hello. I'm Park Buzong, the director for this shoot. Park Buzong. Then you and I must share the same problem. We're both short on cash. Upon hearing the Korean director's name, Lu Meng suppressed a chuckle in reply. Unfamiliar with the pun, Park Buzong merely laughed along, emitting 2 hearty guffaws. Lu, if there are no further questions, shall we begin work? Work? Excellent. I love work. To ensure he'd no longer be short on cash, Lu Meng nodded eagerly. Following Park Buzong, Lu Meng entered a soundstage already bustling with crew preparing for filming. Hi Lee, come here. Lu, let me introduce you. This is Lee Hyali, our commercial's leading actress, and one of Korea's most renowned. Hearing Park's introduction, Lu Meng hurriedly extended his hand to grasp hers. I've never shot a commercial before. Please bear with me. Li Haili, having already researched her co-star, knew full well Lu Meng's reputation as a brawler, and quickly replied with a bright diplomatic smile. Neither am I particularly experienced. Let's support each other through this. Though modest in speech, she inwardly dismissed him, until the American extras arrived, leaving her utterly stunned. Oh my God, it's really you, Lu. Was it true you knocked someone out at the newcomer tournament? I've been dying to see you do it again. Yes, Lu, I'll bear your children. Lu Meng eyed the towering black woman, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, and silently resolved to stay back, where everyone nearby will witness my favorite KO. Lu, you'll leave the Pacers after this season, right? Will you join the Lakers? We desperately need front-court depth, and with Kobe you could revive the glory of the Shaq-Kobe dynasty. No, come to Cleveland instead. LeBron's on our roster. Under his leadership you'll surpass. Forget basketball. Lu, you belong in football. That's where real men play. And with your physique plus those mysterious Chinese martial arts. Oh my God, the possibilities are staggering. Witnessing Lu Meng's overwhelming popularity, the four-star staff puffed out their chests wearing smug expressions, as if they were the star himself. Likewise, Li Haili quietly abandoned her earlier disdain. After all, as a fellow East Asian, conquering America was no small feat. It marked him as a titan among titans. All right, time is tight, the schedule demanding. Let's begin shooting. Lu, you'll need makeup first. By day's end, most of the short film was complete. Back at his hotel, Lu Meng retrieved the smartphone four-star had gifted him that morning, and sent Li Haili a text. Could you come to my room to rehearse lines with me? I believe you've misunderstood, Mr. Lu. I am not that kind of person. Frowning at the message, Lu Meng typed a swift reply. Oh, I meant no offense. I simply hope to wrap filming early tomorrow. You see, I'm scheduled for the All-Star game the day after, so finishing early means heading straight to Denver. It's a global spectacle, hundreds of media outlets broadcasts across dozens of countries. Knock knock. 3 minutes after sending the message, a firm rap echoed at his door. Even the rhythm of the knock betrayed the visitor's cheerful, helpful nature. Liesi, would you take me to the All-Star game? Moments earlier, Li Haili had phoned her manager, confirmed the event's magnitude, and without hesitation rushed over to rehearse with Lu Meng. Of course, we're good friends. The next morning, Park Buzong frowned upon seeing Li Haili leaning heavily against the wall. Haili, what on earth happened? Don't you realize today's shoot is critical? You clearly hold four-star group. At Park's words, Li Haili nearly collapsed. A Korean disdaining four-star group. That could cost. Old Park, you must charm women gently. Look how frightened you've made her. Enough. Let's shoot my scenes first. Only then did Park's expression soften. Lu Meng's stature demanded respect. Haili, why stand there idle? Hurry and thank Lu Meng sighed. Hearing this, Li Haili see that inwardly this brute showed no mercy. Yet I must bow to him. Yet K-pop idols possessed formidable resilience. Thank you, Lu Meng Appa. Thanks to yesterday's rehearsal, Lu Meng completed all his solo scenes by noon. By afternoon, Li Haili had largely recovered, and they began filming their shared scenes. Their synergy was uncanny. By dusk, the entire short film was finished. Lu, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. I hope we collaborate again soon. As filming wrapped, Park dispatched his crew to pack up, and turned to flatter Lu Meng. Haha. Old Park, you're truly exceptional. Well then, farewell, and may our paths cross again. After bidding Park farewell, Boros stared quizzically at Lu Meng, who lingered. Lu, don't we need to rush to Denver? We'll miss today's flight. Lu Meng ignored him, instead waving casually behind Boros. Over here. Boros turned, and there stood Li Haili. In that instant, he understood why she'd leaned against the wall. Lu, I told you to stay away from these. Oh, don't jump to conclusions. We're just good friends. Without another word to Boros, Lu Meng guided Li Haili into the rear seat. He failed to notice. A paparazzo had just captured that very moment. 30 minutes earlier, Li Haili, claiming she needed to gather her things, had returned to her room after filming. There her manager, freshly flown in from Korea, awaited her. Haili, the paparazzi are in place. Remember, act intimately with him. Li Haili thought bitterly. Act. He practically wants to devour me whole. Fine, I understand. Just make sure you get plenty of shots from the All-Star game. Her manager gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Haili. Once you return home, you'll be an international superstar. Indeed, whether in Korea, America, or elsewhere, celebrity culture thrives on scandal red carpets and paid press releases. On February 19th, not until the sun was high in the sky, did Lu Meng finally bring Li Xiaoli to the gym. As soon as Lu Meng entered the gym, he was spotted by the Kinidatai. Haha, I was supposed to shoot an advertisement a couple of days ago. By the way, this is my new good friend Li Xiaoli. Just then Kobe walked in with a large group of reporters. Hey Lu, you little rascal have put me in a terrible situation. Seeing Kobe approach, Li Xiaoli's eyes lit up. She didn't know A-Tai, but she certainly knew Kobe. How can you say that? You hung up on me for no reason, and I certainly remember it. As Kobe walked over, Lu Meng raised his fist to lightly bump against his, jokingly saying, "Hey Kobe, you seem to have a pretty good relationship with Lu. How did you two meet?" Seeing how familiar the two were, a reporter couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng was about to explain that they had only talked on the phone, but Kobe jumped in first. "Hey dude, Lu is the king of rebounds. It's only natural that we know each other." He couldn't let Lu Meng say anything silly in front of the media, lest he end up regretting it. After saying this, he turned to Lu Meng and said, "Lu, how about you come to Los Angeles next season to help me out? I'll take you to Hollywood for some fun." As Kobe spoke, he suddenly remembered that there was an Asian girl beside Lu Meng. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lu, who is this?" Hearing Kobe mention Hollywood, Li Xiaoli's breath quickened. At that moment, her only thought was to become Lu Meng's true girlfriend. However, just as this thought arose, Lu Meng interrupted her. "It's nothing, you don't have to misunderstand. We are just good friends." Good friends. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Li Xiaoli inwardly scoffed, wondering if his good friend stayed over all night. However, in front of so many media, she could only force herself to remain calm. "Kobe, nice to meet you. I'm Li Xiaoli, a friend of Lu Meng. Please take care of me." Upon hearing that the other person was just Lu Meng's running friend, Kobe felt relieved, but also a tinge of envy. He realized that when young he had no idea how good being single was, mistakenly treating marriage as a treasure. Compared to his early marriage, Lu Meng lived far more transparently. "Kobe, what good things are you thinking about? My brother is doing well with the Pacers, and we are about to win the championship. Only a fool would go be your little brother." Hearing Atai's words, Kobe became anxious. "If Lu joins the Lakers, we could also win the championship. Plus, old Bus is very generous and could offer Lu a huge contract. Perhaps we could also build a dynasty together. Moreover, more importantly, Los Angeles would significantly enhance Liu's commercial value, not to mention I could take him to Hollywood to make good friends." Hearing this from Kobe, Atai panicked. Knowing Lu Meng well, he understood that this aspect, making friends with Hollywood stars, was something Lu Meng couldn't resist. "What the hell are you saying? If you dare to disrupt our team's unity, come out and challenge me." Upon hearing Atai's words, Kobe was also furious. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let's head to the court." Watching the two childish boys hold hands while continuously spouting trash talk, Lu Meng was left speechless. "Anyway, let's go. I'll take you to find a seat." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoli thought it was unnecessary to look. She just wanted to sit next to Kobe. She had scanned the area earlier and noticed that the reporters following Kobe were the most numerous. "Hey, Lu Meng." Just then a pure Chinese voice called out, and Lu Meng turned to see none other than Yao. "Brother Yao, you're here to watch the rookie game too." Seeing Yao Ming, Lu Meng quickly smiled and walked a couple of steps to greet him. "Of course, if you're playing, how could I not come to cheer you on? Make sure to perform well later. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring some intensity to the platinum generation." Hearing Lu Meng's confident words, Yao Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Meng to be so outgoing. Back then, he had entered the NBA bearing the title of first overall pick and the expectations of the entire nation. If it weren't for the dedicated help of Big F, he might not have been able to adapt here. It took him more than a season to truly integrate here, yet Lu Meng, a player who went undrafted, managed to adapt. Speaking of which, it's all your fault. The whole nation was waiting for our China Derby, and you just went and ruined. Yao Ming was referring to the 20 games Lu Meng was suspended for, during which the Pacers and Rockets faced off. Lu Meng wasn't with the team when the Pacers played away, and Yao Ming was injured during the home game. As a result, their China Derby was postponed. "Oh, come on, you can't blame me. After all, fighting is also a way to integrate into the team." Hearing Lu Meng say this, Yao Ming was also taken aback, and then gave him a thumbs up, saying, "So that's why, not bad, you've got some brains." Watching Lu Meng and Yao Ming chat, Li Xiaoli was even more excited. Yao Ming was the true #1 center in Asia, and the reporters following them were even more exaggerated than those following Kobe earlier. Although most of them were Chinese media, it didn't matter which country they were from, they were numerous beyond measure. "Come on, Yao Ming, little Lu, come over here and say hello to the fans across the country." At this point, Zhang Li entered the crowd and shouted. Seeing the not-sold Zhang coach, Lu Meng quickly reached out. "Coach Zhang, it's great to see you." Seeing Lu Meng being so enthusiastic, completely unlike the media portrayal of someone who readily fights, Zhang Li was also surprised. "A little Lu, we've been in sync for a long time. Now let's go to the Chinese media area and greet the fans across the country." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng nodded at Yao Ming. "Let's go, brother Yao. Coach Zhang has spoken, and if we don't listen, that wouldn't be reasonable." As Lu Meng spoke, he waved for Li Xiaoli to follow. At that moment, Yao Ming and Zhang Li finally noticed that there was a girl with them. Thinking of Lu Meng's reputation, Zhang Li asked in confusion, "Little Lu, who is she?" "Coach Zhang, don't worry, she's just a friend." Once they arrived at the camera position of TTCV, Lu Meng spoke first. "Hello, friends in front of the TV." After greeting, Zhang Li then asked, "Yao Ming is a senior in your third year. Do you have anything to impart to little Lu?" Yao Ming had clearly anticipated Zhang Li's question, and as soon as he finished speaking he directly replied, "I'm not worried about little Lu's abilities. He is currently the king of rebounds in the league, and he is much better than I am at interacting with teammates. However, there is one thing, he needs to control his temper. As for Brother Yao, my advice is not to easily gain weight. The current O'Neal is already on the decline, and gaining weight will only increase the risk of injury." Seeing the microphone handed over by Zhang Heli, Lu Meng hesitated for a moment before speaking directly. He originally wanted to advise the other party not to renew the contract with Mosaic, but considering this was their first meeting he thought that being too familiar would be off-putting, so he kept quiet. Fortunately, Lu Meng didn't say anything out of turn. At this moment the fans in Hua still didn't understand the essence of the NBA, so loyalty remained very important in their hearts. While Lu Meng was chatting and laughing, the rookie team was filled with jealousy. "Dwight, did you see that undrafted player? If you didn't know better you'd think he was the top pick." Hearing Harris' words, Howard's eyes revealed a jealous glint. "Exactly. I also heard that when Kobe came in just now he took the initiative to greet him." Upon hearing Harris' words, Josh Smith chimed in, "It's just because he's surrounded by a strong Pacers lineup. If he really had talent, how could he have gone undrafted? The general managers across the league must be fools." Ben Gordon also added, "All right, let's all keep our mouths shut. Have you forgotten how Lu became famous? If you provoke him, he'll send you straight to the hospital." Seeing everyone turning their attention to Lu Meng, the smart Iggy advised, "It's just martial arts. I the beast am not afraid." Hearing Iggy's words, Howard proudly replied, "Xiaoli, just sit on the bench. If anyone asks, just say it was." After finishing the interview, Lu Meng arranged for Li Xiaoli to sit at the end of the rookie bench before heading out to warm up. "Hey guys, come over here." Upon hearing Lu Meng's call, Howard was the first to respond, grinning widely. "Hey Lu, my brother, you've finally finished. You have no idea, we've been waiting for you since yesterday." After saying this, he even waved at Li Xiaoli. "Lu, your friend is really pretty." Seeing Howard being so enthusiastic, the other rookies secretly cursed him for being shameless. "Hey Lu, you're really late. We practiced together for a while yesterday." "Ha, I had a commercial shoot that delayed me." Hearing Iggy's words, Lu Meng explained with a smile, then greeted Howard, Iggy, Luol Deng, and Tony Allen, who had come closer. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Meng finally turned his cold gaze towards the remaining few who were still shooting. At that moment, Josh Smith's shot missed, and the rebound flew toward Lu Meng. Lu Meng grabbed the flying rebound and looked around, frowning as he said, "This basketball is a bit troublesome." While speaking, he placed the basketball on the floor and punched it forcefully. With a loud bang, everyone was startled. It's fine. I was just testing the quality of this ball. You all continue warming up." Although Lu Meng said so, seeing the exploded basketball, Devin Harris approached with a big grin and flattered, "Lu, you finally made it. You have no idea I admire you the most. When the rookie game roster was announced, I was so excited to be in the same team as you that I couldn't sleep well. Yeah, Lu, it's all up to you for this rookie year. What do you think we should do?" Seeing that Devin Harris spoke first, Ben Gordon hurriedly added, "Haha, what do you mean it's all up to me? Let's discuss it together. How about we head back to the locker room to talk?" Lu Meng made the suggestion, and they dared not ignore it, quickly returning to the locker room. "Brothers, let's put on a grand show for today's game." After closing the locker room door, Lu Meng slammed the table and said, "But Lu, the second-year team is full of veterans, and they have much more experience than us. Moreover, LeBron and Dwayne are already all-stars." Hearing Ben Gordon's words, Devin Harris added, "Yeah, Lu, the class of 03 is known as the Platinum Generation." "What the hell is the Platinum Generation? I don't believe in that nonsense. I'm going to take on the Platinum Generation." After saying this, Lu Meng looked at everyone and said, "Don't worry, since I dare to say this, I definitely have my..." There's an ancient saying, the one who gets the rebounds rules the world. With Dwight and me on the court, how many rebounds can they grab? Hearing Lu Meng's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Seeing that everyone was interested, Lu Meng continued, "Besides, who hasn't heard the saying that defense wins championships? Look at our team, me, Dwight, Andre, Tony, Luol, Josh. Who isn't a strong defensive player? So combining rebounds and defense, as long as you listen to me, the advantage in this game is ours." With Lu Meng's analysis, the rookie team truly felt they could win against the second-year team, and they all began to. They were all talented individuals, so why should you be the face of the league? Why should you get a 90 million shoe endorsement deal? With the mentality of wanting to ruin what they couldn't have, Lu Meng successfully ignited the fighting spirit of the rookies. Only Devin Harris clapped excitedly on the outside, while complaining inside. "A fraud. Just now you said we should discuss together, and in the blink of an eye it turned into listening to you." He wasn't angry that Lu Meng was autocratic. Mainly Lu Meng didn't mention his name, and he wasn't skilled in defense. "All right, brothers, let me emphasize again, defense is important, but you must follow my orders. If we mess up the game, I know you and my fists won't recognize anyone." Fearing that these brainless folks might get too excited, Lu Meng threatened one last time. Sure enough, hearing him say this, everyone instantly remembered the basketball that had just been smashed. especially Howard, who even took a basketball to try to punch it hard. Bang! Watching the basketball rebound and hit Howard in the face, Lu Meng felt a headache coming on. How's that, Dwight? Isn't this basketball fun to smash? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Howard hurriedly explained, ignoring the pain. Lu, listen to my defense. I was just testing if this basketball had enough air. Clearly my worries were unnecessary. Alright, if you want to test my fists, wait until after the game. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the hospital first. Lu Meng said, and after changing clothes, he walked straight to the court. As Lu Meng stepped out, the rookies followed him orderly from the locker room. When Lu Meng and the rookie team appeared on the court, they were just captured by the sports reporters. After the game, this photo successfully made it to the front page headline titled, Big Brother Lu and His Little Brothers. Hey Charles, have you noticed that the atmosphere among the freshmen seems a bit off? Lu is actually holding a meeting with them. Kenny Smith remarked, observing the rookie team from the TNT broadcast booth. Upon hearing Kenny Smith's words, the previously listless Barkley suddenly stood up. Where Kenny? How did you notice that? Barkley had initially been reluctant to commentate on today's game. After all, it was just a dunk contest that everyone could predict, so dull that even the audience had no interest, let alone them. Now hearing that there might actually be some excitement, especially with Lu involved, he was all in. Look over there on the freshman team, it's Lu holding the tactical board, laying out strategies for everyone. Seeing Lu's actions, Barkley rolled his eyes at his partner. Good grief, is Lu actually organizing the players to take the court? Kenny, haven't you heard about the news where Lu just smashed the basketball with a single punch? Barkley said, catching Kenny off guard, who then seemed to realize something. Charles, are you saying Lu was trying to establish dominance just now? Of course. Do you really think Lu was just testing the quality of the basketball? Saying this, Barkley wore a mischievous grin. Kenny, just wait and see. I have a feeling the freshmen are going to do something big in this game. Without mentioning how Barkley had guessed Lu's actions, Lu was busy instructing everyone. Dwight, Tony, Josh, Andre, and I will take the court first. I'll repeat this, don't be afraid of muscle clashes. We're going to teach them a lesson with our defense. They have no center, and Bosch and Haslam can't protect the boards at all. So as long as we drag them into a defensive battle, we're sure to win this game. Just think about it. The Platinum Generation, praised by the world, being defeated by our freshmen. Shouldn't we then call ourselves the Supreme Generation? Upon hearing Liu's words, the entire freshman team shouted in unison. Defense. Defense. This chant from the freshmen nearly caused the nominal head coach Calhoun, a Spurs assistant coach, and English, a legendary player for the Nuggets, to stumble. PJ, are we really going to let this happen? This is an all-star game, and Lu and the others are actually going to play defense. Calhoun shook his head at English's words. Alex, we are merely nominal head coaches. In reality, we're just spectators sitting on the bench. English could only shrug in response. All right, let's hope Lu and the others don't go too far, otherwise David over there will have a headache. Toot. With a whistle, the game officially began. Howard first secured possession for the freshman team. After Tony Allen brought the ball up court, he noticed the sophomore team wasn't defending at all and drove in for a thunderous dunk. Seeing the freshman slam dunk to start the game, the fans in attendance were less than impressed. I mean, if they wanted to see dunks, why not just watch tomorrow's dunk contest instead of this farce? However, just as the fans were still chatting, the sophomore team sensed something was off. Holy crap, are the rookies actually? Wade brought the ball up court ready to pass to a teammate for some spacing, only to find Tony Allen closing in. That's right, Tony. Stay tight on Wade. He doesn't have shooting ability, so don't worry about him taking a shot. Upon hearing Liu's words, Wade's expression soured. As a legitimate all-star, he couldn't afford to be intimidated by a rookie. Thinking this, Wade ignored his teammates and made a deceptive move to shake off Tony Allen, then pulled up for a shot just beyond the three-point line. Ding. The young Tony Allen indeed gave Wade space, but Wade was, as Lu said, not very good at shooting. At the moment Wade released the ball, Lu had already calculated the trajectory of the rebound, not to mention Bosch and Haslam were still somewhat dazed. Josh. Lu, having grabbed the rebound, didn't hesitate and tossed the basketball forward while still in midair. With Lu's shout, Josh Smith surged forward like a small tank, and upon retrieving the ball, he immediately delivered a flying dunk. Lu, you guys are serious, so we won't hold back, huh? Seeing the freshman jump to a 40 lead, LeBron's expression darkened as he addressed Lu. Haha, brothers, LeBron actually wants us to throw the game. Tell them, what's our motto today, freshmen? Hearing Liu's words, the freshman players both on and off the court shouted in unison. What Platinum Generation? We're playing against the Platinum Generation. Did you hear that, Kenny? I told you something big was going to happen today. This game is going to be interesting. The freshman's declaration not only moved the sophomores, but also had Barkley at the broadcast booth excitedly banging on the table. Carmelo, show the rookies what's up. Sweet Pea, let them know whose home court this is. LeBron, go get a real victory. After all, they were in Denver, and most fans were still supporting Anthony's sophomore team. Watching the enthusiastic atmosphere, Iverson smiled at Kobe beside him. I like that kid from Huagua. He's like me, not afraid of power, a true fighter. Hearing Iverson's words, Kobe waved his hand. No, 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 AI Lu isn't coming to Philadelphia. He's coming to Los Angeles to find me. After all, we both love to train. By the way, I've been trying to get up at 3:30 a.m. to practice. While the two were bickering on the court, ever since the freshmen shouted their motto, the sophomore team had been holding back. Once again on the offense, Wade brought the ball up court. Tony, don't stick to him so tightly, give him a step. Andre, move a little towards me, don't lose your position. Seeing that the freshman under Liu's command had no chance to break through, Wade hesitated and passed the ball to him. Stay tight on him, Andre. Against Carmelo, defend the shot, but not the drive. He won't dare to come inside with Dwight and me here. He'll only be sending us a block. Upon hearing Liu's words, not only did Anthony feel the pressure, but even Wade couldn't hold back. Then Anthony made a crossover to break past Iguodala, driving toward the basket. Dwight, hold your position and don't jump. Seeing Anthony drive, and Howard wanted to give him a big block, but just as he was about to leap, he heard Liu's voice from behind. Remembering how the basketball had exploded from a punch, Howard forced himself to hold back his jump, raising his hands to block Anthony's path. Originally, Anthony wanted to dunk over him, but seeing that his opponent wasn't jumping and could potentially draw a foul, he quickly stopped for a soft shot. Smack! However, just as the basketball was about to soar over Howard's head, it was snatched down by a pair of large hands. And Lubu, old Lu has been waiting here for a long time. In fact, Lu Meng's previous remark was intended to provoke Anthony deliberately. Having learned about the developments of the previous life, how could Lu Meng not know that once Anthony had the ball, there would be nothing in his eyes except for the hoop? Therefore, whether it was calling out to defend against shots or preventing Howard from jumping, it was all to trick Wagu into taking a close-range shot. The goal, of course, was to grab the block. Seeing the ball miss James, and Wade immediately retreated to defense. Lu Meng, noticing there was no opportunity for a sneak attack, passed the ball to Iguodala and then made his way to the front court. Lu, we're serious now. This time we won't let you score easily, James said as he guarded Lu Meng, whispering. In fact, James always held great goodwill towards Lu Meng. After all, he was the perfect sword-bearing guard in James' eyes, not to mention Lu Meng's defensive capabilities displayed after his suspension. Even if this game were not in Denver, James would be willing to support Lu Meng's bid for Rookie of the Year. Unfortunately, the problem was that this was Denver, and Anthony was still his supposed brother. Additionally, the taunts from the rookie team had him caught in a dilemma. However, since he couldn't befriend Lu Meng, he decided to intimidate the opponent with absolute strength. At worst, after the game, he could adopt a benevolent attitude and be brothers with Lu Meng. Thinking this, James saw Iguodala challenging Anthony with a strong shot. No, Chris. Seeing Iguodala's awkward shot, James immediately shouted to Bosch. In fact, Bosch had already prepared to grab the rebound without James' reminder. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, he found it impossible to push through. Watching Bosch struggle behind Howard without making any progress, James had to shift his gaze to Haslam. Haslam did not disappoint James' expectations. Although his athletic ability was not high, he was mature and steady, using his strength to hold off Josh Smith, clearly gaining the upper hand. Regrettably, James had forgotten that the best rebounder among the rookies was none other than Lu Meng, whom he was guarding. Just as he was looking forward to Haslam, Lu Meng had anticipated the rebound's landing point and confidently snatched the ball with both hands. Chris, double-team him. Seeing Lu Meng, whom he was defending, grab the rebound, James hurriedly yelled and closed it. Hearing James call, Bosch shook off Howard and rushed to double-team Lu Meng. Unfortunately, just as he made a move, the basketball flew over his head, followed by Howard's powerful dunk. Boom. Lu, that was a beautiful pass. Howard dunked the ball, finally feeling good and eagerly wanting to high-five Lu Meng. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I'll make sure you get plenty of dunks today. Lu Meng also understood how to handle this joyful beast. While he could use force to intimidate him into obedience, it was clear that joy could stimulate him to unleash 120 of his energy. 6-0. Seeing the score on the court, the fans on site were energized, and those in front of the television were also getting into it. Meanwhile, media outlets had already begun to spread the news of the events happening live. We are the Platinum Generation, a declaration from the rookies of 04. The rookie team, led by Lu Meng, is directly challenging the sophomore veterans. The rookie game has taken a turn this year. It's a real match, with the rookie team focusing on defense. As these news segments aired, more and more fans tuned into the rookie game channel. Not only that, but many people began to promote it to their friends. Hey Ludwig, are you watching the rookie game? Rookie game? What is that? Just a bunch of rookies playing a dunking game. Glafford, listen, him not like you little kids. I just asked Jenna out, and we're going out on a date. Well, maybe we'll end up falling, who knows. Oh Jenna. Ludwig, you're amazing, even able to ask out the school beauty Jenna. However, brother, this year's rookie game is no joke. The Pacers' Lu is leading the rookies to besiege the Soft. Hearing his good friend's words, Ludwig's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately turned on the television and perched. As he watched Lu Meng block Anthony's shot, he instantly became excited. Oh my gosh, that play was so cool. I like Lu. From now on, I'm his fan. Hearing the scream from his friend over the phone, Glafford asked with a smile, so did I lie to you? But unfortunately, you have to go on a date now. Such an exciting game, you can only watch the replay. Hearing this, Ludwig's heart sank, just as Lu Meng grabbed the front court rebound and assisted Howard for it. To hell with the date. I can fall any time, but a game as exciting as this isn't always available. Oh Ludwig, but that's Jenna. Hearing Ludwig's words, Glafford exclaimed in surprise. He never expected his friend would choose to watch the game over going on a date with the school beauty. Alright Glafford, women only affect my mood for watching the game. Alright, I'll hang up now. You need to notify Jenna. After hanging up, Ludwig called Lena. Oh, I'm sorry Ludwig, I don't think I can go out right now. I want to stay home. And as soon as the call connected, Jenna's apologetic voice came through. The game is at the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Oh Ludwig, you're watching this game too. Of course. Such an exciting game, only a fool would miss it. By the way Jenna, I have a great suggestion. Why don't you come to my house, and we can watch the game together. We can discuss basketball then. This scene was playing out in countless households. On the other side, Stern, who was drafting a promotional plan, looked at his assistant coldly and asked, "What are you saying? The rookie team and the sophomore team are really going at it." "Yes, boss, the rookie team, led by Lou, is already leading 1-0 against the sophomore team." 1-0. You're saying the rookie team is leading the sophomore team? They're behind and still don't know to take it seriously. Hearing his assistant's words, Stern was puzzled. BOSS LeBron and the others are already taking it seriously, but they still can't break through the defense Lou set up. If they can't even beat the rookies, what do you want me for? Am I supposed to go on the court and help them play, or arrange for the referees to help them with free throws? This is the All-Star game with so many people watching. As he got angrier, Stern slammed his hand on the table. Useless trash. If this game is lost, then my plan to create a star. He thought to himself, cursing Lu Meng. Why is this rookie game supposed to be fun? Why is he taking it so seriously, playing defense? Haven't they had enough defense in regular games? At that moment, the phone on his desk rang. What's going on? Did the audience for the rookie game start to leave? Hearing the phone, Stern felt something was wrong and immediately picked it up to ask. Refunds? What refunds? The tickets for the rookie game sold out completely within 2 minutes after the game started. Sold out. Hearing the voice on the phone, Stern was taken aback. He clearly knew that only 80 of the rookie game tickets were sold. How could they suddenly be sold out? Could it be? By the way, BOSS, the data from the television station shows that the viewership for the rookie game is surging, almost catching up to last year's All-Star game viewership. What? So many? Great, that's fantastic. Stern exclaimed excitedly as he hung up the phone. At that moment, he no longer felt the resentment towards Lu Meng he had earlier. Instead, he regretted not having implemented the Lu Meng rule earlier. Someone so capable of drawing attention should have been selected for the main game a long time ago. Thinking of this, Stern's eyes suddenly lit up, murmuring to himself, if creating a star fails, then a new black and white rivalry wouldn't be bad either. Yes, 95 versus 23. Returning to the court as the sophomore team had yet to score, James proactively called for a timeout. We need to get serious, guys. If we let the freshman rookies beat us, it'll be a huge embarrassment. But LeBron, the freshmen are actually quite good at defense, especially Lou. Even if we manage to penetrate the paint, they always seem to cover back perfectly. Hearing this from Gwyd, James looked speechless. Why are you still trying to drive into the paint? Lou has clearly set a trap for you, yet you keep charging in like a bull. However, considering that they were not in the Cavaliers, James could only offer gentle advice. Carmelo, don't let Liu's words get to you. He's just trying to bait you into the paint. Next time you drive and try passing to the open man. Gently tapping Anthony, James then turned to Bosh. Chris, the situation now depends on you. When the time comes, pull out. If Howard dares to follow Dwayne, and I will punish them with a drive. Hearing Jameis' words, Bosh nodded heavily. Don't worry, LeBron, I know what to do. Bosh had long since lost interest in playing strongman with Howard. He was a stretch four, while Howard, although also playing power forward, was a traditional big. Indeed, during his rookie season, Howard played as a power forward, while the center for the Magic was Cato, who was traded for McGrady alongside the big Aristotle. That's the guy who had Yao Ming tie his shoes. With the game resuming, the sophomore team had possession. Wade controlled the ball beyond the three-point line, waiting for Bosh to draw Howard out to clear the paint. Dwight, you don't need to go out. Josh, go with Bosh. Upon seeing Bosh set a screen for Wade, Lou immediately stopped Howard from following and sent Josh Smith to cover. LeBron, I didn't expect you guys actually needed a strategy. All we freshmen do is go unknown. Hearing Liu's taunt, James felt a headache. Is that what you call unknown? You guys are just haphazardly throwing the ball right. It's just bullying us because we can't grab rebounds. James understood this, but some couldn't, and Liu's words made them anxious. Dwayne, pass me the ball, or we can't let the rookies make a fool of us. Anthony was already feeling a bit disgruntled. In an all-star exhibition game, especially after being blocked twice, James actually wanted Bosh to take the lead. This is my home court. If I don't fight back, how can I still face being the boss? Now, hearing Liu's direct mockery, he couldn't hold back any longer. Yes, James and Wade may not have the rim, but I've got it. Looking at Anthony's serious face, Wade hesitated for a moment and immediately passed the ball. At this moment what he thought was let's go for it. We're all the bosses here, who cares about tactics? Whoever gets the ball takes the shot. After receiving the ball, Anthony faced Iguodala beyond the three-point line, took a probing step, and shot directly. Swish. Although Iguodala didn't lose his position, Anthony still managed to score with a strong shot. Carmelo, great shot. Just like that, Carmelo. Let's show them what we're made of, Carmelo. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Anthony became even more excited. Lou. Iguodala looked awkwardly at Lou. It's fine, let him shoot. Let's see how many points they can score. In the transition from offense to defense, Lou purposely let Iguodala take the shot, just to spur Anthony further. Bang! Although Iguodala's first shot missed, Lou managed to grab the offensive rebound. Seeing the basketball back in his hands and glancing at Igua, who had lost his position, Iguodala took the shot and scored 2 points smoothly. Seeing the freshman team make a comeback was smiled. In an unknown situation, he feared no one. In the transition from offense to defense, Igua brought the ball to the front court himself. From the same spot as before, he hit another three-pointer. Carmelo, Carmelo, Carmelo. The freshman team attacked, and the ball was passed to Iguodala once again. No worries, we have boards. Just shoot. Seeing that Iguodala hesitated, Lou encouraged loudly. Hearing Liu's words, Anthony cast a resentful glance at Bosch. Just as he glanced at Bosch, Iguodala directly took the shot from beyond the arc. Swish. With the basketball swishing through the net, Anthony's smile grew even wider. As the sophomore team attacked, when Anthony returned to the same spot for another shot, Lou unexpectedly appeared and blocked Igua again. Smack. You keep shooting from that spot. Do you really think our defense is a joke? As Liu's words fell, Josh Smith completed a flying dunk. Lou, why not go onion with me? Sneak attacks aren't for real men. Come on, Carmelo, if you want to challenge me, let's wait until the game is over to play. Hearing Liu's words, Anthony was about to call Lou a coward when James interjected. Carmelo, Lou is right. Basketball is a team game, let's fight them together. As the game resumed, James brought the ball to the front court and immediately accelerated to drive past Lou, attracting Iguodala's double team before passing the ball to Anthony. Facing an open shot, Anthony made a steady two-pointer. Next time, no need for help defense, Andre. We still have Dwight in the paint. As Lou initiated the inbounds, he reminded Iguodala. Transitioning from defense to offense, the first-year team attacked, and the sophomores began their tight defense. Set screens, and once it's done, shoot immediately. No space. Get the board. Seeing his teammates lacking shooting space, Lou shouted. Hearing his words, Tony Allen used Iguodala's screen to shoot a three-pointer from just outside the arc. Short. As soon as the ball was released, Tony Allen immediately called out. Chris. Hearing this, Wade and Anthony shouted towards Bosch simultaneously. Although Bosch knew they were anxious, he had Howard blocking him in front and Josh Smith boxing out behind. More importantly, Lou had already predicted the rebound's landing spot before they did. Seeing Lou grab the offensive board again, Bosch lost his composure and charged towards Lou. Boom. Watching Bosch rush and Lou toss the ball towards the hoop, and Howard receiving the signal executed an alley-oop dunk. Chris, don't lose your position, you need to keep an eye on Dwight. Hearing Jameis' words, Bosch almost broke his defense. Are you kidding me? You expect me to play inside, grab rebounds, and defend all at once? Am I Superman or something? Bosch complained inwardly, but didn't realize that Anthony was glaring at James with disdain. LeBron, are you still counting on him? Even if he is a power forward, not being able to grab a single rebound is a bit much, right? After soothing Anthony, the second-year players launched another attack. James brought the ball to the front court, recalling Lu Meng's earlier words. With determination in his heart, he made another aggressive drive toward the opponent. Although Lu Meng was not at a disadvantage in terms of physique, his strength was inferior to Jameis. Despite his excellent defensive positioning, he was still pushed back toward the paint. Lu let him go, will treat him to a big hot pot. Seeing Lu Meng struggling with strength, Howard took a couple of steps forward, wanting to help defend against James. Taking advantage of Lu Meng's lost position, James took 3 steps directly. Under normal circumstances, James should have passed the ball to Bosch at this point. Yet perhaps influenced by Anthony's earlier words, he felt a slight distrust toward Bosch. Thinking back to his initial plan to dominate Lu Meng with strength, James intensified his pace, leaping over Howard with a thunderous dunk. Roar. After completing the dunk, James pounded his chest with a fierce expression. Good shot, LeBron. Beautiful, LeBron. Hearing the cheers from the fans, James felt even more exhilarated. But at this moment, Howard, who had regained his composure, excitedly exclaimed, "That's not fair. He traveled on that play. Referee, he took 4 steps. Seeing the referee ignoring him, Howard approached Lu Meng again. Lu, do you believe me? He really took 4 steps, otherwise I wouldn't have reacted like this. In fact, Lu Meng had already noticed that James had traveled on that play. After all, with his defensive anticipation, normally the ball would either be blocked by Howard or himself. Hey sir, LeBron traveled on that play. Without any hesitation, Lu Meng went straight to the head referee and said, "Don't say that, Lu. This is the All-Star game. Everyone is here to have fun." Hearing this, Lu Meng frowned and continued, "Sir, I mean LeBron traveled on that play." Perhaps angered by Lu Meng's attitude, the head referee's expression became stiff. "Lu, I am the head referee for this game," he said, deliberately signaling to the scorers that Jameis' 2 points count. If it weren't for the All-Star game, he would have given Lu Meng a technical foul. Unfortunately for him, he was just thinking about it, while Lu Meng directly gave him a technical foul. Seeing the head referee ignore him, Lu Meng squinted. Just as he was considering how to cleverly elbow the opponent, he suddenly spotted Kobe and Iverson. Without any hesitation, he first showed a technical foul to the head referee, then approached the scorer's table and picked up the microphone saying, "Dear fans, today's head referee is being penalized for not wearing his glasses, so I've sent him off the court. Next, please welcome our 3 new referees to the game." He pointed toward Kobe's position and continued, "They are Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and my good friend Lee Hyrie, along with the towering Yao Ming." While Lu Meng was looking for the referees earlier, all cameras were focused on him. Now seeing him ask Kobe, Iverson, and Yao to be referees, the fans went wild. AI. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Yao, Yao. Hearing the cheers from the fans, Kobe shrugged his shoulders. "How do you think if we actually went down there, Stern would kill us? I don't give a damn. I'm here to support Lu, not because I like him, but because he's doing the right thing." After Iverson finished speaking, he stepped down toward the court. Seeing Iverson's actions, Kobe shook his head helplessly and followed him down. However, he couldn't help but think, with Lu Meng's personality, how could he be anyone's underling? He is a... Seeing Iverson and Kobe's actions, the fans cheered and shouted for Yao. Witnessing this, Yao could only stand up helplessly. "Little Lu, you really have stirred the heavens. I wonder if the 3 of us can compare to a single James and..." Without mentioning Yao's concerns, Iverson walked directly in front of the head referee, signaling him to hand over the referee's uniform and whistle. Just as the head referee was about to say something, Artest suddenly jumped out. "Just give it to him, why waste your breath?" Artest said as he directly grabbed the head referee. Seeing Artest's action, the other 2 referees hurriedly took off their uniforms. However, when Yao received the uniform, he awkwardly gestured with it in front of himself before revealing a distressed expression. Similarly, Kobe also did not take the referee's uniform. He was a whole tier older than the referees. Beep. The game continues. "Lu, the previous 2 points have already counted, and I can't cancel them. But don't worry, it won't happen again." Hearing Iverson's words, Jameis' expression darkened further. Wasn't this plainly stating that he had traveled earlier? Meanwhile, Stern, having received the news, was furious. Lu Meng's actions were clearly a provocation to the authority of the league. How dare he change referees midway? Wasn't this implying there were corrupt referees in the league? With this thought, he stopped considering any new black and white battles, and instead began to think about how to make things difficult for the Pacers after the All-Star game. And of course, there was Kobe, Iverson, and Yao. "Championship, I won't let you even enter the Eastern Conference Finals. You wanted to take revenge on the Pistons, but it'll make you fall at their feet again. And that fool Ron, you all better wait for me." Just as Stern was gritting his teeth and cursing, an assistant suddenly knocked on the door. "Come in. BOSS, several major broadcasters have sent thank you letters. They say the viewership for this rookie game has exceeded all previous All-Star games. By the way, they also mentioned that you did an excellent job with this rookie game, but you shouldn't have kept it from them. They are now a bit..." However, they all expressed that if the viewership continues like this, they would be very willing to raise the price for the next broadcasting contract. Raise the price. Viewership exploded. Hearing this, the assistant looked puzzled. BOSS, ever since Lu gave the referee a technical foul, the hype for the rookie game exploded. Right now, the hottest topic online is the rookie game. I think what we should be worried about now is that tomorrow's skills 3-point and dunk contests, as well as the All-Star main game the day after, might not attract as much attention as the rookie game. This is truly remarkable," Stern murmured, then waved for the assistant to leave. Once the office was empty, he slapped his thigh. "Oh, I was foolish. If I had known Lu was such a troublemaker, I would have made sure he participated in the All-Star main game no matter what." With this thought, he secretly vowed that Lu Meng must not be absent from future All-Star games. As for his earlier thoughts about how to make things difficult for the Pacers, they had already been cast aside. What kind of petty actions? Stern had always been fair. How could he stoop to such despicable behavior? On the court, after the match resumed, James completely erupted. As the first-year team just threw the ball in, James and Wade began to apply full-court pressure. Seeing Wade lunging towards him, the ball-handling limited Tony Allen panicked and attempted to pass back to Lu Meng, but the pass was too weak and was intercepted directly by James. After the steal, James did not dribble much. He was aware of his bad habits since childhood, so he took one step and jumped directly. Seeing James already airborne, Lu Meng had no choice but to give way under the basket, fearing he would get dunked on for a highlight reel. "Bring back 2 more players and secure the ball better," Lu Meng shouted to the front court after the second-year team scored 2 more points. At this moment, substituting players would be the best choice. For instance, Ben Gordon or Devin Harris could handle the ball, and unknown, they could easily bring the ball past half court. However, Lu Meng knew the second-year team was serious and was afraid that hastily substituting might lead to defensive lapses, so he sought ways to overcome it. After all, the first-year team was not the national team of Huagua. With two more players covering, Tony Allen successfully brought the ball past half court. By the time Lu Meng re-entered the paint, Tony Allen shot from 2 steps behind the three-point line. Feeling guilty from the earlier steal, he now saw Wade and James still daring to crowd him, and he took the shot. Originally, the second-year team was not adept at rebounding, and with James and Wade absent, relying solely on Bosch, Haslam, and Anthony, the three of them combined could not out-rebound Lu Meng. And indeed, without Howard and Josh Smith's help, Lu Meng directly secured the long rebound. After grabbing the rebound, Lu Meng made a high throw, assisting Josh Smith for a flying dunk. In the following match, to avoid the embarrassment of being called for traveling, James had to play a supporting role, which was exactly what Anthony had anticipated, especially with Lu Meng's sharp tongue, which occasionally provoked him. Hey Carmelo, are you going to watch your two teammates in the All-Star game the day after tomorrow? Wait a minute, you don't look any worse than them. Why weren't you selected for the All-Star? Shut up, Lu, weren't you also not selected? Hearing Anthony's words, Lu Meng shrugged. There's nothing I can do if this is my rookie year. I believe next year you'll see me in the All-Star game. If you don't believe me, just take a look at the big referee next to you. Hearing this, Anthony turned to see a big Yao with a silly grin. Bullshit. In an instant, he recalled that Lu Meng was indeed Chinese, making the All-Star game would be incredibly easy for him. With his mindset unbalanced, his shooting ended with a clang. Unexpectedly, while Lu Meng snatched the rebound, he had to taunt him again. Oh, Carmelo, is that big guy making you angry? Why do you salute the other two referees? Are you trying to learn how to forge weapons from them? Kobe, Allen, is that kid talking about us? I really want to give him AT. Hearing Kobe's words, Allen shook his head. Forget this game. When it comes to the playoffs, he'll destroy this. It's ridiculous that I'm so much tougher than him, yet he dares to belittle me, comparing me to you. Hearing Allen's words, Kobe, who was saddened that the Lakers might not meet the Pacers in the playoffs, suddenly realized what Allen had said. You should be better than me at not being iron right. Seeing Kobe look a bit angry, Allen shrugged. Of course, any easy shot or open shot I pass to others. When it's Onianto, the tough shots are all mine. If I don't miss, it would be a miracle. Hearing Allen's words, Kobe instantly went from cloudy to sunny. I agree, for us Onianto is like an open shot. Don't him not like you, Al. I really had no choice, you were just playing rough. 5-7-4-3. The first half ended with the first-year team leading the second-year team by 14 points. Because the second-year team had not substituted, the first-year team held on. Lu, how should we play in the second half? Seeing a real possibility of defeating the Platinum Generation, the first-year team excitedly gathered around Lu Meng. Let the starters rest first in the second half, and see if there's a chance for a final showdown. The remaining 4 will go with me. Remember, once you go in, just play wild, play as fast as you can. Defensively, apply more double teams, and force the opponents to pass the ball. The first-year side was strategizing while the second-year side was in a dilemma. If following Jameis' idea, it would mean the starters continue to play, since the rookie game lasts only 40 minutes split into halves, and with their stamina, they could easily play the entire game. But the problem is that this villain cannot be him out, otherwise his reputation among the rookies would be ruined. LeBron, you decide how to play, we cannot really lose to those kids. Hearing Anthony's words, James internally scoffed. Now you know to ask me what to do when I told you not to go unknown, but to pass the ball more. Why did you not listen? Thinking of this, he suddenly had a bright idea and thought of a good excuse for losing. Carmelo, this is your home court, and we're participating to help you shine. You decide how to play, and well, I'll follow you. After James finished speaking, he specifically glanced at Wade and Bosch. Bosch, who only grabbed 1 rebound in the first half, understood Jameis' meaning and quickly interjected. Exactly, Carmelo, this is your territory. How does a double-digit deficit matter to you? Hearing Bosch's words, Anthony, of course, would not admit to being unable to catch up, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Of course it doesn't matter. As long as my shooting touch comes back, catching up by 10 points is like taking something out of a bag for me. After saying this, he pointed directly at the 4 who had not yet played. In the second half, the few of us will go in, and you just need to pass to me. It'll lead you all to overturn them. Soon halftime ended and the game resumed. Both teams coincidentally made substitutions. The only difference is that the second-year team is led by Carmelo. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny Smith explained. After all, this is Carmelo's home court, and from the first half it was clear that LeBron had been passing to Carmelo, hoping to help his all-star snub brother win the rookie game MVP. Haha, Kenny, are you sure LeBron is passing the ball to avoid being called for traveling by AI? Hearing Kenny's words, Barkley joked. Charles, you're still so bold. Now let's watch the game. The second-year team is on the attack, passing the ball to Carmelo. On the first-year side, Lou is personally guarding Carmelo. Not having a shooting opportunity, let's see how Carmelo handles this ball. Oh my gosh. Carmelo forced a shot and was blocked by Lou. On the sidelines seeing this scene, James couldn't help but laugh out loud, but when he noticed the camera pointing at him, he immediately pulled up his shirt to cover his face. On the court, Lu Meng picked up the basketball and threw it forward directly. As Lu Meng blocked the shot, Devin Harris had already charged ahead, having crossed the midline by the time Lu Meng threw the ball. With a loud bang after receiving the basketball, Harris faced a Oni-on-0 situation, executing a gliding dunk to finish the battle. Seeing not only were they unable to catch up, but the gap had widened, Anthony's expression darkened ominously. During the transition from offense to defense, Anthony purposely maneuvered to receive the ball, using Hinrich to block Lu Meng, then hitting a three-pointer directly in front of Ben Gordon. After scoring this basket, it seemed like Guess shooting touch returned in an instant. As long as he wasn't facing Lu Meng's defense, he could score effortlessly. However, the first-year team was also not to be underestimated. Lu Meng faced Josh Howard in the paint, easily grabbing rebounds. 10697 with 3 minutes left in the game, the first-year team continued to lead by 9 points. As Lu Meng intercepted Reed's pass to Anthony, once again cheers erupted from the fans. MVP, MVP. Hearing the fans support, Lu Meng looked up in confusion and discovered that the big screen was displaying his stats for the game. 12 points, 32 rebounds, 17 assists, 10 steals, 5 blocks. Just then Luol Deng called a timeout, allowing Lu Meng to savor this celebratory moment. Kid, congratulations, you've achieved an incredible stat. After Iverson finished speaking, Yao Ming added, "Ya little Lu, you'll be famous now." Lu Meng was waiting for Kobe's congratulations, but unexpectedly Kobe said with a serious face, "Kid, I imagine you wouldn't want to help me anymore, but that's fine. When you lead the team on your own, let's see how I dominate you." Kobe could tell, and so could the others in the broadcasting booth. Barkley said enviously, "Looks like Larry will have the happy trouble of choosing." No one expected that a Chinese undrafted player could become a cornerstone of team building. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny was astonished. "Charles, do you mean Lu can now be the leader of a team?" Of course. The first-year rookies, without Lu, how could they possibly compete with the second-year team? And 4 double-doubles, Kenny, doesn't this make you think of someone? Upon hearing this, a figure flashed in Kenny's mind. Are you talking about Hakeem? Of course. This game is not like the previous exhibition matches. In my eyes, Lu is like a mini defensive version of Hakeem. If you were Larry, would you not want him as your foundational player? Moreover, based on the 2 different lineups from the first-year team's first and second halves, Lu can adapt perfectly to any player, which is truly rare. Hearing Barkley's words, although Kenny Smith felt it was a bit crazy, he couldn't find a point to refute. "All right, Charles, this is really insane, but the Pacers already have Jermaine. If that's the case, Lu this summer." With Kenny's words, the general managers of various teams went wild, especially those from bottom teams who were desperate for Lu Meng. Just as Burrow's phone was about to turn into a vibrator, the rookie game finally came to an end. 1-1-1-1-0-1, exactly the 10 points scored at the start of the first quarter were the final winning points for the first-year team. "Lu, you won this time, but next time I will definitely win back." After the game, Guagu, who scored 47 points, hurriedly said a fierce remark to Lu Meng before turning and heading back to the locker room. Later, amid the cheers of the crowd, Lu Meng received the MVP trophy for the rookie game. However, in front of everyone, he directly handed the trophy to Li Xiaoli. "Appa, I've decided that tonight, as long as you don't get hurt, just go all out." Looking at the MVP trophy of the rookie game in her hand, and the blinding flashes of cameras, Li Xiaoli excitedly whispered in Lu Meng's ear, "Tonight, I think we should go back to the hotel now." "But, aren't you still going to the post-game press con?" "Haha, what the hell is that?" Lu Meng said as he turned and casually grabbed a microphone from a reporter. "Listen, even though I won this award, the true heroes are my brothers Ben Lol, Andre Al, Josh, Tony, Devin, and it's just that their stats were too evenly distributed, making it hard for the judges to choose, so they gave the trophy to me. To prevent fans from misunderstanding that I defeated the second-year team alone, I decided that my brothers would attend the post-game press conference in my stead." Hearing Lu Meng's words, everyone on the first-year team was deeply moved. After this game, they naturally understood Lu Meng's strength. They could say that if it weren't for Lu Meng, they definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat the second-year team. But now Lu Meng was willing to let them take the credit for exposure, even allowing them to substitute for him at the press conference. At this moment, they all had only one thought in their minds: to follow Big Brother Lu to the death. On the other hand, the media were also exclaiming that Lu Meng was so righteous. Such a player deserves to be. With this mindset, both sides praised Lu Meng to the skies, while at that moment Lu Meng had already started playing on another court. As Lu Meng held the ball with both hands under tight pressure, the excitement outside exploded. Whether it was the Platinum generation being overturned by the first-year rookies, or Lu Meng switching referees midway, or the All-Star rookie game being played seriously, all sparked tremendous discussions. Of course, among these there were also some reports about James' rookie game. I came to support my good brother Carmelo, you know, I am already an all-star player. Traveling. No, maybe Lou made a mistake. He just entered the league and took it too seriously. Later when Alan became the referee, why didn't he call me for traveling again? The Platinum generation was defeated. Oh brother, that was an all-star game. Everyone came to have fun. It just looks serious. If you really took it seriously, then you lost. You also saw that when I was on the court, I was always passing the ball to Carmelo, who I just wanted him to be happy. If I cared about winning or losing, I wouldn't have sat on the sidelines in the second half. You all know my stamina. Playing a full 40 minutes is extremely easy for me. Whether it's true or not, through these reports, many fans genuinely believe the rookie game was scripted. It just looked. At least even fans who thought it was genuine didn't blame James for the second-year team's loss. After all, he was just playing support, with Anthony being the true star. Regardless of the outside noise, Lu Meng focused solely on improving his game. While he practiced, the next day the dunk contest, three-point contest, and skills challenge were held as scheduled. As expected, due to the explosive popularity of the rookie game, today's events garnered extremely high attention. In the audience, Kobe looked at his side and asked Artest curiously, "Ron, didn't Lou come with you? Isn't he watching today's game?" Hearing Kobe's words, Artest rolled his eyes and, "Of course not, my big brother gave away the trophy yesterday. Today, he must be practicing." Artest knew Lu Meng well and guessed that they wouldn't be leaving the hotel after seeing Li Shaoli's excited expression yesterday. As for whether they could come out tomorrow, that depended on whether Li Shaoli could hold on. "Practice. Still working hard today. I can't slack off either." Kobe mumbled, then patted Vanessa and said, "Honey, set my alarm for 3:30 in the morning. Also, I'm going to train now, but you stay here and watch." "Simada, I think I have fallen in love with you." "Haha, I have also deeply fallen for you, my dear friend." "Enough talk. Whenever you have time, you can come to the United States to visit me." The day after the All-Star game concluded, Lu Meng saw Li Shaoli off onto the plane, then boarded a flight bound. Tomorrow the regular season battle will reignite as the Pacers face the Magic on the road, so Lu Meng flew directly to Orlando. "Lu, you performed brilliantly this time. Do you know how many teams contacted me after the rookie game? 12, and most are willing to offer you the maximum salary. Speaking of which, this success was largely thanks to that chubby fellow who has a fondness for donkey butts." On the plane, Boras excitedly shared with Lu Meng. By now he had grown accustomed to Lu Meng scoring 2 points here and there. "It's just casual play every now and then. Compared to legends like Chamberlain or the Magician, it's already much better." As long as Lu Meng continues to improve steadily, he won't care much about these matters. Instead, he constantly contemplates how to flawlessly solve any problems if they arise. At least he won't be like Kobe, dragged into court. "Really? I can't wait. I thought teams would only offer me the maximum salary after I win the championship." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Boras gave a wry smile. "Lu, you greatly underestimate that rookie game you played. General managers of all teams are no fools. From your demonstrated leadership and aura, you are definitely not inferior to the Pistons' Drummond. More importantly, you are much younger than Drummond and have potential to develop an offensive edge." After saying this, he smiled and asked Lu Meng, "Guess how many teams would offer maximum contracts to Drummond testing free agency now?" Hearing this, Lu Meng immediately recalled in his past life, when Drummond left the Pistons after a year and a half, the Bulls offered a 4-year, $60 million maximum contract. Compared with Drummond, he was a rookie just entering the league and also a newcomer from hardwood, naturally making him more attractive. "Alright, I originally thought to just mess around in the All-Star rookie game, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a good fortune. I wonder if the Pacers will offer me the maximum salary after this season." Lu Meng was quite satisfied with the Pacers. They had a complete championship contending lineup, several main players at their peak. If they could win this year, a consecutive championship next year would be easier. Once they secure back-to-back titles, O'Neal would likely face a steep decline. If management listens to him, by then they could package O'Neal for a lesser-known but effective interior player. Yes, it must be someone who did not make the top 75 later, otherwise it would affect his future historical standing. What? O'Neal might enter the top 75 after 2 championships. That doesn't matter. He didn't voluntarily form a super team. Besides, with his decline rate, people might even say it was Lu Meng who made him so strong initially, but his actual level is just that of his decline. Of course, if the Pacers are unwilling to offer him the maximum salary after this season, Lu Meng wouldn't stubbornly cling to the team. He could join any team willing to cooperate, and with his vision, at worst, it would take 2 more years to assemble a championship contending lineup. The teammates must have strength surpassing fame and not enter the top 75 later. By the way, one more thing, both Nike and Adidas have officially made offers. Seeing Lu Meng grin foolishly, Boras shared another piece of good news. "Really? How much are they willing to offer?" He had been looking forward to offers from these 2 shoe companies. When he first arrived, he was suspended for hitting someone. Then, after winning rebounding champion, he remained. Instead, domestic shoe companies approached him, but Boras vetoed them without Lu Meng's decision. In his mind, Lu Meng was a future star who should never lower his value for short-term gain. Adidas's offer is slightly inferior, a $15 million contract over 3 years on the condition that you must make the All-Star team each year. Nike's offer is much more sincere, $35 million over 5 years with no All-Star requirement. Hearing this, Lu Meng curled his lips. It's not that Nike doesn't require All-Star status, but they know it's too easy for me. But Luo Bo, what do you mean? I mean Nike, but the contract can be shorter, and of course the more money the better. Ideally a 2 or 3 year contract, so after you become a champion, we can raise the price. Upon hearing Boras's plan, Lu Meng snapped his fingers. Good Luo Bo, same thought as me. Go negotiate confidently, though I have no objections. Lu Meng did not make exaggerated demands of Boras, nor did he ask Nike to match the offers given to Yao Ming, who was the #1 pick and bore the hopes of all Huahua people. On February 22nd, Yao's restaurant in Houston officially opened. Meanwhile, in Orlando, the Pacers' away game against the Magic began. Seeing the unmotivated veteran Howard, Lu Meng mused that if it weren't for having a good older brother in Yao, who led him, it would have been much harder to succeed. In this regard, Lien clearly lacked Yao's good fortune. Unfortunately, Howard, that good older brother, also degenerated after being abandoned by the Mosaic. The game unfolded accordingly. The Magic's offense was chaotic when Howard had the ball, tossing it recklessly. When not given the ball, he did not push for it, just wandering between frontcourt and backcourt. Under his influence, the entire Magic team displayed a lax atmosphere, wasting Howard's energy on endless shuttle runs. 108-84. Ultimately, the Pacers' main players clocked out after 3 quarters, winning by 24 points. Lu Meng played 36 minutes, achieving a comprehensive stat line of 8 points, 16 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. After the game, Howard wanted to ask Lu Meng about the player quality at Orlando nightclubs, but the Pacers had a home game against the Heat tomorrow. Dwight, my good brother, let's leave it for next time. When I come to Orlando again, you can treat me. On February 23rd, back at home, the Pacers faced the challenge of the Heat. Currently, the Heat ranked first in the East with 40 wins and 15 losses, while the Pacers stood second with 36 wins and 16 losses. For this Eastern Conference powerhouse clash, TNT graciously broadcasted it live across the United States. However, compared to the United States, Huahua was even more lively, as Lu Meng's first Huahua derby might be about to unfold. In the Heat's previous game against the Bulls, shortly after tip-off, O'Neal was injured. As a result, Wang Daji came off the bench, playing 18 minutes with 6 shots, made from 5 attempts plus 1 for 4 free throws, tallying 11 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Given his performance last game, he was very likely to play again this match, setting up a potential Huahua derby against Lu Meng. Of course, due to Wang Daji's particular status, Huahua authorities certainly could not publicize this, and at least TTCV5 did not broadcast this heavyweight clash. Nonetheless, both on-site reporters and online text streams attracted tens of thousands of basketball fans' attention. Hey, Lu Meng. Lu Meng was discussing the newly arrived basketball fans with Atai when suddenly a voice in Mandarin reached his ears. He turned to look and immediately smiled, extending his hand. Brother Daji, you're here. While shaking hands, Lu Meng introduced Brother Daji. This is Ron, you should know him. Tai, this is my hometown elder brother, you can call him King. Hearing this, Wang Daji hurriedly waved his hand. No, just call me Dao Chi. Shaq and the others all call me that. Seeing Lu Meng's face, Atai also obliged and shook hands with Daji. Walt, I go greet them, but don't be too serious when you face my hometown guy later. Hearing this, Atai immediately went to gather the players. No, Lu, this is not good. Originally, Daji thought Lu Meng was joking, but upon seeing Atai actually notifying the others, he quickly said. At the same time, he gained a profound understanding of Lu Meng's status with the Pacers. Goodness, that's Atai, the best defensive player in All-Star, and he just listens to Lu Meng. Thinking about his own treatment with the Heat, he instantly felt that the gap between people could be so vast. Oh, it's all trivial. So, Brother Daji, you're not in a hurry to leave after the game tonight, right? Why not join me to check out the local nightlife? A 2 balls. Hearing that Lu Meng actually invited him to a nightclub, Wang Daji was stunned. Goodness, isn't that against military? No, Lu, I can't do that. My reputation is already bad as it is. If I do something reckless again, I'll be ostracized by the people. Seeing that he startled Daji so much that he switched to his mother tongue, Lu Meng quickly changed the topic. Just joking. Look how scared you are. Actually, I wouldn't go, I was just boasting, and guess what the media really bought? Hearing Lu Meng's thick-skinned words, Wang Daji thought, do you think I don't read the news? They even exposed photos of you, and you're trying to argue with me. However, being naturally not good at communication, he could only awkwardly nod and reply, oh, I see. Just don't boast about that in the future. Wang Daji's words made Lu Meng spit out his drink. Goodness, I was just trying to lighten the mood, and at the same time, Lu Meng finally understood why Daji and Alien didn't perform well in his past life. With this kind of personality, he was simply not suited for the NBA. After exchanging a few more casual words, the two finally parted ways. Mob community, this is the live text broadcast of the Pacers' home game against the Heat, and the starting lineup for both teams is about to take the court. For the Pacers, it's still Xiao Yeo, Lu Meng, Atai, Wu Sheng, and Tinsley. On the Heat side, Dwayne Wade, Damon Jones, Eddie Jones, Haslam, and Michael Doliak. Unlike the TNT broadcast, which was introducing the feud between Lu Meng and the Heat, the domestic text broadcast was quite dry, containing nothing but the game content. Of course, in the comments section below, the fans were lively. I just hope the Pacers can blow the game open quickly, then DeG can get on the court. Don't worry, without O'Neal, the Heat won't last long. Just don't know if DeG can match up with Lu Meng. Yeah, if it's before the All-Star game, Lu Meng will still play in garbage time. But after the All-Star game, he won't see the court during garbage time. Just as many Chinese fans were looking forward to the direct confrontation between Lu and Wang on the court, the game officially began. Lu, this time I'm going to avenge the rookie challenge. Looking at Wade, who was making a fierce remark in front of him, Lu Meng raised a finger and shook it with a smile. This is my horse. For some reason, hearing Lu Meng's words, Wade suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, feeling that his momentum was being taken away. A real man should be like this. Wade silently vowed that one day he would learn to be like Lu Meng and make not just like that, it should be even more imposing, standing on the technical platform after a game-winning shot. The game started and the Pacers seized possession. Facing the Heat, without Big Ao, Xiao Ao played very actively, but perhaps too excited. His first shot hit the rim. Boom. Seeing Xiao Ao shoot, Lu Meng was already prepared for the rebound, and just as everyone was ready to grab the board, he had already dunked it in. Seeing Lu Meng's judgment on the rebound and the speed of the bounce, Haslam helplessly turned to Doliak and said, "Michael, can you help me guard Lu for a bit later?" Hearing Haslam's words, Doliak looked at him in surprise, then suspiciously glanced at Xiao Ao, who was defending. The implication seemed to say, if I help you guard, what about Xiao Ao? If I don't guard Xiao Ao, that ball will go straight. However, seeing Prince Wade looking at him as well, Doliak could only shrug and say, "All right, I got it." The Heat attacked. Wade held the ball facing Atai, first trying a crossover to break through, but couldn't shake him off. Damon Jones hurriedly stepped up to set a screen for Wade. Using the screen, Wade took advantage of Tinsley's unsteady footing and drove toward the basket. Just as he reached the free throw line, he saw Lu Meng waiting for him ahead. Just hesitating for a moment, Atai charged in and stole the ball. Hey! Wade looked at the basketball that was stolen directly by Atai with a frustrated expression. Before the game, Lu Meng had already informed his teammates to focus on preventing Wade's drives, and combined with his excellent defensive anticipation, encircling Wade was not difficult at all. After all, it was not the finals yet, and Wade did not have superstar whistles. The following match continued in this manner as the Pacers repeatedly put the basketball through the hoop, while the Heat could only shoot from the perimeter due to the Pacers' solid defense. Moreover, the Heat's perimeter players, whether it was Damon Jones or Eddie Jones, were not in good form. With the sounds of missed shots ringing out, Lu Meng happily collected all the rebounds. 4-1-5. Dwayne, you need to penetrate the inside. You must break through the kill zone. With Shaq absent, you are the hope of our team. No more showcasing your shooting. Hearing the coach's words, Wade complained, "Coach, I want to break through the inside too, but the Pacers' defense is too tight. Lu is always positioned ahead of my next move." Upon hearing Wade's words, Van Gundy pondered for a moment before addressing Haslam and Dory. "Withdraw from the inside. When Lu guards, one of you pull him out to the three-point line, and the other should set a screen for Dwayne. After the screen, pull out. Since we can't secure rebounds, let's not go for them." Hearing the coach, the Heat players were taken aback for a moment, but then they realized he was right. Since we can't grab the rebounds anyway, we might as well not try. After the game resumed, Lu Meng looked at Haslam, who stood outside the three-point line, filled with confusion. "What's up, you donies? Do you actually have a three-point shooting ability? Why are you standing so far out?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Haslam looked down at the three-point line beside his feet, gave an awkward smile, and then stepped forward with his left foot landing on the three-point line. "Now it's fine, Lu, my two-point shots are quite accurate." Lu Meng thought to himself, "I don't believe you." He ignored Haslam and immediately shrank towards the basket as Wade broke through. Unfortunately, just as he arrived at the basket, Wade really passed the ball to Haslam. However, just as Haslam took a step forward to prepare for a shot, St. Jackson had already closed in beside him. At this moment, when Haslam tried to pass the ball to Eddie Jones, he found that Lu Meng had already closed in beside Jones. On the sidelines, seeing the Pacers' rapid rotation, Van Gundy suddenly woke up. "Isn't this the 5 versatile forwards that Pat always advocates?" Yes, the Pacers couldn't field 5 versatile forwards yet, but 3 was no problem. Lu Meng standing at 2.06 meters, St. Jackson at 2.03 meters, and Artest at 2.01 meters, with their defensive capabilities rotating between the 2, 3, and 4 positions, was an absolute breeze. In contrast, Haslam, the power forward, was only 2.03 meters tall. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the Heat were called for a 24-second violation. Seeing this situation, Wade's expression darkened further. When the Heat attacked again, Wade decided not to pass the ball, relying solely on his body and speed to drive in, and even when he faced a double team and lost balance, he went for the shot himself. I must say Wade's penetration is exceptional, whether it's Artest St. Jackson or even Lu Meng himself when Wade is determined they can only limit him but cannot completely stop him. As Wade went on a scoring spree, the Heat slowly began to open up their game. Although they were still behind, they finally started scoring. 16-7. As the second quarter began, the Heat continued to heavily utilize their starters while the Pacers maintained their normal rotation. Watching Lu Meng play back and forth with St. Jackson and 3 substitutes against the Heat, Mike Brown chuckled. "Rick, without Shaq, the Heat are no match for us." Hearing Brown's words, Carlisle shook his head. Of course, with or without Shaq, the Heat are 2 different teams. Compared to a fully rostered Heat, I'd much rather face last season's champions, Pistons. Oh, then you better hope Shaq rests a bit longer so we can sit back and watch the fun in the playoffs. Hearing Mike Brown understand his meaning, Carlisle chuckled. Wrong, Mike, it doesn't matter whether Shaq rests or not, we can't surpass them. Have you forgotten we are in the same division as the Pistons? Not to mention, while Carlisle was calculating the record differences off the court on the other side, as the second quarter approached the 3rd minute, the Heat replaced Haslam with Wang Zhizhi. As Wang Zhizhi stepped onto the court, countless internet cafes in China erupted in cheers. Great. He's on the court. Damn, what the hell is that noise? It nearly scared me off the roof. On the court, Lu Meng saw Wang Zhizhi standing outside the 3-point line, deliberately maintaining his original position, staying 2 steps away from him. Seeing this scene, the Heat players hurriedly passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi. Looking at the wide open space in front of him, Wang Zhizhi naturally knew Lu Meng was giving him an opportunity. Although it was a bit awkward, he still raised his hand to shoot. Swish. Although his release was a bit slow, Wang Zhizhi's open shot success rate was still decent. Good shot, brother Dodgy. Just keep shooting like that to be a bit more decisive. Anyway, your release point is high, so you don't have to worry about being blocked. Watching Lu Meng, who was more excited than himself, Wang Zhizhi glanced at his coach nervously and then softly said, "Little Lu, don't do this. Whether you can play is still based on your own skills." Hearing this, Lu Meng really wanted to tell him not to be silly. In the future, some people can rely on their fathers to play in the NBA, so what are you afraid of? But thinking about Bronny still being on the toilet paper, he refrained from saying anything. Don't worry, I'm just giving you a surprise with the first ball. You really think you can play the whole game?" Lu Meng said this and acted accordingly. In the following minutes, under Lu Meng's full defensive pressure, Wang Zhizhi couldn't even touch the ball. Of course, when the Pacers were on offense, Lu Meng couldn't touch the ball either. It wasn't that Wang Zhizhi was defending well, it was mainly that Lu Meng usually doesn't participate in offense. Most of his scoring came from offensive rebounds he grabbed and putbacks or dunks close to the basket. Hey, brother Dodgy, you need to run. You have to ask for the ball. You're still a veteran among the substitutes, don't just stand there without the ball. Seeing Dodgy once again standing still outside the 3-point line, Lu Meng reminded him. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Wang Zhizhi rolled his eyes at him. The expression seemed to say, "I'm letting you play well, I didn't tell you to defend this tightly. With your defense, if they dare to pass it to me, that would be like meeting a ghost. Brother Dodgy, I'm not saying you need to play with passion. Being so dull won't work. Come on, learn from." As Lu Meng watched the Pacers score, he retreated defensively while shouting at Dodgy. Seeing Lu Meng's exaggerated movements and expressions, Wang Zhizhi quickly looked around and then ran quickly to the front court. "Damn, big brother, that expression from Dwayne looks like he doesn't want to know you." Seeing Artest daring to mock him, Lu Meng glared fiercely at the other side. "Artest, let's have a onion after this game." Hearing this, Artest looked confused. "Onion for what, big brother? Your defense is already good enough. Who said anything about playing ball? I'm talking about fighting." Not to mention Artest's face full of despair, asking for forgiveness. Wade attacking saw Lu Meng being pulled out of the paint and instantly broke through to the basket, scoring a 21 against Foster. Seeing Wade's shot, Van Gundy's eyes lit up as he watched Wang Zhizhi returning on defense. On the other side, Mike Brown said beside Carlisle, "Rick, shouldn't we let Lu not stick so closely to his compatriot? Otherwise Dwayne might start heating up." Hearing Mike Brown's words, Carlisle chuckled. "Mike, your tactical level is fine, but your understanding of the game is still a bit lacking. Do you think Lu is playing basketball? That's about human emotions." Human emotions? Hearing Carlisle's words, Mike Brown was puzzled, not knowing what the other meant. Seeing Mike Brown's confused expression, Carlisle sneered internally. Being a head coach is not just about tactics, more importantly, it's about human relations. Lu was clearly telling the opposing head coach how to use his compatriot, and if he interrupted on purpose, wouldn't that make him the villain? Of course, the main reason was that the Pacers had such a significant lead, allowing Lu Meng to have the space to. Looking at Carlisle, who seemed profound after thinking for a moment, Mike Brown secretly thought, isn't it just that he favored Lu's talent and treated him like a son? Anyone can do that. When I become a head coach, if I have a talented player, I'll spoil him like a father. Brown not only thought this, but he also acted on it. After the end of this season, he indeed became the head coach of it, with Wang Dodgy creating space. Wade's shooting percentage noticeably improved compared to the first quarter. However, Lu Meng knew that he was being biased. During the Pacers' offense, he fought for every board, striving to ensure that the Pacers scored on every possession. 4-2-5-4. At the end of the half, although Wade scored a lot, the Heat were still trailing by 12 points. Lu, this isn't working. Even though your fellow countrymen are on the court, they aren't getting any chances to perform. The best strategy is still to blow the game wide open. Of course I know that. I was just teaching the opposing coach that Douchy should be used this way. Sometimes I really don't understand. Hasn't he seen the Lakers three-peat? Treating Wade like Kobe and Douchy like Horry, just copy that. Upon hearing Lu Meng mention the Lakers three-peat, Miller's expression changed immediately. Seeing Miller's face, Lu Meng recalled that the first championship for the OK Lakers was against the Pacers, led by Miller. Don't worry, Reggie, I was just making an analogy. You don't think the current Shaq still has the power of those days, do you? If so, would old Bus let him go? Even if it were the Shaq from back then, as long as you aren't suspended with our current strength, we could still beat them. At Miller's suggestion, he replaced Tinsley for the third quarter, while Artest was pushed to the point guard position. Seeing Artest pushing Damon Jones to bring the ball past half court, Lu Meng thought, Ron Artest truly an all-around small forward. Not only does he bring the ball past half court, but upon seeing Miller's movement, he also bulldozes through to attract Wade's double team before passing to Miller. Miller received the pass from Artest and confidently hit a wide-open three. Nice job, Ty, even the point position is covered. Lu Meng teased on the way back on defense. Of course, I'm an all-star guard. In the transition from offense to defense, the Heat struggled to score this time. Wade faced the Pacers' siege and had no space to break through. Just as he passed to Eddie Jones, he was directly intercepted by Wu Sheng. Then with Artest's screen, Miller drove for a fast break layup. For a full 2 minutes, the Heat scored nothing, and the Pacers extended the lead to 20 points. Seeing this scene, Stan Van Gundy quickly called a timeout, substituting Wang Daji for Doliak in an attempt to open up the inside again. Unfortunately, this time Lu Meng didn't stick as closely. He was willing to give Daji scoring opportunities and would not relax the pressure on Wade. At first, Daji successfully hit a three with his strength, but as the Pacers accelerated their defensive rotations, the next two shots were all disrupted and missed. 5-0-8-0. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, the lead reached 30 points. With a wave of Carlisle's hand, the Pacers substituted out their starters, announcing the entry into garbage time. Looking at the score disparity, Van Gundy felt anxious, thinking about how to break the situation if they encountered the Pacers in the playoffs. Could having another O'Neal really help beat a fully formed Pacers team? 7-7-9-9. In the end, the Pacers won decisively by 22 points against the visiting Heat, stepping over their corpses to declare to the entire league who the true Eastern Conference leader was. In the entire game, Lu Meng played for 33 minutes, scoring 13 points, 21 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Influenced by Lu Meng, Wang Daji also played for 26 minutes, scoring 12 points and 2 rebounds. Daji has scored double digits for 2 consecutive games. I wonder if this will help his future career. After the game, facing the media from Hardwood, Lu Meng directly stated, Daji's ability is strong, but he has serious imbalances. He needs a brilliant coach to find the manual for him. When asked about the national team, Lu Meng smiled helplessly. Stop messing around. I haven't even made the national team myself, so why should I worry about Daji? Why not? The national team hasn't called me. If there were an opportunity, who wouldn't want to contribute to the country? Besides, it's only a few years away from 2008. After briefly answering the questions, Lu Meng returned to the locker room. As for attending the press conference, he had no intention of going. On the other side of the ocean, with the end of the game, the online news exploded. Lu and Wang each showcasing their strengths. The twin stars shine, with no losers in the derby. Did you watch the game? Lu Meng's Pacers beat the Heat with Daji on the team. Oh, you watched it too. It's a pity that Shaq got injured. Otherwise the game wouldn't have been blown open in the third quarter. Please, if Shaq weren't injured, Daji wouldn't have been on the court. Speaking of Daji, he scored double digits in 2 consecutive games. I wonder if he can secure his position on the bench. Who cares? He doesn't want to fight for the country anyway. Lu Meng is impressive. Have you seen the reports? Many newspapers say the Pacers might win the championship this year. I saw it. How could I not? The Pacers are strong. They have 2 all-stars plus Reggie Miller, a veteran sharpshooter. The street ball king and Wu Sheng are also strong players, unlike the Rockets, who just talk big. Exactly. I used to not understand, only seeing reports saying how great the new players in the Rockets were. But compared to the Pacers, they aren't even in the same league. Unlike Hardwood fans who mainly focus on the individual performances of Lu Meng and Wang Daji, other teams in the league are more concerned about the overall strength of the Pacers. Especially the Pacers' rapid defensive rotations astonished other teams. In the Spurs coaching room, Popovich stared at the computer screen, reviewing the third quarter game footage of the Pacers against the Heat, his brow furrowed tightly. It's such a pity. I never expected Liu's evolution speed to be so fast. It seems that just being suspended for over a month and upon his return his defense has reached elite status. As he spoke, Popovich called a timeout, pointing at the screen and saying to Buford, "See, come look at this positioning." With no years of defensive experience, how could he stand so accurately? In our team aside from Tim, only Bruce can do this. Hearing this, Buford could only awkwardly reply, "Greg, this is my fault, but Larry didn't want to make a trade, and we couldn't do anything about it." Upon hearing this, Popovich sighed deeply. "That's why I said it's such a pity, not just that we didn't trade for Lou, but also that we failed to weaken the Pacers' strength. So what should we do now? What if we really make it to the finals?" Hearing Buford's concerns, Popovich rubbed his head. "Let's take it easy. Let's see if we can even make it to the finals first. If we can't get out of the West, then worrying now would be pointless. As for if we really meet in the finals, we can only pray that Tim carries the entire game." On February 25th, LeBron brought the Cavaliers to Indiana. Naturally, the media was fully focused. Although LeBron mentioned many reasons for the loss in the rookie season, the media wanted highlights, so how could they always side with him? As he faced Lu Meng again, whether he could prove himself depended entirely on his performance. However, before the game, LeBron had already found an excuse in advance. "Oh, the Pacers have Jermaine, they have Ron, both are real all-stars, plus Reggie, who's a superstar who has competed for a championship with Mike. So this is just an ordinary regular season game." James spoke to the media like this, but in reality, after leaving the media, he complained to Rich Paul and Fresh. "Damn the Cavaliers management, look at the Pacers lineup, and then look at ours. How am I supposed to compete with others? What Lou? He's just a high-level blue-collar worker relying on the team." Hearing James' words, a glimmer of light flashed in Rich Paul's eyes, and he immediately agreed. "Yes, you're right. Lou is just a capable blue-collar worker. He can't compare to you at all. If you both had the same lineup, he wouldn't even be worthy of being on the court with you. However, LeBron, the current situation is that the Cavaliers lineup is too weak. Moreover, Allen is not caring about you. If I were your agent, I would definitely pressure the Cavaliers management to provide you with a better lineup." Allen refers to James' current agent, Allen Goodwin. Hearing Rich Paul's words, James frowned and glanced at him, then shook his head. Rich, being an agent is not as simple as you think. Rich Paul naturally understood the implication behind James' words and hurriedly remedied the situation. "Of course, I'm just feeling frustrated. Don't worry, LeBron, whoever goes against you is going against me. I will find a way." James shook his head and didn't take this to heart. At 6:30 in the evening, both teams arrived at the arena for warm-up training. "Hey, my brother, you crushed Dwayne in the last game." Seeing James come over with a smile to greet him, Lu Meng could only respond politely. "Oh, LeBron, don't say that. It was Ron who faced Wade." Speaking of this, Lu Meng purposely teased, "So LeBron, have you figured out how to deal with our iron wall yet?" Following Lu Meng's finger, James saw Artest whooshing and little AO, and his expression instantly stiffened. "Haha, LeBron enjoyed today's game." Patting old James on the shoulder, Lu Meng turned back to the Pacers' side. "Damn, brother, what's the point of talking to him? He's the chosen one." Hearing Artest's words, Lu Meng suddenly recalled a famous scene from his past life and smiled at Artest. Nothing, just greeted him, and then he asked me who would guard him on our team. "Who will guard him?" "Of course I will. Is there a need to ask?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest said, "Yeah, I said the same thing, but he just smiled and said he would score 28 points. Puff. Lu Meng had just finished speaking when Whooshing burst out laughing, looking at Lu Meng with a strange expression. At that moment, he thought to himself, if you want to fool Ron, at least find a better excuse. This joke is clearly. Just as Whooshing was thinking Lu Meng would be exposed by Artest, unexpectedly Artest said angrily, "What? He looks down on me today. I will allow him to score 0, 2, 4, 8 points. Today I will let him score at most 8 points. Hearing Artest's calculations, Whooshing asked curiously, "Ron, why 8 points? Last game that kid scored 8 points just by traveling. This isn't my defensive fault." He turned to Lu Meng and said, "Brother, this really has nothing to do with my defense. Alright, 8 points it is. If you can do it, I'll treat you to practice after the game." Looking at Lu Meng walking away, Whooshing asked quietly, "Ron, you don't know that this is a Macmillan joke?" Hearing this, Artest rolled his eyes. "I'm a rookie picked by the Bulls. I know better than you." "Then how come?" "Lou wants to see that kid suffer. I also find him unpleasant to the eye." Hearing this, Whooshing looked surprised. "Good one, Ron. Who said you were stupid? You actually know how to trick Lou into treating us once." Whooshing's words earned another dumbfounded look from Artest. "Are you an idiot? You believe my brothers? Don't you know we're going to New York for an away game tomorrow? How can we practice 2 games tonight? Do you want to be suspended by Rick?" Whooshing muttered as he looked at Artest's back. "Okay, then, so I'm the dumbest one here." Not wanting to pay any more attention to Whooshing, Artest walked to the technical table and stuffed 2 cans of magnesium powder from the table directly into his coat pocket. After a while, when James arrived at the technical table, he couldn't find the magnesium powder. "Hey gentlemen, where did the magnesium powder go? Does the Pacers home court not even prepare magnesium powder?" Hearing this, the staff at the technical table looked around. "It was just here. Could someone have taken it?" Hearing this, James wanted to curse, but felt it wouldn't fit his persona, so he could only stand there blankly waiting at the technical table. Behind the away team's bench, Rich Paul saw this, and hurriedly took out a notebook to jot down notes. From now on, whether at home or away, 2 bottles of magnesium powder should be prepared for LeBron. On the other side, Lu Meng also came to the technical table to wipe magnesium powder, but saw James standing there blankly. LeBron, why are you just standing here without throwing magnesium powder? Hearing Lu Meng's words, James replied angrily, Lu, your Pacers are too despicable. To win against me, you didn't even prepare magnesium powder. Hearing James' words, Lu Meng was taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, LeBron, have you developed a persecution complex? To beat you, we need to resort to such petty tricks. Saying this, he looked at the technical staff. Lu, we really can't find the magnesium powder 2 bottles. Alright, maybe a fan took it. Forget it, I won't use it. Looking at Lu Meng's back, James murmured, could it be that I'm overthinking this? On the other side, just as Lu Meng walked back, Artest grabbed him with both hands. Just as Lu Meng was about to scold Artest for acting crazy, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he raised his hand to look, what the hell this is? Artest, did you steal the magnesium powder? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest looked surprised. Brother, what do you mean steal? This was originally ours in the Pacers. Damn, that's not wrong. Soon the game officially began. Lu, didn't you say the magnesium powder was taken? How come you? Looking at the traces of magnesium powder on Lu Meng's hands, James couldn't help but ask. Oh, you mean this? This is brought by Ron. He's just afraid of not having magnesium powder, so he always brings a bottle whenever he plays a game. Hearing Lu Meng's obvious excuse, James vowed that when the Pacers played against the Cavaliers away, he would make the other side taste the bitterness of not having magnesium powder. I will see if Artest can take out the magnesium powder then. On the Cavaliers side, the starting 5 are Big Z Ilgauskas, Ira Newbell, Drew Gooden, Jeff McInnes, and on the Pacers side, due to Tinsley's injury, they have sent in backup point guard Anthony Johnson, Artest, Wooshing, Lu Meng, and Little O. The game officially begins and Big Z wins the jump ball for the Cavaliers. James quickly grabs the ball, eager to fast break, but Artest is tightly guarding him. This delay led to the Pacers completing their defensive setup. Seeing no opportunity for a sneak attack, James passes the ball to point guard McInnes. After receiving the ball, McInnes glanced at James, who was being pursued by Artest, and then lobbed the ball to Big Z, who was getting into position. Big Z received the ball and immediately went for a high shot, executing a mid-range hook over Little O. Ding! Perhaps it was the beginning of the game and his hands were not yet warm, or perhaps he was wary of Little O's block. Big Z's shot clangs off the rim. As the offense transitions, Anthony Johnson brings the ball up court and passes to Wooshing, who is being guarded by Newbell. Wooshing receives the ball, glances at Little O, who has no opportunity, and then drives straight towards Newbell. Ding! Facing Big Z's help defense, Wooshing's shot misses. However, just as the basketball bounces off the rim, a large hand tips it back in. Seeing Lu Meng's successful putback, Jameis' expression darkens as he turns to Drew Gooden. Drew, can you be more serious and protect the backboard? Alright, LeBron, I got it. Gooden hurriedly apologizes upon hearing the team's leader scolding him. As the offense transitions, James brings the ball up court. Seeing James struggling with Artest's close defense, Gooden immediately runs over to set a screen. Using Gooden's screen, James prepares to drive, but as he looks up, he sees Lu Meng's face right in front of him. Unlike Artest's muscular defensive style, Lu Meng, although taller, lacks the strength of Artest. Therefore, his defense against James relies more on footwork and positioning. LeBron, it's really hard to drive, just shoot. With my positioning, as long as you shoot a cold arrow, I definitely can't block you. Hearing Lu Meng's words, James' eyes lit up. Just as he was preparing to catch the ball, Lu Meng suddenly reached out and directly intercepted it. Wait, damn it, you tricked me. Seeing Lu Meng throw the ball towards the front court after the steal, James shouted while chasing back. Boom. Although James is quick-faced with Wooshing and Anthony Johnson's tone, he wisely chooses to. LeBron, this isn't your fault. It's just that Lu is too cunning on the Pacers. I didn't expect him to sneak attack. Seeing James' displeased expression, Gooden quickly offers comfort. One must say the little man has great wisdom. Serving the stars is Gooden's greatest skill. Indeed, upon hearing Gooden's words, James feels much better. As the Cavaliers attack again, James, under the impending defense of Artest, barely receives the basketball. Big Z, this time you go set a screen for LeBron. Alright. Seeing the leader in trouble, Gooden immediately calls out to Big Z. It's not that he doesn't want to set a screen, he just fears that James can't break through Lu Meng's defense. Hearing Gooden's words, Big Z wastes no time and immediately moves to the high post. Seeing Big Z's movement, Lu Meng signals to Little O and then quickly follows him out. As James finally shakes off Artest's tight defense and sees Lu Meng's familiar face, a sense of foreboding washes over him. Oh no, not again, this is never ending. Worried about being intercepted by Lu Meng again, James passes the ball directly to Big Z without hesitation. Big Z is also a very clever individual. He immediately understands James' intention and without hesitation, he uses his height to overpower Artest. Facing Big Z, although Artest can hold his ground in terms of strength, the 20 centimeters height difference still allows Big Z to score 2 points. Seeing Big Z score, James' face lights up. Though he didn't make the shot himself, it still counts as an assist. As the offense transitions, the Pacers give the ball back to Wuxing, and everyone clears out to let him isolate against Newbell. Swish. As the basketball swishes through the net, James' eyes brighten. Ira lets switch positions. Ill defends Steven. He thinks that if he takes the initiative to defend against the opponent with Wuxing's temperament, he should specifically target him. In that case, he won't have to match up against Artest directly. As the Cavaliers attack, James deliberately has Ira Newbell set a screen for him. Just as he prepares to drive past Wuxing's defense, Artest slips past Newbell and comes to double-team him. This caught him totally off guard. In a panic, his pass to Newbell is directly intercepted by Lu Meng. Get back on defense. In a fit of anger at being targeted, James shouted angrily and quickly retreated to the backcourt. Anthony Johnson brings the ball up court, looking at James, who is being closely guarded by Wuxing, then smiles slightly and passes the ball to Artest. Hey LeBron, are you sure you want this guy to guard me? If so, I'm definitely scoring. Artest, that scoundrel, provocatively calls out as he sees James looking his way. Unable to tolerate Artest's words, Ira Newbell directly goes for a steal. Although Artest was provoking James, he was also keeping an eye on this guy, and the moment he loses his position, he drives straight to the basket. Big Z, cover me. James, knowing that Artest and Little O have a bad relationship, seeing that he can't make it in time, shouts to Big Z. In fact, even without James' shout, Big Z would have covered directly, abandoning Little O and standing in the path of Artest's drive with his hands raised. Seeing Big Z blocking the path, Artest instinctively passes the ball to the wide-open Little O. This pass from Artest leaves Little O in a daze. What is this? Artest passed me the ball. Does this mean he acknowledges me as the leader? Although excited in his heart, Little O instinctively goes for a layup. Ding! Just as Little O, filled with hope of leading the team to a championship and winning the FMVP, hears the sound of the rim, his dreams shatter. Jermaine, you useless thing, wasted the pass I gave you. With your performance, how can you still call yourself the team leader? Why don't you just call yourself the GOAT? Artest's words directly disrupted Lu Meng, who was ready to battle for the rebound. Just that moment of delay caused James Newbell and Big Z to crowd under the basket. Artest, screw you, why are you making jokes at a time like this? Seeing the muscles all around him, Lu Meng cursed loudly, then turned his grab into a tap, directly tipping the ball to the perimeter. Anthony Johnson is the first to grab the basketball, but he is immediately surrounded by Gooden and McInnes. Lu catch the ball. In the chaos, Anthony Johnson spots Lu Meng running out and yells to pass the ball over. Lu Meng receives the ball at the free throw line. Turning around, he sees James standing under the basket. A glint of light flashes in his eyes as an idea forms in his mind. Seeing Lu Meng prepare to jump, the moment he catches the ball, James also guesses Lu Meng's intentions. This bastard wants to dunk on me. If it were Carter, James might have just let it go. But Lu Meng has a jumping ability of merely 5. Block him. James summons all his strength for a mighty leap, raising both hands to swat at the basketball in Lu Meng's hands. Seeing James' head already above the rim, Lu Meng feels a wave of disbelief. This is ridiculous. He intended to use James as a backdrop, but ended up becoming the backdrop himself. Moreover, more importantly, he overestimated his jump. By the time he leaped into the air, he realized he had taken off from too far. Damn it, when brave men meet on a narrow road, the victor prevails. There's no reason that Howard can smash the rim and be the dunk champion while he can't score. Bang! Boom! Hiss! Watching the basketball slam into James' forehead, he falls from the air, sending a chill through the crowd both on and off the court. At that moment, Artest, the first to react, bursts into laughter. With Artest's laughter, everyone except the Cavaliers players joins in. Dazed from being hit, James in a fog reaches out to grab something to help himself up, but inadvertently grabs Lu Meng's shorts. Hiss! As Lu Meng's shorts are pulled down, the laughter in the venue suddenly halts. Mom, look. Lu has a Jiao Chan on his waist. Calm down, Lu. LeBron is still a kid, he didn't mean it. Z rushed between James and Lu Meng, hastily interceding on the young star's behalf. Exactly, Lu. And that moment just amplified your charisma. Ask anyone. They'll only envy you. Gooden stood behind Z, adding his own fervent endorsement for his team leader. Hearing Gooden's remark, the surrounding players and coaches exchanged bewildered glances, as if silently marveling at the sheer originality of this sage's logic. Lu, you're so hot. I'd bear your children. Lu, take me out after the game. I'm dying for it. Amid the roaring cheers of the crowd, Lu Meng's scowl finally softened. Only once Lu Meng's anger subsided did the referee blow his whistle. Lu, don't be like that. You struck LeBron too. He's probably even more embarrassed than you are. At the referee's words, Lu Meng burst into laughter, unable to hold it back. Fine, sir. I'll let it go, for your sake. Still, that ball clearly hit his head before going out. Possession should be ours. Upon hearing this, the referee inwardly sighed. Did he really headbutt it out? No, no, no. Lu, that was a technical foul. Of course, LeBron, pulling your shorts was 1-2. With that, he issued Lu Meng a technical, then turned and handed one to James as well. LeBron, are you alright? Do you need to sit out? No, sir. Let's keep playing. After both teams shot their free throws, the game resumed. Perhaps shaken by Lu Meng's blow, James avoided driving into the paint for the rest of the game. Without his offensive engine, the Cavaliers quickly fell behind the Pacers. 4,877. Midway through the third quarter, the Pacers led by 29 points. James had mustered only 6.6 rebounds and 6 assists. Paul Silas watched his dispirited Cavaliers with a grimace and waved in the bench players, conceding defeat. Seeing the opposition surrender, Coach Carlisle wisely refrained from overextending his starters, substituting them all out. How's that, big brother? I kept my word. I said under 8 points, and under 8 it stayed. As Ron held up the technical foul board like a trophy, Lu Meng stared blankly, then pointed wordlessly toward the court. What the hell? How does he have the nerve? Ron, 8 points, remember. Nearby, whooshing deliberately. Incensed, Ron stormed straight to Coach Carlisle. Coach, put me in. That underhanded cheat is clearly exploiting mismatches. Ron, Carlisle replied, gesturing at the scoreboard. Trust your teammates. Even as reserves, they're more than capable. With such a massive lead, there's no chance of a comeback. No, 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 Coach. I'm not worried about a Cavaliers comeback. Damn it, he just scored again. Before Ron could finish, James drove hard to the basket and sank another 2 points. Carlisle instantly grasped Ron's urgency and turned instead toward Lu Meng. Lu, ask Ron to return to the bench. We need to conserve energy for tomorrow's back-to-back. At Carlisle's words, Ron glanced at Lu Meng, then slumped back into his seat. Big brother, don't blame me. That kid's grinding stats in garbage time. Don't worry, I'll write a diss track against him this offseason. 7,893. Fueled by James's relentless fourth-quarter effort, Cleveland trimmed the deficit to 15. For the night, James played 44 minutes, tallying 20.6 rebounds and 6 assists, a remarkably balanced line. Compared to Lu Meng's 11 points, 17 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 steals, James's stat line hardly looked inferior. Naturally, not every fan ignored the game, especially not the reporters at the post-game press conference. Garbage time. Our team was trailing. We fought back with grit and determination. That's never garbage time. Basketball has winners and losers, but above all, it demands an unyielding spirit of perseverance. You all know how deeply I value that spirit. Having delivered his statement, James immediately called on the next reporter, leaving no room for rebuttal. All right, LeBron, let's talk about Lu. Including the rookie challenge, this marks his second victory over you. Do you consider him your ultimate nemesis? What? I've already clarified the rookie challenge. It was merely a favor to Carmelo, helping him distribute the ball. Tonight, Ron, the reigning defensive player of the year, was guarding me. With that, he nodded to a familiar journalist. Oh, LeBron, what about the Pacers? Many call them the season's strongest title contenders. The reporter, quick-witted and attuned, instantly steered the conversation toward Indiana's roster, exactly as James intended. Indeed, they boast an extraordinary lineup: Jermaine, Ron, Reggie, and Lu. Honestly, I can't think of a single team in the league capable of dethroning them this season. Cleveland, by contrast, simply lacks that depth. James's message was unmistakable: it's not my skill, it's the roster. Yet, this younger LeBron hadn't yet evolved into the future executive mastermind. So after this subtle critique of Cleveland's supporting cast, he swiftly changed the subject. Despite James's vigorous defense, unfavorable headlines flooded the web that very night. Pacers rout Cavaliers. Lu is LeBron's greatest nemesis. Rematch with the King. Lu triumphs effortlessly. At Adidas headquarters in Portland, the conference room blazed with light, well past closing time. Gentlemen, it's time we decide. As you've seen, Lu's performance grows ever more commanding. Signing him would allow us to craft him as LeBron's lifelong rival. A senior executive frowned at Lu Meng's headline-grabbing victory over James projected on the screen. 3 years, $30 million. Redley, you've lost your mind. Gilbert earned just $40 million over 8 years. Another executive chimed in. Precisely, and we already have Tracy at small forward. Spare us the talk of the Chinese market. Reebok's footwear sales there remain dismal. No, Lu isn't Yao. And this season he stands a real chance of winning a championship. So what? Chauncey won 2, and Tim has 2. Enough. I propose 3 years, $18 million maximum. Any higher, and Tracy will grow resentful. What do you all think? Most executives nodded in agreement. Well said, Pedro. Yes, I believe 18 million strikes the perfect balance. Redley nearly shouted, these fools lack vision, but restrained himself. Yet remembering his wife and children waiting at home, he could only mutter bitterly. You'll regret this, just as you once missed Michael. Unlike Adidas, Nike contacted Boras that very night offering two proposals. One was a 5-year contract worth $45 million US dollars similar to Kobe's deal. The second option was proposed by Boras himself, 3 years for $30 million. Without consulting Lu Meng, Boras immediately decided on the second option. Subsequently, both parties agreed to meet on February 28th, when Lu Meng would go to Nike's headquarters in Portland to sign the contract and Nike would prepare a signing ceremony. On the way home, Lu Meng, excited by the news that he would sign with Nike in 2 days, asked Boras, "Are they giving this money in one lump sum?" "That depends on you. If you need it, I think it can be arranged. However, Lu, I must remind you that this is a substantial amount of money. Have you thought about how to spend it if you take it all at once?" "How much would I receive after taxes?" Lu Meng asked in return, clearly wanting to know the figures. Boras seemed prepared for this question. As soon as Lu Meng finished speaking, Boras began to explain. "Federal tax is 37, Indiana state tax is 3, and my advertising agency fee is 3. So approximately 57 of the 30 million would be around 17 million. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Meng smiled and handed him his phone. "Not a cent left, Boras. When this money comes in, find a way to invest all of it in this company." "All of it? Lu, that's over 10 million US dollars. You can't be serious, can you?" Boras said, glancing at the phone with caution as he drove. Hearing this, Lu Meng smiled wryly. "Deceived. I'm more afraid that no one will accept my investment. Just remember, I only want the investment returns, not any decision-making power, control, or board seats. I'm not getting involved in any of that." Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Boras looked even more confused. Once they returned home, he immediately went into his computer room. Indeed, this was Lu Meng's own home. The endorsement fee from the 4-star mobile phone was entirely spent on the house and the car. Lu Meng thought that the house would appreciate in value, so buying was definitely better than renting. "This is ridiculous. Lu has completely lost his mind." Boras muttered disdainfully as he looked at the company information Lu Meng had given him. On the morning of February 26th, Lu Meng flew to New York with his team. That night they were to challenge. Just as Lu Meng finished changing and entered the court for warm-ups, he suddenly saw the old Miller arguing with a little black old man. "Hey Reggie, what's going on?" Atai, looking shocked, replied, "Dude, you don't recognize that little black old man, do you? That's Spike Lee, the Knicks' #1 superfan." "Wow, he's the great director Spike Lee. I didn't expect him to look so shabby." Lu Meng laughed. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Atai laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Lu Meng ignored the banter and planned to go greet the little black old man. However, as he approached them, he heard Spike Lee cursing at Miller. No, Reggie, you will never win a championship, at least not while you're here. For the Pacers, Sake, you should retire." Unable to contain himself, Lu Meng shouted, "No way. Reggie will be a champion. I assert this. No one can deny it, not even Jesus." Suddenly interrupted Spike Lee felt displeased. When he turned to see Lu Meng, his expression immediately. "Lu, it's you. I watch your games all the time. How about coming to New York next season? We have money in New York, and I can introduce you to some starlets. You know that's way better than nightclubs." He was a true fan, having seen Lu Meng's games and knowing his strength. Aiming to strengthen his home team while weakening the opponent, he immediately began to entice Lu Meng. Surprisingly, Spike Lee's words were quite tempting. At least they shocked Miller. "Hell no. Lu is going nowhere. He's staying with us Pacers. You old man, just keep dreaming." However, despite saying this, he was afraid Lu Meng would be swayed by Spike Lee, so he didn't dare linger and instead pulled Lu Meng away for warm-ups. "Lu, which one do you like, Jennifer Bryn or Jessica? I can help you get a date with any of them." The little old man shouted desperately as Lu Meng was pulled away. "Lu, don't listen to him. Once you win the championship and become an all-star, you won't need that old man to meet them." Miller hurriedly advised, worried Lu Meng might be tempted. "Don't worry, Reggie, I promise to help you win the championship," Lu Meng assured him. "Good brother." Hearing this, Miller finally felt relieved. At 7 in the evening, the game officially began. The Knicks started with Marbury, Crawford, Kurt Thomas, Tim Thomas, and Michael Sweetney. The Pacers retained the same starting lineup as the last game. As the game started, Xiao Ao seized the ball. Anthony Johnson brought the ball to the front court, waiting for Xiao Ao to get into position before tossing. Xiao Ao backed down against Kurt Thomas, using footwork to maneuver past his opponent, but his shot missed. However, he grabbed the rebound and scored on the second attempt. As the offense and defense switched, Marbury, who had yet to be socialized, faced Anthony Johnson's defense and directly crossed over to pass his opponent before taking a pull-up jumper from the free throw line. Swish! The basketball went through the net. As the Pacers launched their next offense, Atai caught the ball behind the three-point line and bulldozed his way through. At only 91 kilograms, Crawford stood no chance against Atai, who weighed 113 kilograms and was directly pushed under the basket. Swish! Regardless of how pretty Atai's breakthrough was, the ball went in. As the offense and defense switched, Marbury did not directly break through this time, but called Sweetney to set a screen for him. Seeing this, Lu Meng smiled knowingly. Using Sweetney's pick, Marbury brought Lu Meng in front of him. 2 years ago, he had first faced Yao Ming, using his breakthrough to toy with him fiercely. Now facing Lu Meng, although he was an undrafted player, he was the #1 rookie on the leaderboard. How could he not give a little welcoming gift? Kid, I heard you're strong, and you're the kryptonite of last year's #1 draft pick, just right. Smack. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Lu Meng suddenly made a steal. After securing the ball, Lu Meng smiled at Marbury and said, "Steven, thank you for welcoming me to the NBA. This is my gift, hope you like it." Hearing this, Marbury was nearly furious. "Steven, calm down, think of Big Ben, then think of Bowen." Seeing Marbury about to explode, Crawford quickly stepped in to mediate. "Am I, Steven, afraid of trouble? Let him ask around. I'm not joking on the streets of New York. But here on the basketball court, kid, I will take my revenge in a basketball way." Upon hearing Crawford's words, Marbury snapped back to reality. However, glancing around, he felt leaving directly would be embarrassing, so he retreated while throwing out a few threats. Unfortunately, Lu Meng did not play along. "Come on, Steven, I'm eager to see how you're not joking." Originally, Lu Meng was thinking that he finally encountered a hothead who would provoke him, but he didn't expect it to be someone who fought and retreated. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Marbury retreated even faster, internally cursing, "Damn, being the same nationality, how can there be such a huge difference in character?" In the upcoming game, perhaps influenced by Lu Meng, Marbury's willingness to attack diminished significantly. Even when he got the ball, he tried to avoid taking long-range shots with Lu Meng. With Marbury's firepower diminished, how could the Knicks stand a chance against the Pacers relying solely on K6? 8-8-8-0. In the end, the Pacers secured an 8-point victory on the road. Lu Meng played for 36 minutes, achieving a comprehensive stat line of 9 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. After finishing this game, Lu Meng and Carlisle took a 2-day break. On February 28th, he arrived in Portland with Boras. "So, Luab, what did you get in touch with Mark Zuckerberg?" Coming out of Nike's headquarters, Lu Meng had a contract and a check in hand. The signing process went smoothly. Nike was much more straightforward than Adidas. The signing ceremony also proceeded without a hitch, as it was organized by Nike's own media, which surely wouldn't ask any tricky questions. "What, James? That certainly won't happen. We are both ambassadors for the same brand, and we can't undermine each other." After the signing ceremony, Nike collected Lu Meng's physical data, stating that they would expedite sending him custom insoles. As for the custom sneakers, Nike indicated it would take some time. "Lu, you really underestimate my capability. If I'm not mistaken, Mark is already in Indiana." "What? You invited Zuckerberg to Indiana?" Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng asked in surprise. "What's surprising about that, Lu? That's $17 million. Isn't that enough to get him to come over?" "However, seriously, Lu, do you really want to invest in that company? I don't see what investment value it has. In my opinion, it would be better to buy more properties. You could rent them out for income and also appreciate in value." "Well, that's the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. You can always buy a house, but some investments, if missed, you might never get a chance again." Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Boras felt disdain inside, thinking that it was your money. "Anyway, don't blame me if you lose it." When the two returned to Indiana, Zuckerberg was indeed waiting for them. In a law firm, Lu Meng met the incredibly young Zuckerberg. Originally, Zuckerberg just wanted to see if Lu Meng really had investment capabilities, and as discussed over the phone, would not interfere with management. Unexpectedly, everything discussed on the phone turned out to be true. Lu Meng even promised him that once the platform opened, he could promote it in the NBA. Upon seeing the check and hearing Lu Meng clearly state that as long as the property rights and identity rights could be entrusted to him, Zuckerberg could no longer sit still. 17. Lu, this is the maximum I can offer you. If you hadn't asked me to manage the identity rights, I would only have offered 15 for 17 million. Hearing Zuckerberg's words, Boras was about to negotiate further, but Lu Meng directly said, "All right, 17 it is. If you're straightforward, I'll be straightforward too. Since we're in a law firm, let's sign the contract now." "Lu." Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Boras exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect Lu Meng to be so eager. This was 17 million after all. How could he be so reckless? Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Lu Meng gestured for him to be quiet. Lu Meng didn't know when the next round of financing for Fady would happen, but he knew that internet companies developed very quickly. Maybe if he delayed for a couple of days, he might miss the opportunity. "All right, Lu, if you're straightforward, I'll be straightforward too. Let's have the lawyer draft the contract now. Trust me, this will definitely be the wisest investment of your life." Subsequently, under the lawyer's guidance, both parties completed the preliminary signing, leaving the follow-up entirely to the law firm until all procedures were completed. On the way back, Lu Meng ignored Boras's incessant chatter and instead fantasized about a beautiful. After a good night's sleep the next day, Lu Meng excitedly arrived at the Pacers' home court, ready to welcome the evening's game against the Supersonics. At 7:30 p.m., the game between the Pacers and the Supersonics officially began. On the Supersonics side, Lu Meng faced off against one of the twin stars, Rashard Lewis. Unfortunately, Lewis' space-oriented style of play was countered perfectly by Lu Meng. Not just Lu Meng. Even if he switched to defend alongside Wuxing or Artest, he would still find it challenging. Damn bro, why do you seem so excited today? Look, you've almost made him cry on defense. After witnessing Lu Meng steal the ball from Lewis' pass again, Artest asked in confusion. Really? I usually play like this, don't you? You should also give your all when you hit the court. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Artest glanced at the score in confusion. 6-8-3. The home team was leading. What kind of scheme was this, brother? On the other side, Ray Allen gazed at the Pacers' trio of forwards filled with endless thoughts. With the Supersonics lineup, how could they possibly contend for the championship? Ultimately, the score was 7-8-9-1 with the Pacers defeating the Supersonics and continuing their winning streak. Damn bro, I was wondering why you seemed so excited. Turns out you signed a big contract. Aren't you going to treat us? Back in the locker room, Artest had just finished showering and happened to see Lu Meng's signing ceremony with Nike on television. Haha, treat. Sure, let's have a barbecue at my place after practice tomorrow. Hearing Lu Meng's words, the Pacers bench players cheered, while Artest looked on in surprise. Damn bro, are we not playing 2 games? Why are we doing this so simply this time? The next evening, the entire Pacers team gathered at Lu Meng's new home for a DIY barbecue party. On March 3rd, the Pacers visited the Denver Nuggets. Facing Lu Meng again, Anthony vowed to take revenge. Therefore, right from the start, Anthony entered an infinite unknown mode. Moreover, he specifically demanded to be guarded by Lu Meng. Although offense is often more proactive than defense, facing the tall and long-armed Lu Meng was no easy task. If it weren't for relying on drawing fouls through his drives, he would have struggled tremendously in this game. Ultimately, the score was 8-7-7-8 with the Pacers defeating the Nuggets on their turf. Anthony played for 39 minutes, scoring 22 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists thanks to free throws, while Lu Meng recorded 14 points, 15 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Of course, not all news was good for the Pacers. Xiao Ao suffered a shoulder injury and left the game after colliding with the Nuggets' Elson during a drive in the second quarter. Whether it was because he was subdued by Lu Meng's defense or not, after the game during a press interview, Anthony expressed his recognition of Lu Meng. Yes, Liu's defense is exceptional. Scoring against him is very challenging. However, I have my ways. After my shooting went awry, I immediately began driving to the basket to draw fouls. Rookie of the Year is unquestionable. Oh, I even think Lu should win Best Defensive Player. When it was the Pacers' post-game press conference, the reporter threw this question at Miller. Upon hearing the reporter's words, Miller immediately recalled that day before the game against the Knicks when Lu Meng helped him confront Spike Lee. Carmelo said Lu should be DPOYO. Of course, Liu's defense is beyond question. I think he is a cross. What? Why a cross? Because he can pin even Jesus to the cross tightly. It was unclear whether Nike had done their homework, but the next day Anthony proclaimed that Lu Meng should win the DPOY award, and the news made headlines across major media outlets. In this wave of discussion, Rick Carlisle naturally expressed his support for his disciple. Yes, within the team, Liu's defensive position is higher than Ron's. Although he did not explicitly say that Lu Meng's defense was better than Artest, that was the implication. And who is Artest? The reigning DPOY from the last season. Is there any justice or law if a player with better defense than the DPOY does not receive the award? With the media fervently discussing, Lu Meng officially entered the conversation for the best defensive player, competing against Ben Wallace, Bowen, and Artest in a grand villa in Cleveland. Bullshit. What gives him the right to claim the DPOY just because he intimidates others with force? Seeing the furious James, Rich Paul shook his head. LeBron, it's just one DPOY, not a hard-earned honor. Hearing this, James yelled angrily, "Did you not see the news? They say he is my nemesis. If he wins the Rookie of the Year this year, he is very likely to win the championship. And if he also wins the DPOY, what can I compare with? Tell me, what can I compare with?" Seeing James on the verge of losing his composure, Rich Paul realized he had misspoken. LeBron, hey, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me. I mean, it's not that easy for him to get the DPOY. Rich Paul said, his mind racing as he thought about how to calm James. What do you mean by that? James asked, puzzled by Rich Paul's words. Looking at James' pale white eyes, Rich Paul suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He smiled slightly, presenting an expression of having everything under control. Liu's defense is commendable, but to be DPOY first, not to mention his experience, just his number of games played, is a huge problem. James, being clever, instantly grasped the crux of the matter. You mean we should have our friends publicly question his number of games played in the newspaper? Right? How did I not think of that? Even the statistical leaders have requirements. It makes no sense for the DPOY not to have any. Rich, you are indeed a genius. Do well, I have high hopes for you. At this time, the NBA's statistical rankings still adhered to the requirement of 70 games or meeting certain standards. The specific standards are scoring 1,400 points, 800 rebounds, and 400 assists. As long as the total exceeds these, one can enter the statistical rankings. In his past life, it was because Rondo only played 38 games in the 12-13 season with a total of 420 assists, averaging 11.1 assists per game that he forced the league to change the rules. Seeing that James was happy, Rich Paul breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. "LeBron, if you trust me, let me handle this." Hearing this, James was taken aback, then smiled. "This idea came from you. How could I not trust you? How about this? I'll have Eric introduce you to the media friends." James, knowing how to manage others, did not forget to paint a bright future for him. "Rich, do well, and if you handle this right, I'll have Eric let you learn from him in the future." Eric is James' current agent, Eric Goodwin. Hearing James say this, Rich Paul was ecstatic. He had waited so long for this opportunity. Unlike James McCullum in Charlotte, upon seeing Miller's report, turned cold. Cross. That bastard Reggie, has he forgotten the terror of Black Jesus? On March 4th, while the Pacers won 106-93 against the Trail Blazers in a back-to-back game, Rich Paul also gathered his media friends together. On March 5th, as the Pacers flew to Los Angeles to prepare for the game against the Lakers the next day, news questioning Lu Meng's number of games played topped major media outlets. "NBA awards evaluation must be fair. We cannot judge a hero by a single game. A player with less than one-third participation also qualifies for the best." Although many media did not explicitly name Lu Meng, considering the news from the previous days, he naturally became the focal point of discussion. The media is right. Lu did not play in the first 10 games. Later, he was suspended for 10 games due to that is not the end of it. He was suspended for another 20 games for the incident with Bowen, totaling 40 games suspended. We don't know if there will be more suspensions later. While that goes without saying, he will definitely be suspended. The reputation of the suspension king is not something to be trifled with. But if we are talking about the best defensive player, I think this proposal is actually a good one. Yes, the league should set a minimum standard. Otherwise, if a great player appears but just doesn't play, wouldn't that be ridiculous? You are being unprofessional. Unless a player truly cannot play, which player would refuse to play? They want to cheat for salary. Meanwhile, at the league headquarters, Stern looked at the newspaper brought by his assistant, feeling helpless. With his cunning, he could easily tell where this situation originated. High schoolers are too impulsive. They can't see that the opponent is just a defensive player with inherent flaws. He muttered to himself, and considering the Pacers' strength this season, Stern ultimately decided to intervene. "Heidi, what do you think of this matter?" Knowing Stern's disposition, Vice President Heidi Ubelhor instantly knew how to respond. "BOSS, I think the proposal in the newspaper is quite good. Like the statistical leaders, a 70 participation rate is very reasonable. As for the MVP and DPOY, an 85 participation rate is simply nonsense. We have always evaluated it this way, and this time it is just formalized." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Stern smiled. You are right. Since that's the case, let you handle this matter with the players' union." This matter was originally a blatant scheme, and most NBA players indeed did not want Lu Meng to receive the DPOY so soon. Thus, Heidi Ubelhor merely mentioned this, and the players' union directly approved it. On March 6th, just before the game between the Pacers and the Lakers began, the league officially issued a notice. Starting from this season, players must participate in more than 58 games of the season's games to have a chance to enter the statistical rankings, while MVP and DPOY must meet an 70 games participation rate. Note, if a player does not meet the minimum games played, they will be ranked based on the highest average after being averaged out at the minimum games, 58 games. Damn bro, this is definitely someone stirring trouble. Upon seeing the news, Artest immediately informed. Regarding the news from the past 2 days, he felt that someone was clearly pushing it, but he couldn't guess who was the mastermind. "It doesn't matter, it's just a DPOY. What we want is a championship. Don't forget, there's also the rebounding title." Hearing this, Lu Meng was taken aback, and only then did he remember the rebounding title. Don't worry, only those without honors would take scoring titles and rebounding titles seriously. Do you see Mike flaunting his 10 scoring titles? True top-tier superstars only compete for championships and FMVP. Lu Meng did not notice that as he spoke, a glimmer of golden light shone in Carlisle's eyes. "Lu, look over there, it's Britney Spears. Over there is Jessica. How about after this season you join the Lakers, and he'll introduce you to them? Kobe, tell me honestly, who have you played with among them?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Kobe quickly turned his head. Seeing Vanessa sitting calmly in the audience, he grumbled, "Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't. If there was nothing, I wouldn't come here." Lu Meng scoffed at Kobe's words. "If you think the Pacers can keep you, they don't even have the salary cap space to renew your contract." Kobe didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled. Lu Meng hadn't really thought about that, but upon reflection, it was indeed true. If the Pacers had such strength, it would be a miracle if they didn't have to pay luxury taxes. "Then I want come to be your second fiddle. I aim to surpass the gods," Lu Meng said as he turned to leave. Watching Lu Meng's back, Kobe secretly thought as expected. In fact, during the rookie game, he felt that Lu Meng was not someone willing to be in a subordinate position. This time he came to greet him mainly with a playful attitude. At 8 in the evening the game officially began. Without little O, the Pacers started Foster as their center. Due to Anthony Johnson's recent unsatisfactory performance, Carlisle sent in Fred Jones to handle the ball. On the other side, after trading Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers had only a few players left aside from Kobe. There were Chucky Atkins, Chris Mim, Lamar Odom, and Karen Butler. The game started and the Lakers secured possession. Facing Artest's tough defense, Kobe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Swish. In the very first offensive play, Kobe executed a beautiful stop-and go, smoothly sinking the ball into the basket near the free throw line. With the shift in offense and defense, the Pacers' offensive burden fell onto Artest's shoulders since little O was absent. Bang, bang, bang. Unlike the beauty of Kobe's play, Artest's bull-like advances had no aesthetic appeal. It was purely raw power crashing in. However, irrespective of beauty, he did manage to break through to the paint. Ding. Unfortunately, due to Kobe's interference, the basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Just shoot like that, there's a board. While everyone was still preparing to grab the rebound, Lu Meng jumped and tapped the basketball into the basket. Although aware of Lu Meng's rebounding prowess, Kobe was infuriated that Lu Meng easily snatched the offensive board, shooting a death glare at Mim. Old Kobe, don't just watch others. Oh, weren't you also standing in the paint just now? How come you didn't grab it? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Kobe turned angrily, fixing a fierce glare at Lu Meng. Damn, trying to scare me, huh? If you can hit me. Idiot. Seeing Lu Meng's eager expression, Kobe rolled his eyes and cursed before running back to the front court. Hey Kobe, if you're brave, don't be cowardly. Didn't you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Hearing the noise Lu Meng was making, Kobe pushed him aside and ran out for the ball. Hey ref, you can't ignore this. That was a push foul. Hearing Lu Meng's words, the head referee felt a headache coming on. Lu, I advise you to return to your position, or I can't guarantee who will get a technical foul later. Hearing the referee's words, Lu Meng was momentarily angered, but then returned to Odom's side. Lamar, I heard you like women with big balls and big butts. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Odom's eyes lit up. Lu, have you heard of my story? Well, I have heard of your achievements. When we have the chance, let's play a couple of games together. Lu Meng said dismissively. 2 games aren't enough. Oh, we need at least 20. Huh. Just as the two were laughing heartily, a basketball suddenly flew out of bounds beside them. Damn, what the hell was that? Scared the life out of me. Seeing that Odom had not reacted, yet Lu Meng burst out laughing. Lamar, what's got you so happy? This is a basketball game. Hearing Kobe's voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell, Odom quickly shivered. Kobe, you hear my excuse, I mean. Explanation. I'm trying to recruit Lu. I'm requesting him to come to Los Angeles to play a couple of games. Seeing Lu Meng nod, Kobe coldly snorted. But you need to focus. Look at that. It was clearly you who got distracted and didn't catch the ball, and now it's my turnover. Saying this, Kobe let the matter go. Not that he believed Odom's nonsense, but Odom had become his most reliable assistant. If he didn't follow the lead and resolve the issue, it would backfire on him. With the shift in offense and defense, Artest charged in again, and his shot naturally missed. Not bad, Artest, well played. Lu Meng, who had just made a follow-up, excitedly shouted at Artest. It was pure bliss to grab rebounds with Odom. As long as Odom stood still for a bit, he would zone out, making it effortless for Lu Meng to snatch the board. Lamar. I got it, Kobe. I won't do it next time. I swear I won't zone out again. Without waiting for Kobe to speak, Odom hurriedly apologized first. Hearing this, Kobe had no choice but to prepare to receive the ball, but unexpectedly, Lu Meng suddenly spoke up. The one who could grab boards has already left. This trade was your choice, big guy. Looking at Kobe's gloomy face, Lu Meng thought to himself. Quickly ignite your little universe. My fists are itching to strike. Lu, why are you just standing there? Hurry back on defense. Just as Lu Meng was contemplating how to take down Kobe later, he unexpectedly heard Carlisle calling from the sidelines. Facing the real big boss who controlled his playing time, Lu Meng could only think it was a pity. Watching Lu Meng's defensive stance, Kobe angrily shouted, "Everyone get your spirits up. If we don't win this game, we'll practice for 2 hours after the game." After saying this, he didn't even look at anyone taking the ball and advancing towards the front court. Swit. Not sure if he was angered into the zone state, Kobe faced Artest's defense. Not waiting for his teammates to position themselves, he directly made a difficult shot. As the offense and defense changed, Artest tried to crash into Kobe again, but found the resistance was immense. Seeing this, he hurriedly signaled Foster to come out and set a screen. Using the screen, Artest slipped past Kobe and made a long 2-pointer. Just as Lu Meng was about to praise Artest, he unexpectedly saw Kobe hit a trailing 3-pointer. Conversely, when the Pacers attacked again, Artest missed. Even more infuriating was that the rebound was a long one that directly fell into Kobe's hands. Watching Kobe complete a fast break dunk while staring at him arrogantly, Lu Meng snorted and cursed, "Little blacksmith, do you even know how to play basketball? You've shot 4 times and missed 3. You're TMing a 3-point brick here. Ron A big guy, are you cursing me? Originally thinking Lu Meng was cursing Kobe, Artest was ready to back him up. However, after Lu Meng finished cursing, he realized it was his name. Goodness, you can curse me, but why are you staring at Kobe? You almost made me misunderstand. However, seeing Kobe's almost exploding expression, Artest thought to himself, is this guy crazy? My brother is cursing me, and he's getting that worked up. The match continued, and an enraged Kobe entered Zone 2-0, executing one stunningly difficult shot after another, inciting wild cheers from the fans in attendance. Faced with the furious Kobe, the Pacers decisively launched a double team. Yet even with Lu Meng and Artest's efforts, Kobe managed to use his extraordinary core strength to awkwardly maneuver the ball into the basket. Moreover, more critically, the Pacers' offense was faltering with the absence of O'Neal in the paint, and with Artest being effectively guarded, Jackson could not handle the overwhelming amount of possession. As for Lu Meng and Foster, they could grab some rebounds and make a few second-chance opportunities, but asking them to initiate the offense was rather unrealistic. In the previous game against the Trailblazers, Artest was not restricted, and since the opponent couldn't break through their formidable defense, the Pacers were able to triumph with a stronger defense. However, in this game, driven by Lu Meng's provocation, the old Kobe went berserk. Ultimately, the score was 9-4-1-0-3, with the Pacers losing to the Lakers on the road, interrupting their winning streak after the All-Star game. In this match, Kobe played for 39 minutes, hitting 12 of 24 shots, missing both his three-point attempts, sinking all 13 free throws, and racking up 37 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists. On the Pacers side, Jackson scored 21 points, Artest had 18 points, and Lu Meng recorded 8 points, 22 rebounds, and 2 steals. Everyone, don't be disheartened. Well, I was already planning to end the winning streak, and this game is just right for that. After we go back, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow we have a day off to relax in Los Angeles, and the day after we head straight to Salt Lake City. Hearing Carlisle's words in the locker room, everyone erupted in cheers. Dude, let's go. Lamar's taking us out to have some fun. Back at the hotel, Lu Meng was just looking for some entertainment when he saw Artest and Jackson coming to find him. Hearing that someone was treating Lu Meng was thrilled. When they arrived at the address provided by Odom, Lu Meng exclaimed, "Wow, Ty, compared to this place, our nightclubs in Indiana are just like public dance halls." Hearing Lu Meng's comment, Artest rolled his eyes. Bro, this is Los Angeles. Most of the girls you see here are registered actresses in Hollywood. Although they may not be a list, they shouldn't be unattractive to the audience. Hearing Artest's words, Jackson chimed in, Lu, Artest is right. These girls might not be after money, but they are after fame, so you'd better be careful not to have your private videos leaked. Hearing Jackson's comment, Lu Meng quickly averted his gaze, silently reminding himself to be cautious. As a Chinese, he was still quite uncomfortable with the idea of having private videos leaked, even if he was well off. Finding Odom and seeing the dozens of bright lights around him, Lu Meng's eyes lit up. Lu, what do you think? I personally picked all these, and they will definitely suit your taste. Haha, you really know me. Hearing Odom's words, Lu Meng shared a knowing smile with him. By the way, Lamar, they won't secretly film any private videos, will they? Hearing Lu Meng's concern, Odom laughed. Lu, how could that be? You're the one taking them out, not going home with them. How could there be any private videos unless you are a photography enthusiast? Huh. After Odom said this, everyone burst into laughter. Lu, Steven only got it half right. While Vivian and the others seek fame, more importantly, they wait to become good friends with us, so they can use us to create headlines. As he mentioned, those who expose private videos generally already have some fame, and only after you are led by them might it happen. Hearing Odom's words, Lu Meng felt much more at ease. However, he also decided that unless introduced by friends, he absolutely would not play around. After a night of fun, Lu Meng left the nightclub with 10 balls. On March 8th, the Pacers visited Salt Lake City. At this time, Darren had not yet returned. The Jazz were merely a bottom feeder in the West. Of course, if they weren't, they wouldn't have ended up with Darren. Facing the powerful Pacers, the Jazz fell behind by 13 points in the first half, and by the end of the third quarter, the game had entirely entered garbage time. Ultimately, the score was 8-7-1, with the Pacers defeating the Jazz on their home court. In this game, Lu Meng once again secured 20 rebounds, 11 points, and 2 steals. After finishing with the Jazz, the Pacers flew back to Indiana on the same day. Their next game was 3 days later at home against the Warriors. After getting off the plane, Lu Meng found Boris in the parking lot. Lu, I think you should go all out. Seeing Boris' serious expression, Lu Meng, who had just got into the car, asked in confusion. Go all out for what? Hearing Lu Meng's question, Boris did not rush to drive, but continued seriously, the rebounding king. The rebounding king. But doesn't the new rule require a minimum number of games played? Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng became even more puzzled. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and understood what Boris meant. No way, Big Carrot, you want me to surpass Garnett with the minimum games played. Bro, even if I played every game from now on, I could only play a total of 42 games. using a total of rebounds from 42 games to exceed 58. You must be underestimating Garnett too much. Hearing Lu Meng understand his point, Boroff smiled. Lu, you are indeed smart, but it is precisely this kind of thing that ordinary people cannot achieve that allows you to become a superstar. Seeing Lu Meng about to say something, Boros waved his hand and continued, Lu, I calculated it. Kevin is averaging 13 for rebounds per game. As long as you can grab over 20 rebounds in each of your upcoming games like in the last two, it's not impossible to surpass him. Hearing about grabbing 20 rebounds per game, Lu Meng was tempted. The reason his rebounds had dropped earlier was that Carlisle had reduced his playing time. In the last two games, due to O'Neal's absence, the matches were quite intense, and with increased playing time, he naturally grabbed more rebounds. Big Carrot, are you sure you didn't calculate incorrectly? As long as I grab 20 rebounds per game, the rebounding king will be mine. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Boros confidently replied, Of course, Lu, how could I possibly get this basic math wrong? In fact, there was one thing Boros did not mention. Seeing Lu Meng aiming for the rebounding king, Garnett might intentionally increase his own rebounding numbers. Moreover, it wasn't just 20 rebounds per game, but rather 29 rebounds, averaging 29 rebounds per game. However, to motivate Lu Meng, he deliberately concealed this information. After all, if he could push Garnett to his limits, even if Lu Meng couldn't grab the rebounding king title, it would still be a success for him. Let's not forget Lu Meng was a rookie who went undrafted. And Garnett, he was the MVP of the last regular season. When the time came, drawing fouls against him would bring glory in victory and be an acceptable loss in defeat. He had been considering this since the new league rule was announced. As Lu Meng's agent, and a dreamer at that, when the news regarding attendance rates came out, he had guessed that someone was targeted. Unfortunately, just as he was contacting Nike for public relations, the league had already issued the new rules. Even though the root cause was Lu Meng's own fighting that led to excessive suspensions, Boros still felt very guilty. In the end, he thought of using this tactic to draw fouls on Garnett to elevate Lu Meng's status. In the passenger seat, Lu Meng thought about O'Neal's injury and the upcoming matchups, clenching his fist fiercely. All right, I'll follow your advice. This season's rebounding king is mine for sure. With a decision made, Lu Meng set out to strive towards his goal. On March 11th, at the Pacers' home game against the Warriors, Lu Meng played for 41 minutes, scoring 9 points, grabbing 25 rebounds, and making 4 steals, leading the team to a commanding victory of 101-83. On March 13th, the Pacers faced the Cavaliers away, with Lu Meng on the court for 44 minutes, contributing 11 points, 21 rebounds, and 2 steals, helping the team secure another victory at 98-86. In a fiercely contested match, James played for 46 minutes, but only managed to score 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. After the game, facing tough questions from the media, James could only use his shooting rhythm as an excuse. You know, basketball is a sport that heavily relies on feel. Even Mike has games where he scores less than double digits. Regardless of Mike, Lu Meng had other priorities. After finishing this game, the Pacers immediately returned to Indiana. On March 16th, they faced the Jazz at home. Against a team that was solely focused on securing a high draft pick, Lu Meng unleashed his potential, shooting 6 out of 16 from the field and making 8 out of 12 free throws, achieving a substantial double-double with 20 points and 20 rebounds, leading the Pacers to a 103-84 victory. Lu Meng was primarily focused on grabbing rebounds, but little did he know that his actions led Carlisle to misunderstand him. After defeating the Jazz at home, Carlisle specifically sought out Bird. Larry, what are your thoughts on the team's salary? You've seen Liu's recent performances. Since Jermaine's injury, Liu's scoring ability may not be high, but he consistently grabs 20 rebounds each game, leading the team forward in his own way. You're right, the kid's sense of responsibility indeed makes him worthy of being nurtured as a core player. However, I'm worried we won't be able to keep him after the season. Hearing Carlisle's words, Bird's face was filled with worry. His biggest regret now was not trading away the 2 worthless contracts before the trade deadline. Austin Croshier and Jonathan Bender, 2 backup power forwards, one at $8.62 million and the other at $6.53 million. If they had traded them for draft picks, or even just a printer, the Pacers could have lowered their salary cap below the threshold. After this season, they would have the space to offer Lu Meng a maximum contract. It's all my fault. I was only thinking about Liu's suspension, worried that trading Austin or Jonathan would affect the team's strength. I didn't realize Lu was evolving so quickly. But don't worry, Rick, once the season ends, I will free up salary space, I promise you this. And don't forget, it was me who reminded you of Liu's sense of responsibility. Hearing Bird's words, Carlisle sighed in relief. Just a reminder, if we keep Lu with our current roster, we will be strong contenders for the championship in the next 3 to 5 years. After sending Carlisle off, Bird began reviewing the rosters of various teams, looking for one that needed a power forward. On March 18th, the Pacers faced the Lakers, who had beaten them just days prior. This time, Lu Meng refrained from provoking Kobe. Without Lu Meng's taunts, Kobe's offensive desire was noticeably lower and his shooting was average. In contrast, the veteran Miller suddenly rose to the occasion, shooting 13 out of 18, hitting 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and making 10 out of 10 free throws, scoring a total of 39 points. Riding on Miller's surge, Lu Meng recorded a comprehensive stat line of 7 points, 19 rebounds, and 6 assists. The main reason he didn't reach 20 rebounds was due to Miller's overwhelming scoring power, leading the Lakers to surrender halfway through the fourth quarter. 8-9-1-0-8. The Pacers completed their revenge. After defeating the Lakers, the Pacers faced the Nets at home on March 20th. Facing an opponent they might encounter in the playoffs, not just Lu Meng, the entire Pacers team was on high alert. Once the game started, the Nets, under Kidd's direction, frequently attacked the basket. Seeing this, Lu Meng immediately guessed their intention was to draw fouls inside. However, the Nets underestimated the difficulty of drawing fouls on Lu Meng. It's known that Pierre excels at drawing offensive fouls. As Carter and Vaughn picked up offensive fouls, the Nets' momentum gradually waned. With the shift in momentum, the Pacers grew stronger, stretching their lead to 10 points. In the subsequent game, although the Nets desperately tried to catch up, they ultimately fell short. 8-5-9-4. The Pacers won at home again, with Lu Meng recording 12 points, 21 rebounds, and 2 steals. After defeating the Nets at home, the next day the Pacers flew to New Jersey. On March 22nd, they would face the Nets again away. The Nets back at home vowed to take revenge on the Pacers, and as the game began, Carter showcased excellent shooting form. Against Artest's tough defense, Carter surprisingly made 3 consecutive shots. Observing this, Carlisle immediately called for a switch between Artest and Wu Sheng. As the Pacers shifted their defensive focus, Kidd began to leverage Carter's influence to elevate his teammates. "Steven, you take the 4 position, I'll handle Vince." Seeing the team struggling due to Carter's influence, Lu Meng spoke briefly to Wu Sheng before approaching Carter. Faced with Lu Meng, Carter appeared serious, and after a few rounds he was indeed restricted. However, the Pacers' interior without Lu Meng was frequently attacked by the Nets. As the referees continued to blow their whistles, the Pacers players began to grow anxious. Ultimately, 9-7-1-0-1, the Pacers suffered their 18th loss of the season. In this game, Lu Meng, due to his defensive duties on the perimeter, only managed to grab 16 rebounds, which left him quite frustrated. "Lu, don't be upset. Once Jermaine returns, we'll teach them a lesson." Seeing Lu Meng's angry expression, Reggie Miller patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Take it easy, Lu. It's just one game. The season is a long process." Hearing Miller's words, Carlisle also offered encouragement. Not lingering in New Jersey, the Pacers flew back to Indiana that night. They had a home game against the Spurs. On March 23rd, the Pacers welcomed the challenge from the Spurs at home. Originally, Lu Meng thought it would be a tough battle, but he learned before the game that Duncan was injured. Not sure if it's a real injury or not. He didn't play in the last game. Sure enough, by evening, media reports surfaced stating that Duncan had not traveled with the team to Indiana. With Duncan absent, the Pacers naturally did not hold back. 7-7-1-0-0. The Pacers unleashed their frustration from the loss to the Nets onto the Spurs. Throughout the game, Lu Meng found himself enjoying the rebounds against the Spurs' interior without Duncan. His stats of 15 points, 24 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals nearly brought Popovich to tears. Notably, Bruce Bowen started in this game, and Lu Meng made a point to greet him. "Hey Bruce, it wasn't my fault last time. It was a misunderstanding. Rest assured, next time something like this happens, I will clarify before acting." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Bowen remained expressionless, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. "The next encounter will be in the finals. At that time, I will take down one of your starters, maybe even 2. I should earn a retired jersey for this performance." On March 25th, Lu Meng traveled with the team to Detroit. For this highly anticipated match, the league naturally provided nationwide live coverage. However, with little AO absent for the Pacers and Hamilton sidelined due to injury for the Pistons, neither team was at full strength. As the game commenced, both teams, as expected, struggled to score amidst the physical confrontation. "It's mine. Come on, why are you hesitating? Steal it from him. Kid, this ball is mine. It's my board." However, compared to the Pacers' bench players, the Pistons' substitutes have indeed declined significantly this year, having let go of Mehmet Okur. By the end of the second quarter, the Pacers were leading 43-37 with a 6-point advantage. After halftime, the Pistons intensified their defensive efforts. Yes, you heard it right. The Pistons' strategy to close the gap is to strengthen their defense. However, they are facing the Pacers, and Carlisle waved his hand decisively against the Pistons' defense. "It's not like we can't match their intensity." With that, the game completely shifted into playoff mode. The sound of missed shots echoed, striking fear into Stern's heart. In the end, the Pacers triumphed over this defensive battle with a score of 8,174. Witnessing this scene, Larry Brown furrowed his brow, pondering how to counter the Pacers in the playoffs. "It seems our defense is still not strong enough." After finishing with the Pistons, the Pacers rushed to Chicago that very night. On March 26th, the Pacers faced the Bulls in a back-to-back game. In this match, the formidable Jackson exploded with performance, hitting 11 out of 28 shots, including 5 out of 12 from three-point range, and 7 out of 10 free throws, scoring a total of 34 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. With Lu Meng contributing 12 points and 22 rebounds, the team triumphed over the Bulls with a score of 10,195. After this game, the Pacers rested for a night in Chicago before flying to Milwaukee the next day. Darn it, brother, I told you we should have gone out last night. Look at this, Milwaukee, there isn't even a nightclub, complained Artest with a bored expression in the hotel. All right, Ron, the consecutive games haven't drained you yet, and you're still thinking about going out. Hearing Artest's words, Reggie Miller shot him a glare before turning to Lu Meng. Lu, don't listen to Ron. How are you holding up with this first stretch of intense games? Usually rookies hit the wall because they are unprepared for the NBA schedule. Upon hearing Miller's words, Lu Meng flexed his bicep. Reggie, do I look like someone who is out of energy? Hearing this, Miller patted his arm and chuckled. That's true, you've been quite aggressive on the boards lately. You're not trying to snag the rebounding title, are you? Miller, being wise beyond his years, was the only one who guessed Lu Meng's intentions, while others thought he was just compensating for little OS injury. Well, let's give it a try. After all, I'm young, and losing wouldn't be embarrassing. Upon confirming Miller's suspicion, Lu Meng received his encouragement. Good, Lu, having this mindset is already a success. You will definitely become a great player in the future. On March 28th, at 7 in the evening, the game against the Bucks officially began. Facing the Pacers' frontcourt, the Bucks struggled immensely, especially since they couldn't secure rebounds, allowing the Pacers to quickly widen the point gap. 4,533. At halftime, the Bucks trailed by 12 points. As the second half commenced, the Pacers suddenly ramped up their defensive intensity, launching an 110 run. In the end, Lu Meng played for 36 minutes, scoring 7 points and grabbing 20 rebounds, helping the team defeat their opponent 9-0-7-6. After finishing the game against the Bucks, the Pacers flew back to Indiana overnight. The next game might be the most important regular season match of this season, as it determines the difficulty of our playoff matchup. So rest well these 2 days and conserve your energy. Before getting off the plane, Carlisle gathered everyone and said earnestly, on March 31st, the Eastern Conference would see a battle for the top spot, with the Pacers hosting the Heat. At this time, the Heat ranked first in the East with a record of 54 wins and 18 losses, while the Pacers stood second with 52 wins and 18 losses. Carlisle did not value the empty title of Eastern Conference leader. After all, the Pacers and the Pistons were in the same division. If the Pacers claimed the top spot, they would have to face the Pistons in the second round. However, while rankings can be intentionally lost against other teams, the Heat and the Pistons are exceptions. These are the two main opponents to escape the East, and perhaps just a slight mental edge could lead to entirely different outcomes in the Eastern Conference Finals. For the championship, one can never be too cautious. This is also why Carlisle emphasized the importance of this match. Kid, last time you took advantage of my injury and stole a victory, but that won't happen this time. Before the game, O'Neal approached Lu Meng with Wade to challenge him. Shaq, stop bragging. If Kobe couldn't do it, how could you? Otherwise, wouldn't old Bus have kept you? After Lu Meng finished speaking, he ignored O'Neal and turned to warm up. Watching Lu Meng's back, O'Neal was about to explode with anger. Kid, if you're brave, come over. I want to duel with you. Hearing O'Neal's words, Wade quickly pulled him back. Shaq, are you crazy? Have you forgotten that Big Ben was in the hospital for a month? Upon hearing Wade's words, O'Neal finally remembered who he was facing. It's just that you're afraid of him. If it really comes to a fight, who knows who would win? Well, then we can have a fight later on or off the court. I'm fine with either. Before O'Neal could finish boasting, Lu Meng's words startled him. Oh my gosh, Lu, how did you walk so quietly? Anyway, you must have heard wrong. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about Kobe. Yes, Kobe. Dwayne just mentioned Kobe, and I said I could easily dominate him. After saying this, he didn't want Lu Meng to speak anymore and quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Lu, do you know there's a place called Night Paris in Indiana? I have a membership card there. How about we go and have some fun after the game? Actually, Lu Meng was just trying to scare O'Neal. With the playoffs approaching, he dared not fight. Hearing the invitation, he immediately smiled. Oh, so you were talking about Kobe. I thought you wanted to have a go with me. Well, since you are being so hospitable, I can't refuse. Let's meet in the parking lot after the game. After Lu Meng left, seeing Wade's surprised expression, O'Neal was about to say something fierce, but fearing Lu Meng might catch him off guard, he could only awkwardly say, Dwayne, I didn't expect this kid Lu to be quite polite. Well, considering how respectful he is, I'll befriend him. Oh, by the way, you should come along too. Hearing O'Neal invite him as well, Wade immediately agreed. Yes, Lu is quite a nice guy. No problem being friends. At 7:30 in the evening, the competition officially began. Heat team: Wade, Damon Jones, O'Neal, Haslam, and Shandon Anderson. Pacers: Anthony Johnson, Artest, Wu Sheng, Lu Meng, and Scott Pollard. Because O'Neal was on the opposite side, Carlisle replaced Foster with the heavier Pollard at the center position. As the game commenced, O'Neal seized the ball first. Wade got the ball and immediately charged towards the front court. Wusheng had been ready for Wade's sneak attack and engaged him the moment he started. Taking advantage of Wusheng's delay, the Pacers quickly completed their defensive transition. Seeing no opportunity for a sneak attack, Wade had no choice but to stabilize the ball and wait for O'Neal to position himself. However, O'Neal was not in an easy situation either. Pollard knew his mission, so from the moment the jump ball was completed, he stayed closely attached to O'Neal. Before the game, Carlisle had instructed him not to be afraid of fouls. As long as he could exhaust O'Neal's stamina, he would have fulfilled his mission. "No, brother, I don't like men." Hearing O'Neal's words, Pollard was about to say he didn't like them either, but before he could speak, Lu Meng interjected. "Shaq, just because you don't like them doesn't mean Scott doesn't like them. Look at his little mustache, isn't it sexy?" Although O'Neal knew Lu Meng was teasing him for some reason, he couldn't help but shiver at the sight of Pollard's mustache. "Get away from me." Wade was about to pass the ball to O'Neal, but unexpectedly Big Shaq directly retreated from under the basket. Ding! The sudden change forced Wade to take a hurried shot. Lu Meng grabbed the defensive rebound, and after the Heat's defense retreated, prepared to pass to the point guard, only to find Pollard looking at him with a face full of grievances. "But Scott, what are you thinking? I was just teasing Shaq. Moreover, I was just talking about Scotty, not you. I meant Scottie Pippen, okay?" Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, especially considering Lu Meng's status and combat power on the team, Pollard had no choice but to accept this explanation. As the offense transitioned to defense, Wusheng saw Wade engaging with Artest and wanted to pass the ball to take on Shandon Anderson Unionon. Ding! Under the opponent's interference, Wusheng's shot clanged off the rim. Seeing the long rebound, Lu Meng shook off Haslam and grabbed the offensive board near the free throw line. After securing the rebound, Lu Meng was about to pass to Anthony Johnson when he suddenly caught a glimpse of O'Neal standing under the basket. For some reason, Lu Meng was momentarily reminded of the legend from his past life that no one could dunk on Big Shaq during official games. Without further ado, Lu Meng went for a two-handed slam, aiming straight for O'Neal's head. O'Neal was originally going to grab the rebound, but when he reached the basket, he found it was a long rebound. As he turned around, he saw Lu Meng soaring towards him with a two-handed dunk. Realizing Lu Meng intended to dunk over him, O'Neal felt a surge of anger rise from his heart, fueled by his guts. Just as he was about to pull down his opponent, he suddenly recalled Lu Meng's previous dunk on LeBron. What the heck? Glancing at Lu Meng's jumping distance, O'Neal cursed quietly and turned to run. Just as he exited the baseline, he saw Lu Meng holding the ball with both hands, attempting to dunk into empty air in front of the hoop. Huh. Lu, are you trying to make us laugh to win without a fight? Seeing Lu Meng airball again, O'Neal laughed so hard that he clutched his stomach. Hearing the laughter from the audience, Lu Meng shot a bewildered glare at O'Neal. "Shaq, you coward. I was just going for a dunk, but why are you dodging?" Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, O'Neal nearly twisted his waist. "Dude, was that a dunk? Clearly you were aiming to smash my face." Suddenly inspired, he thought of a great idea that could be turned into a show after his retirement. "Hey Lu, hurry up and get back on defense." After the laughter, Wusheng poked Lu Meng and hurried back to defense. The game continued with Wade breaking through for a layup, and in response, Wusheng also scored a mid-range shot. One cannot deny that having O'Neal added a tremendous boost to the Heat's strength. At the very least, to defend against him, Lu Meng could no longer focus on Wade. As the second quarter began, the Pacers bench started to catch up, especially old Miller, whose movement and shooting seemed to bring back memories of his prime. Seeing the Pacers take the lead in just 2 minutes, Van Gundy had no choice but to reintroduce the starters. Noticing the adjustments from the Heat, Carlisle smiled slightly and also substituted all the bench players except for Miller. Although the Heat had brought in their starters, Miller's shooting touch had already heated up. To contain Miller, Van Gundy had to assign Wade to defend him. After Miller ran circles around Wade, Artest and Wusheng struggled to hold their ground. Seeing the Pacers continuously scoring, O'Neal had no choice but to exert himself to prevent the Pacers from widening the gap. Big Shaq was true to his name. Although he was starting to decline once he put in the effort, even Lu Meng or a peak Olajuwon wouldn't be able to stop him. "Lu, keep it up. If Shaq keeps playing like this, he won't last until the end of the game." Seeing Lu Meng being pushed back once more in a double team, old Miller hurried over to encourage him. Watching Miller care for Lu Meng, Pollard rubbed his chest and thought to himself, "Brother, I'm the one primary defending O'Neal here, okay?" However, he could only think this to himself. In terms of team standing, he couldn't compare to Lu Meng. Didn't he see that Artest had to refer to himself as a junior? Despite relying on Big Shaq's effort, the Heat still lost by 4 points in the second quarter. 4-7-4-6 at halftime, the Heat only led by 1 point. "Keep it up, Shaq definitely won't last until the end of the game. In the third quarter, we will strengthen our defense and increase our pace." During halftime in the home team's locker room, Carlisle shouted while pointing at the tactical board. "Lu, protect the boards well in the second half. Reggie, you're feeling good today. I take more shots." As the second half began, Lu Meng snatched the first attack from the Heat. Seeing Big Shaq running back with the others, Carlisle smiled like a child. As the Heat attacked again, Wade's shot missed, and Lu Meng grabbed the rebound, immediately passing it. Artest received the ball, and without hesitation tossed it forward where Miller, who had sprinted to the front, easily finished with a layup. Dwayne, don't let them get to you. Stay steady. After just 2 runs, O'Neal felt more than half of his stamina accumulated during halftime was already expended, and quickly reminded Wade. Hearing O'Neal's words, Wade's mind cleared, and he instantly recalled the coach's instructions during halftime. As the Heat launched another attack, Wade controlled the ball until the last 10 seconds before initiating the offense. After he successfully made a floating shot, the Pacers immediately executed a quick inbounds pass. Upon seeing this, O'Neal realized he couldn't afford to be lazy and had to sprint back. Ding! Miller's quick shot missed, and Wade snatched the rebound. Without waiting for the Pacers to react, seeing this, Lu Meng closely followed behind. The moment Wade thought about stopping, Lu Meng was ready to intercept the pass. Wade, seeing Lu Meng focusing on defense behind him and not in front, braced himself and accelerated towards the front court. Using his speed, Wade shook off Lu Meng and executed an explosive dunk. Just as the Heat wanted to celebrate, the Pacers had already passed the ball in and quickly retreated to defend. Swish! Old Miller, using a screen, created some space and made another three-pointer. In the next possession, Wu Sheng, taking advantage of Miller's distraction, successfully executed a layup, provoking Big Shaq. Steady, steady my ass. Are we just betting on my stamina, Dwayne? Go at them. He'll show them today what it means to have a skinny shark bigger than a hippo. With a furious roar from O'Neal, the Heat officially accelerated their pace. Even with Van Gundy calling a timeout, they could not slow down. However, it must be said that the fierce O'Neal truly has skills. Before the third quarter ended, Pollard was directly fouled out with 6 fouls. 7-5-7-6. Watching the Pacers bench extend the lead with Lu Meng's rebounding support, Van Gundy could no longer sit still. Dwayne, how are you feeling? Have you recovered your stamina? He dared not ask O'Neal, for just from the heavy sound of his breathing, he could tell that the latter had not fully recovered. But Wade was different. As a second-year player, he was already the team's star. However, being one of their own, he would only swallow his grievances. No problem, coach, let me go in, otherwise there won't be a final showdown. Sure enough, the earnest Wade immediately tossed aside his towel, stood up, and shouted, all right, when you get on the court, take it slow and help Shaq rest a bit longer. When Shaq comes back, and that's when we harvest the game. On the other side, seeing Wade stand up, Miller laughed and patted Artest and the Warrior. What do you think, brothers? It seems Shaq wants to rest a bit longer. Can we agree to that? Hearing Miller's words, Artest laughed. Of course we can agree. Let's go up and send the Heat home directly so Shaq can rest without needing to come back on. Upon hearing Artest, everyone burst into laughter. Oh no. As the dead ball substitution took place, Van Gundy saw the Pacers put their starters back in and could only curse under his breath about their lack of sportsmanship, turning to seek help from O'Neal. Seeing the look in Van Gundy's eyes, O'Neal silently cursed him as useless, thinking to himself, next season Pat must coach personally. Seeing O'Neal stand up, Van Gundy hurriedly signaled Mourning to come off the court. The match resumed, and the Pacers no longer sought merely speed. Instead, they aimed for every attack to yield results. Conversely, the Heat tried to pass the ball to O'Neal, leveraging his presence in the paint either to score or to assist. With 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, both teams found themselves at the same starting line once again. Shaq, you really can still jump. Shut up, Lou. Even if the big diesel engine doesn't jump, it can't dunk on someone's face. Hearing O'Neal dare to mock him, Lu Meng felt a surge of anger, thinking he must find an opportunity to dunk over him. Just as he was contemplating this, he saw Artest going for a shot. Clang. Mine. Upon seeing Lu Meng grab the offensive rebound, O'Neal immediately guessed what Lu Meng intended to do, hastily stepping back to stand out of bounds, waiting for the ball to be thrown in. O'Neal was indeed clever. The moment Lu Meng snatched the rebound, he took note of O'Neal's position and, seeing him retreat from the paint, reluctantly put the ball back into the net. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, O'Neal had just received the ball when the referee blew the whistle. Everyone turned to see Foster raising his hand, signaling a foul. Clang. Clang. Missing 2 consecutive free throws drained O'Neal's spirits, and he suddenly felt utterly exhausted. The Pacers launched an attack, and Artest, for some unknown reason, did not waste time and attempted a strong shot from beyond the arc. Thud. Swoosh. Artest, you thing. Shot that too well. Seeing that there were still 15 seconds left in the attack, Artest took a shot directly, and Lu Meng, angry, had just cursed half a sentence when the basketball banked in. Right, big brother, I also thought this shot would go in, that's why I rushed to take it. With Artest's shot in, the Pacers took a 5-point lead, and the Heat were clearly anxious. As the teams transitioned again, Wade didn't wait for O'Neal to get into position and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Clang. With Lu Meng grabbing the rebound, the Heat's momentum had significantly waned. 9296. In the end, the Pacers triumphed at home by a 4-point advantage over the Heat, reclaiming the top spot in the Eastern Conference. Throughout the game, Wade scored 31 points, grabbed 4 rebounds, and dished out 5 assists, while O'Neal achieved 24 points and 10 rebounds. For the Pacers, Miller scored 26 points, Wooshing added 20 points, Artest contributed 16 points, and Lu Meng had 9 points along with 24 rebounds. Dwayne, don't be discouraged. Oh, we still have chances to surpass them. Go get ready for the press conference, and later we'll have some fun together. In the visiting team's locker room, upon hearing O'Neal's words, Wade felt much happier. That night, O'Neal took Wade while Lu Meng took Wooshing and Artest, and together they headed out to enjoy the night in Paris. Lu, the quality in the nightclub is so poor compared to South Beach, it's like heaven and earth. Upon arriving in Paris, O'Neal looked at the players accompanying him and remarked boastfully, Shaq, stop pretending. We've been to Miami's nightclubs before. Come on, let's do 3 shots for showing off. After a few drinks, listening to Artest bragging, O'Neal began to reminisce about his glory days. Ron, what you experienced is nothing. Do you know Cindy Crawford, the #1 supermodel in America back in the day? Cindy Crawford. Hearing O'Neal's words, Lu Meng, who was practicing holding the ball with both hands, felt a spark of inspiration and noted the name in his mind. The next day at noon, Lu Meng was awakened by O'Neal's phone call. Seeing the caller ID, if it weren't for having completed one of Live's 4 major ironies with him just the night before, Lu Meng would have cursed him. Hello Shaq, you aren't telling me you didn't bring enough money and got stuck in Paris, are you? Hearing Lu Meng's words, O'Neal on the other end of the line was so angry he nearly threw his phone. Damn, how can you even say that? You played more than the rest of us combined. Lu, you should have treated me last night. Take a look at the news, or not only did you steal my victory and the top seed in the East, but you also snatched the Player of the Month award from me. Player of the Month. Hearing O'Neal's words, Lu Meng mumbled something before immediately hanging up the phone, then promptly opened his computer to check. On the NBA's official website homepage, it prominently announced the congratulations to Lu Meng and Kevin Garnett for winning the Eastern and Western Conference Player of the Month honors. He continued to open the detailed content. Last month, Garnett played in 15 games, averaging 37.9 minutes per game, scoring 23, 5 points, grabbing 13, 7 rebounds, providing 5, 3 assists, 1, 3 steals, and 1, 5 blocks, leading his team to a record of 10 wins and 5 losses. In the East, in March, the Pacers played 16 games with Lu Meng averaging 11, 5 points, 22, 1 rebounds, 3, 1 assists, and 2, 3 steals, helping the team achieve a record of 14 wins and 2 losses during Shao's injury. Especially in the last game of March, winning against the Heat for the top spot in the East allowed him to surpass O'Neal and win the Eastern Player of the Month award. O'Neal averaged 23, 5 points, 10, 7 rebounds, 2, 3 assists, and 2, 1 blocks this month, helping the Heat achieve a record of 12 wins and 3 losses. If it weren't for the last game loss to the Pacers, it would have been uncertain who the Player of the Month would go to. After watching the news, Lu Meng, in high spirits, played a few more games before finally leaving the hotel. Meanwhile, Garnett, facing the media's congratulations, smiled wearily. I never thought about the Player of the Month. The playoff spot for the Timberwolves is still uncertain, so our only goal is to win as many games as possible. Yes, at this moment, the Timberwolves are only ranked 8th in the Western Conference and could be pushed out at any time. Kevin Lou from the Pacers has won the Eastern Conference Player of the Month, and he is currently grabbing rebounds like crazy. At this rate, by the end of the season, he might surpass you to become the rebounding champion. Hearing the reporter's words, Garnett was visibly taken aback. Ever since Lu Meng burst onto the scene, he had not paid attention to the rebound rankings, as he was averaging 3 or 4 less. However, later the league inexplicably began to emphasize attendance rates. When his agent reminded him, he just smiled and didn't pay much attention. After winning the MVP last season, he had stopped caring about the rebounding title. Now, hearing the reporter's words, Garnett suddenly understood that Lu Meng was trying to surpass him with the minimum attendance of 58 games. Thinking about Lu Meng's strength and the team's current situation, Garnett suddenly smiled. Lu. He was originally the rebounding king, and although the league increased the attendance requirements, in my opinion, he is the rebounding king of this season. By saying this, Garnett was naturally trying to win favor with Lu Meng. After the success of last season, he realized the importance of having good allies. Although Minnesota is a cold and harsh place, what if Lu Meng likes being his teammate? Unfortunately, this was destined to be a futile effort, not to mention that he alone took up 2/5 of the salary cap, and with the future prospects, Lu Meng would never choose him. On the other side, Boras excitedly said to Lu Meng after seeing Garnett's interview, Lu, the opportunity has come. Kevin is affected by the team's performance and has stated he won't deliberately compete for the rebounding title. Hearing Boras' words, Lu Meng was taken aback and then laughed. If he remembered correctly, the Timberwolves had not made the playoffs this season. The same misfortune befell the Lakers after losing O'Neal. On April 3rd, Lu Meng traveled with the Pacers to Washington. As the regular season entered its final month, teams, especially those vying for playoff positions, began to play with playoff intensity. The game against the Wizards was no exception. At the end of the first quarter, the Pacers led 19-17 by 2 points. Then in the second quarter, Carlisle had Lu Meng play the entire quarter with 4 substitutes. Reggie, do you think the coach took money from the Wizards? During the halftime break, Lu Meng found an opportunity to quietly ask Miller, "Lou, you're overthinking it. Rick is selecting playoff opponents." Saying this, he took a piece of paper and wrote out the Eastern Conference standings. "Lou, look here, since we and the Pistons are in the same division, as long as they don't surpass us, they can only rank 4th. But you know they are the real tough opponents, so Rick wants to avoid encountering them too early." Miller's voice was loud. He was intentionally speaking so loudly to ensure that others on the team, including Lu Meng, didn't share the same thoughts. "Are you saying we dropped to second place and let the Heat battle the Pistons in the semifinals? Why did we fight so hard in the last game and even surpass the Heat?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Miller laughed. "Of course it's to prove that we can compete with them. If we really meet in the Eastern Conference Finals, we won't have too much psychological burden. Moreover, if we don't defeat them, how can you win Player of the Month?" Hearing this, the team suddenly understood. On the other side, outside the door, Carlisle said to Mike Brown, "See, I told you having an elder at home is like having a treasure." As the second half began, the Pacers continued with a half-starter, half-substitute lineup. In the end, Lu Meng also fell victim to the Player of the Month curse, scoring 8 points and grabbing 26 rebounds, but the Pacers unfortunately lost to their opponents 7-9. After this loss, the Pacers, who had just sat at the top of the Eastern Conference for 2 days, returned to the Heat's hands. On April 5th, the Pacers faced the Knicks. This game was relatively easier as the Knicks had already lost hope of making the playoffs. 9-7-7-9 Lu Meng played for 38 minutes, scoring a substantial double-double of 12 points and 21 rebounds. Notably, during this game, New York fans cheered for their number 1 rival, Fat Reggie, and displayed banners that read, "Reggie, thank you for the wonderful memories," and "Reggie, please don't retire." On April 6th, the Pacers returned home to welcome the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James. For this game, the league had been hyping it up since yesterday, especially focusing on Lu Meng and LeBron, trying to portray them as representatives of a new era of offensive and defensive battles. Unfortunately, although the league took it seriously, it could not replace the players in the game. LeBron could only rely on the referee's blindness to score a few layups. For the rest of the time, he could only float on the perimeter and throw random shots. 7-7-9-8 The Pacers won decisively by 22 points, causing the league's careful preparations to go to waste and officially knocking the Cavaliers out of the Eastern Conference playoffs. On April 8th, the Pacers continued to host the Washington Wizards. Before the game, Carlisle checked the Heat's record and recent matchups, then waved his hand to place Miller on the injury list. Ultimately, the Pacers lost to the Wizards again 8-3-9-3, helping the Wizards climb to 5th place in the Eastern Conference. Next, the Pacers lost to the Knicks, Raptors, Nets, and 76ers in succession. On April 17th, the Pacers faced the Eastern Conference leading Heat for the third-to-last game of the season. At this point, the Heat were 56 wins and 23 losses, ranking first in the East, while the Pacers were 55 wins and 24 losses, ranking second. In fact, with the Pacers' recent losing streak, Van Gundy guessed Carlisle's intention. To relinquish the top spot in the East, he quickly decided to rest O'Neal. However, he realized it a bit late. By the time they faced the Pacers again, they still had one more win than their opponents. For today's game, he originally wanted to take it easy, but was worried about losing home court and psychological advantages if the two teams met in the Eastern Conference Finals. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to play normally. Win if they can, and if not, they still have the home court advantage in the playoffs. After all, their goal is to win the championship, which means defeating all opponents. With this mindset, the Heat fielded their full starting lineup. Unlike the Heat, the Pacers' strategy was to let whoever was struggling play more, and they also encouraged Lu Meng to shoot more. This not only helps train Lu Meng's shooting ability, but also creates more rebounds to assist Lu Meng in claiming the rebounding title. Indeed, ever since Garnett's interview was exposed, the entire league knew Lu Meng was aiming for the rebounding title. Moreover, as the game progressed, everyone realized that Lu Meng was not just talking, he really had the chance to surpass Garnett. 8-0-8-4 In the end, the Pacers narrowly lost to the Heat by 4 points, with Lu Meng recording a double-double of 16 points and 24 rebounds. On April 18th, the Pacers faced the Magic on the road. In this game, Little O returned from injury, and Carlisle gave him 28 minutes to regain his game, ultimately losing to the Magic 8-9-2. After this game, Lu Meng had basically locked in the rebounding title, unless Garnett grabbed over 28 rebounds in the last game, and Lu Meng didn't grab any. Otherwise, this season's rebounding title would belong to Lu. On April 20th, the Pacers welcomed their final regular season opponent, the Chicago Bulls. Seeing that the second place in the East was secure, and wanting to change the recent losing streak, Carlisle decided to use the full starting lineup for this game. As the game began, the lineup of little Lu Meng, Wusheng, Artest, and Old Miller directly exploded. In just 1.5 quarters, the game was already out of hand. Seeing this scene, Carlisle finally smiled and substituted everyone except Lu Meng. 8-3-9-4. In the end, the Pacers easily defeated their opponent, achieving their 56th victory of the season. As the final game of the Walkers concluded, the other teams also completed their closing matches. Meanwhile, the NBA official website updated the final rankings and the playoff matchups. Western Conference, the Suns finished with a record of 62 wins and 20 losses, the Spurs at 59 wins and 23 losses, and the Supersonics at 52 wins and 30 losses, securing third place due to being the division leader. The Mavericks finished with 58 wins and 24 losses, the Rockets at 51 wins and 31 losses, the Kings at 50 wins and 32 losses, the Nuggets at 49 wins and 33 losses, and the Grizzlies at 45 wins and 37 losses. Eastern Conference, the Heat had 59 wins and 23 losses, the Pacers at 56 wins and 26 losses, and the Celtics at 45 wins and 37 losses, securing third place due to being the division leader. The Pistons finished with 54 wins and 28 losses, the Bulls at 47 wins and 35 losses, the Wizards at 45 wins and 37 losses, the 76ers at 43 wins and 39 losses, and the Nets at 42 wins and 40 losses. Notably, the Cavaliers, where James played, also finished with 42 wins and 40 losses. However, due to the head-to-head record with the Nets, they had to settle for 9th place, missing the playoffs for the second consecutive year. After reviewing the playoff matchups, Lu Meng opened his own statistics sheet. Pacers no. 95, Lu Meng standing at 2.06 meters, playing as a power forward, had appeared in 42 games this season, averaging 8 points, 19, 1 rebounds, 2, 4 assists, 1, 9 steals, and 0, 8 blocks. The rebounds are quite good, but the steals are a bit low due to earlier setbacks. I hope next season will be better. As for this scoring, it is indeed quite auspicious, but the single-digit points are definitely hard to showcase. Thinking of this, Lu Meng resolved to look for a player with offensive capabilities during the next draft. After checking his personal statistics, Lu Meng opened the top individual stats chart. Iverson claimed the scoring title with an average of 37 points, followed by Kobe with 27, 6 points, and James with 27, 2 points. In the rebounds category, Lu Meng led with an average of 19, 1 rebounds, surpassing Garnett's 13, 5 rebounds, with Ben Wallace following at 12, 2 rebounds. In assists, Nash led with 11, 5 assists, while Knight of the Bobcats averaged 9 assists, followed by Kidd with an average of 8, 3 assists. In steals, Hughes of the Wizards averaged 2.89 steals to claim the title, followed by Iverson with 2 for steals and James with 2.21 steals. The blocks category was led by AK-47 Kirilenko, who averaged 3.32 blocks, followed by Camby with 3.02 blocks and Duncan with 2.64 blocks. While Lu Meng was checking on the computer on the other side of the ocean in Hawaii, countless players were expressing their excitement on forums and message boards. Did you see it? Yao Ming's Rockets beat the Mavericks. With that soft Nowitzki, he is definitely no match for Yao Ming. Exactly. After beating the Mavericks, they will face the Suns. The Suns may have a strong offense, but if they encounter the Rockets, they are truly facing their nemesis. As for Lu Meng in the East, he is lucky as he has avoided the Heat and the Pistons, securing a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. If both of them progress smoothly, we might just see a Hawaii Derby in the finals this year. There is great hope. Even if one of them falters, we still have double insurance. It seems at least one of them will win the championship. Hey, have you seen the news about the national team? The newly appointed UNAS demands absolute control over the men's basketball player selections, and the Basketball Association has agreed. Do you think he will select both Yao Ming and Lu Meng for the national team? Wow, with Yao Ming at center, de Gea at power forward, and Lu Meng at small forward, that would be such a beautiful picture. Upstairs, stop daydreaming. The Basketball Association's nature is such that agreeing is one thing, but doing it is another. No, I really think it's possible. You know, the 2008 Olympics are a big task. Under this premise, this could really happen. On April 23rd, the playoffs officially began. The Pacers welcomed their first-round opponent, the 76ers, led by Iverson and Weber. For the Pacers, Xiao, Lu Meng, Wusheng, Artest, and Reggie Miller started. It wasn't that Carlisle selected players based on strength, but rather that Tinsley was still recovering from injury. For the 76ers, Iverson, Weber, Iguodala, Korver, and DeLembert. As the game began, Xiao was the first to secure the ball for the Pacers. Artest advanced the ball into the front court. Indeed, Artest played the point guard position, and compared to Old Miller, Artest's ball handling was evidently better. Moreover, facing Iverson's threat of steals, Artest truly pushed the opponent forward. Seeing Artest's muscular build, Iverson turned to glance at Korver, who was following Miller's movement. Better let this white boy guard him, or he might get knocked over. Just as Iverson was distracted, Artest launched a bull rush. Upon seeing Iverson's awkward situation, Iguodala hurriedly came to help. Ron, seeing that the 76ers dared to leave him open, Woo-Shung Jackson shouted at Artest. Artest's passing skill depended on the person. Facing a skilled player like Woo-Shung, he immediately threw the ball over. After catching the ball, Woo-Shung didn't hesitate at all and took a shot from beyond the arc. Since Lu Mang's rebounding guarantee, the Pacers' three-point attempts have surged to be among the highest in the league. Swish. A crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net gave the Pacers a three-point lead. As the offense-defense transitioned, Iverson arrived at the front court only to find that the man defending him had changed to Old Miller. Glancing at Artest, Iverson directly crossed over to break through. Old Miller was indeed more agile than Artest, but facing Iverson, the entire world knew he would go right. Yet, who could really stop him? Iverson slipped past Miller, and his mid-range jumper went in. 2-3. The Pacers attacked again, and this time Iverson no longer defended Artest. He directly followed Miller. Artest looked at Iguodala in front of him, then glanced at Woo-Shung facing Korver. With a frustrated expression, he threw the ball to the opponent. The fact that they switched to defend you doesn't mean you're better than me, they are scared of you. Seeing Artest's expression, Woo-Shung urged, while signaling everyone to spread out. Once the space was cleared, Woo-Shung accelerated and directly bulldozed past the white boy, scoring afterward. Collapse during defense. On the sidelines, the 76ers head coach shouted loudly at the players upon seeing this scene. Hearing O'Brien's words, Iverson rolled his eyes. Even if he didn't know about the Pacers' three-point shooting, wasn't it impossible that he hadn't heard of Reggie Miller's name? As the 76ers attacked again, Iverson drew the attention of the Pacers' defense, then passed the ball to Korver. Facing Lu Mang's double-team, Korver made a turnover. Watching Old Miller score on the counterattack, Iverson glared at the white boy with frustration. In the following matches, Iverson no longer passed the ball to the white boy. The 76ers offense became entirely his one-man show. As for Webber, he had never liked physical confrontations before his injury, and now, after a major injury, he had lost even his speed. Under Lu Mang's watch, even receiving the ball, he could only pass it out at most. Thanks to Iverson's hard work, by the end of the first quarter, the 76ers were only trailing by 6 points at 1-8-2-4. However, in the second quarter, after Iverson went off for a break, the 76ers collapsed. In just 2 minutes, the Pacers went on an 110 run against the 76ers. Seeing the gap about to reach 20 points, Iverson, who had just caught his breath, had to come back on the court. With Iverson's relentless effort and the Pacers starters resting, the 76ers barely managed to maintain the gap without it widening further. 7-5-9-6. Ultimately, the Pacers secured a dominant 21-point victory at home, achieving a strong start in the playoffs. Throughout the game, Iverson played for 42 minutes, scoring 30 points, 10 assists, and 3 steals. Meanwhile, due to the garbage time arriving too early, Lu Mang also threw in a couple more shots, achieving a substantial double-double with 17 points and 16 rebounds. After the game, Iverson looked at the statistics board where the 76ers bench had only scored 6 points and thought of Webber's $20 million salary, feeling the first signs of hopelessness. While the Pacers easily defeated the 76ers, the Rockets also upset the Mavericks on the road with a score of 9-8-8-6. Yao Ming had 11 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 fouls before leaving the game, happily securing an easy win. Although Yao Ming did not perform well, it did not dampen the excitement of the Hardwood basketball fans. Look, this is what it means to be an oracle. I said the Mavericks are soft and can't beat Yao Ming's Rockets. This is even with the referees targeting Yao. If they weren't targeting him, the Mavericks would be even less of a match. And then there's Lu Mang's Pacers, which completely crushed the competition. It's too heartbreaking for my AI. Damn, you really called it right. What do you mean called it? I based it on a comprehensive comparison of team rosters and strengths. Okay. How else do you think I earned the title of Basketball Emperor? Basketball Emperor? Weren't you just the Oracle? Come on, what's in a name? Just tell me, do you believe it or not? This year's finals will definitely be a Hardwood derby. On April 25th, the rematch between the Pacers and the 76ers continued at the Conseco Fieldhouse. Within just 2 days, the 76ers had yet to decipher the Pacers' defense. The only strategy they could resort to was to accelerate, disrupt the Pacers' rhythm, and hope for poor shooting from their opponents. Unfortunately, with Lu Mang the rebounding powerhouse, even if the Pacers played chaotically, they could still ensure a minimum scoring output. With 16 points and 23 rebounds, Lu Mang once again achieved a significant double-double. 8-4-9-9. Although the point difference was slightly smaller than in the previous game, the 15-point gap felt more like the Pacers not taking the game seriously. This result was quite normal. Ever since the first game ended, all media commentators pointed out the gap in strength between the two teams. Indeed, the two teams were not even in the same league. Meanwhile, the Mavericks lost to the Rockets at home 1-1-1-1-1-3, having dropped 2 consecutive away games. In this game, Yao Ming stepped up, scoring 17 points in the first quarter and finishing with 33 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. The fans exclaimed, "Look, didn't I say so?" On April 29th, the Pacers moved to Philadelphia. At this point, Iverson already understood the strength disparity between the two teams, but he still gave his all for the fans supporting him. In this match, he played for 48 minutes, shooting 15 of 26, including 2 of 4 from three-point range and 5 of 6 from the free throw line, exploding for 37 points and 10 assists. Sadly, while Iverson fought for his dignity, Old Miller was likely playing his last dance, fiercely scoring 33 points for the championship, countering Iverson. Adding to that, Lu Meng contributed 6 points, 21 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. 109-105. The Pacers narrowly won by 4 points, leading the series 3-0 against the 76ers. On May 1st, the fourth game between the Pacers and the 76ers commenced. Before the match, Old Miller stated that they would cleanly deal with their opponents, and he would treat everyone once they returned to Indiana. With this motivation, the Pacers were naturally fired up. Right from the start, Artest and the Warrior unleashed consecutive shots, while Little O displayed his mid-range finesse. In contrast, the 76ers, facing a 0-3 deficit, had most players preparing their fishing gear, with only Iverson determined to fight back. Watching Iverson frequently drive to the basket only to fall, Lu Meng admired him in his heart, but could only focus on grabbing rebounds to send them home. 8-7-8-2. The Pacers won again by 5 points, eliminating the 76ers. Throughout the game, Iverson scored 36 points and 8 assists, but facing the overwhelmingly superior Pacers, he couldn't stir up any waves. Lu Meng recorded 8 points and 18 rebounds, with the modest stats attributed to the slower pace of the game. Allen, don't let the dazzling world outside deceive you. Think about David Robinson, and then look at Reggie, who hasn't endured hardship to see glory. And consider Charles and Carl, who made such great sacrifices, yet ended up without the championship bearing. After the game, seeing Iverson standing by the sidelines in a daze, Lu Meng hesitated for a moment before walking over and softly whispering in his ear. Regarding Iverson's departure from Philadelphia in his past life, Lu Meng always felt he made a mistake. Had he not left, he wouldn't have retired so early. Kid, what are you thinking? I'm the king of Philadelphia. Reggie just got lucky to encounter you, a little freak. Alright, no need to comfort me. Go ahead and help Reggie win that damn trophy. Iverson understood Lu Meng's intentions, but he had never really considered leaving Philadelphia. He was merely thinking about when he would meet his own Lu Meng. Indeed, it was Lu Meng, a specific helper with a modest salary, strong abilities, and not demanding ball dominance. After Miller and Little O finished their press conference, the Pacers flew straight back to Indiana. On the plane, Lu Meng looked at the latest newspapers and revealed a helpless smile. Just like in his past life, due to special circumstances, the Rockets had lost 2 consecutive games after winning 2 away games, bringing the series to 2-2. Lu Meng hesitated for just a second before deciding against exposing the news about Donaghy's gambling. There were many reasons for this. He thought he was helping Yao Ming, but in reality, it benefited Alexander. Moreover, more importantly, he held little standing in Stern's eyes. If he angered that little old man, the road ahead would become very difficult. In the end, he couldn't guarantee that if the Mavericks were to be targeted next year, it wouldn't be connected to this year's benefits. If it were related, his goal for next year would still be the championship. By the time they returned to Indiana, it was almost midnight, but unexpectedly hundreds of fans were there to greet them at the airport. Reggie, please help Reggie win that damn championship. Hearing the fan shouts outside the airport, Old Miller shed tears on the spot. Why are you crying, Reggie? You aren't planning to escape in tears and not invite us to play ball, are you? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Miller understood Lu Meng's intention to lighten the mood and wiped his tears. You little trickster. If you had put as much thought into shooting as you do into playing, you'd be a top interior player in the league. Hearing top interior player in the league, Little O frowned from the back. After bidding farewell to the fans, they all boarded a bus and headed to Night Paris to play ball. On May 2nd, while Lu Meng was still dreaming, the league announced the best defensive player. Ben Wallace of the Pistons was once again named DPOY after a year. This season, Ben Wallace played 69 games, all as a starter, averaging 7 points, 12, 2 rebounds, 1 for steals, and 4 blocks. Speaking of this award, since the All-Star break, Lu Meng had been the only name mentioned, but later, due to attendance declarations, his name fell off. Even so, during the final voting, many media outlets cast a vote for Lu Meng. This was mainly because all 3 nominees who had a chance to win were connected to Lu Meng. Since Lu Meng knocked out Ben Wallace, although he remained tough, he always felt a bit less than Lu Meng. Following Ben Wallace was Artest, and it was clear to the discerning that in the later stages of the Pacers, Artest's defensive role was evidently not as significant as Lu Meng's. If the award went to Artest, Lu Meng would have a hard time accepting it. Moreover, Artest was the one who was pushed back by Ben Wallace, and he didn't seem as tough as Ben Wallace. In third place was Bowen of the Spurs. Without mentioning his unlikable attributes, the fact that he was knocked down by Lu Meng, and then had his two front teeth knocked out by Artest made it impossible for him to surpass Artest. In the end, the staff had no choice but to consult the big boss Stern, which led to Ben Wallace receiving the award. Lou, look at you. If it weren't for the fighting, the DPOY would have been yours. In the afternoon, when Lu Meng returned from playing ball, Boris started discussing the best defensive player issue. Hearing Boris' words, Lu Meng felt speechless. If it weren't for knocking out Bowen, how could he have such strong defensive capabilities? Alright, I'm still a rookie. Are you sure that even without fighting Stern would give me this award? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Boris hesitated. He wasn't foolish. With Stern's tendency to create stars, how could he possibly award Lu Meng so early, especially since Lu Meng was a foreigner? At 7 in the evening, Lu Meng watched the live broadcast of Game 4 between the Heat and the Nets. As expected, the Heat won decisively with a score of 110-97, sweeping their opponents 4-0. In the West, the Suns also swept the Grizzlies, led by Big Sister, with a score of 4-0. On May 3rd, just as the Pacers resumed normal training, the league announced the winners of the Best Rookie and Best Sixth Man. This time, there were no surprises. Lu Meng won the Best Rookie by a landslide, while the third-place rookie Ben Gordon of the Bulls secured the Best Sixth Man award with his rookie status. This season, Ben Gordon averaged 1 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals, being one of the key contributors to the Bulls' return to the playoffs. On May 5th, the league announced the Best Rookie lineup early in the morning. First team: Lu Meng, Ben Gordon, Howard, Iguodala, and Okafor. Second team: Luol Deng, Al Jefferson, Nanaud, Kirstic, Jameer Nelson, and Josh Smith. On May 7th, the Pacers finally awaited their opponent. The Celtics triumphed over the Wizards at home after a hard-fought battle, advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals with a score of 4-3. Seeing the opponent was the Celtics, Old Miller and Carlisle exchanged knowing smiles. Everything was compared to the Wizards. The Pacers certainly preferred facing the Celtics, as the Celtics star Pierce happened to be the type of player that Artest enjoyed defending the most. While the Pacers were happy to finally reach the second round, on the other side, the Rockets suffered a devastating defeat, losing 116-76 in Game 7 against the Mavericks. In that game, Yao scored 33 points and grabbed 10 rebounds, while McGrady contributed 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, but the rest of the team only managed 16 points. The day after the game, Lu Meng received a call from Yao. "Hello, brother Yao, what made you think of calling me?" Hearing Lu Meng's cheerful tone, Yao felt a pang of envy. "You are really lucky making it to the Eastern Conference Finals in your first year." "What Eastern Conference Finals? Our goal is the championship, okay?" Hearing Yao's words, Lu Meng continued to rub salt in the wound. "You. Never mind, I'm not here to hear you envy me. It's the new director Lee who asked me to contact you. The first Stankovic Cup will be held in Hua, and the national team coach Jonas specifically requested you to join. Director Lee asked me what you think." "What can I think? It's a national battle, of course I return when called. I have always said I want to contribute to my country." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Yao smiled with relief. "Great, I knew you would say that. I really didn't misjudge you. Alright, Xiao Lu, I will convey your thoughts to Director Lee. And I wish you the best in winning the championship." After Yao finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, fearing that if he spoke more, he might entertain thoughts of leaving Houston. Indeed, he was very envious of Lu Meng, but what he envied the most was that Lu Meng had so many great teammates. On May 9th, while the Pacers were preparing for Game 1 against the Celtics, the league announced the regular season MVP. Nash averaged 5 points, and 5 assists, defeating O'Neal and Nowitzki to win the regular season MVP. The players in the league had long anticipated Nash winning this award. After all, the Suns had only won 33 games and missed the playoffs last season, but with Nash this season, they achieved the league's best record of 62 wins. At 7:30 p.m., the Conseco Fieldhouse was packed, and the starters for the Pacers and Celtics were ready. For the Pacers, Jamal Tinsley returned from injury, so Carlisle moved the Marshall St. Jackson to the bench. Xiao Lu Meng, Artest, Miller, and Tinsley. On the Celtics side, the glove Peyton, LeBron's big brother Ricky Davis, the Truth, Pierce the Big Fella, Antoine Walker, and Raef LaFrance. As the game officially began, seeing Xiao grab the ball, first Lu Meng shrugged off Big Fella and drove into the paint. "Kid, this is the playoffs. I won't let you wreak havoc in the paint anymore." Looking at the big fella before him, Lu Meng felt a black line of annoyance. This guy was in the Eastern Conference semifinals, not his first playoff game. What was the point of making such a statement? Doesn't this guy attend team analysis meetings? Walker does attend, but he is also thinking about "No way, buddy, I heard you are best at shooting 4-point shots. Could you show me one?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Walker almost died of anger. Because he enjoyed taking wild 3-point shots, once a reporter asked him why he liked shooting threes so much, and Walker's answer surprised everyone. Because there is no 4-point line in the NBA. That statement subjected him to a barrage of criticism from fans, and even the team scolded him for being brainless. Ding! At that moment, Miller missed a mid-range shot. Lu Meng seized the rebound and passed it to Xiao Ao. Seeing Xiao Ao make the basket, Lu Meng teased Walker. "Anthony, I think you are not suited to play against the Celtics. You should go to Miami, that's your home. When you retire, Riley will even build a statue for you. Kid, you are the one who deserves a statue. The entire league should build one for you." Hearing Lu Meng's words, big fella thought Lu Meng was mocking him, unaware that this was indeed something that had happened in a past life. As the transition happened, Peyton brought the ball up the court. "Gary, give me the ball. Oh, I want to score on this little brat." Seeing Walker asking for the ball, Peyton hesitated not at all and passed the ball to Pierce, who was cutting. "PFF, I heard you are also part of the 96 golden generation, and you can't even get a ball. How did the Celtics go blind and pick you instead of Kobe or Nash?" Hearing Lu Meng's words, Walker's face turned red with embarrassment. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Lu Meng, he would have confronted him. "Well, at least in the 8th pick, what about you, undrafted kid?" Walker shot back and then ran to the three-point line, shouting to Pierce, "Paul, quick him wide open." And then Pierce ignored him completely. At this moment, Walker had lost the entire team's trust. How could they give him the ball to shoot wildly? PFF. Watching Walker's anxious expression, Lu Meng laughed again. "Come on, buddy, stop acting like a clown. Do you want me to die laughing just so you can shoot an open three?" Ding. At this point, Pierce, under Artest's tight defense, missed a shot, and Xiao Ao grabbed the rebound. "Buddy, who said you were worthless? You just successfully led me out of the paint, making me lose one rebound." Nearby, Ricky Davis, hearing Lu Meng mock Walker like this, instantly burst into laughter. "Ricky, what are you laughing at? You were kicked out of the team by your own little brother, yet you still have the nerve to laugh. Oh, why is your face so thick?" It's one thing for Lu Meng to laugh at him, but seeing Ricky Davis daring to laugh at him, big fella straightened his face and scolded. "Damn you, fat guy who shoots wild threes, aren't you also a little brother to your own little brother?" Hearing Walker not daring to retort Lu Meng, but instead exposing his own flaws, Ricky Davis shot back directly. Ricky's comment lacked emotional intelligence. Calling out Walker was one thing, but bringing Pierce into it changed the situation. "Bullshit. Are you still playing basketball? If not, get off the court. Ricky, don't you know how accurate Reggie's three-pointers are?" Hearing Pierce's words, Ricky Davis hurriedly shut up and ran to defend Miller. Seeing Ricky Davis no longer dare to speak, Walker looked at Lu Meng with a proud expression. "The clown who pads his own stats for a triple-double thinks he can compare with me." The match continued with Tinsley, under Peyton's watch, passing the ball to the well-positioned Xiao Ao. Having familiarized himself with the first round of the systematic competition, Xiao Ao had restored about 80 to 90% of his strength. Facing Lafrance, he turned smoothly past his opponent and calmly placed the ball into the basket. As the offense and defense switched, Peyton glanced at Pierce, who was being pursued by Artest, and then at Walker, who was being guarded by Lu Meng. "Forget it, I'll take care of it myself." Old Peyton faced Tinsley, who had just returned, faking a move to trick his opponent, and then shot a distant two-pointer. The basketball swished through the net. Although the Celtics had made a start, relying on Old Peyton to win this match was somewhat wishful thinking. Especially with 4 minutes left in the first quarter, Carlisle substituted Tinsley with the Warrior. Peyton found no opportunity to shoot, whether against Old Miller or Warrior Artest. 1524. As the second quarter began, Doc Rivers sent Walker and Peyton onto the court with the sub. He had originally hoped to chase points with Walker's three-pointers, but unexpectedly, with Lu Meng guarding him, Walker missed all 4 of his attempts, including one air ball. Seeing the Pacers widen the gap to 15 points, Rivers hurriedly substituted the overweight player, sending Pierce and the starters to chase points. Unfortunately, what he thought was just his imagination. Without Walker, the Celtics could only bring in substitute power forward Al Jefferson. As Lu Meng's rookie teammate, he was indeed tougher than Walker, but he lacked Walker's shooting range. While Lu Meng defended him, he could also assist Pierce effectively. 3155. In the cheers of the home crowd, the Pacers led by 24 points at halftime. If you want to advance, you will encounter difficulties, right? You need to continue competing. We can turn the tables on them as long as your determination is strong. Attack, attack, keep attacking. Rivers, the master of motivation, never failed to inspire. During the halftime break, amidst his hoarse shouts, Pierce believed, Peyton believed, and even Ricky Davis believed. Except for that man Walker, who always wanted to shoot 4-point shots. Watching his teammates caught up in a frenzy, Walker feigned excitement and shouted while internally he scoffed. "I believe you, you old rascal. If willpower were useful, what would we need skills for?" As the second half began, the overconfident Celtics were abruptly brought back to reality. Under the Pacers' powerful defense, the Celtics went scoreless for 2 consecutive minutes, once again hit by a 100 run from the Pacers. It's over, this round of the series has ended. Judging by the results, the Pacers' strategy of deliberately falling to second place was extremely successful, allowing them to smoothly advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. Seeing this scene, the ESPN commentator directly declared the game over. In the end, the Pacers dominated the Celtics at home, winning 108-70 by 38 points. In this match, Lu Meng only scored 8 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 steals while guarding Walker, but Xiao Ao delivered an impressive double-double with 28 points and 12 rebounds. 2 days later, the Pacers and Celtics game 2 continued at Conseco Fieldhouse. Before the match started, the league announced the winner of the Best Coach Award. Suns D'Antoni, as expected, won the Best Coach Award for this season. Back to the game, Rivers made adjustments, promoting Tony Allen to the starting lineup to strengthen the starting defense. At the same time, Ricky Davis was demoted to the bench, hoping he could withstand the Pacers' bench attack. Unfortunately, reality proved to be harsh. Against the Pacers' comprehensive onslaught, the Celtics held on for half a game, but ultimately collapsed in the third quarter. 7-6-9-9. A 23-point deficit indicated that the Celtics had improved compared to the previous game, but not by much. Throughout the game, Lu Meng recorded a double-double with 10 points and 16 rebounds. Since the Mavericks eliminated the Rockets, the Pacers became the only team for fans in Hardwood, especially given their impressive performance, which attracted even more fans. At this moment in Hardwood, saying that Lu Meng's popularity could rival that of Yao Ming was clearly unrealistic, but once Yao stood up, Lu Meng would dare to pat his chest and say that, "I'm not talking about you, I'm saying that everyone present here is trash." On May 12th, after finishing training and returning home with Burroughs, Lu Meng found several Hardwood people standing at his doorstep, one of whom was Zhang Heli, whom he had met before. "Director Zhang, how did you find this place? Is there an interview task from the TV station?" Seeing Lu Meng, Zhang Heli's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he explained, "Little Lu, you are finally back. We've been waiting for a while. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Director Wang, and he's here to find you on behalf of the Basketball Association." Hearing that it was someone from the Basketball Association, Lu Meng's eyes brightened. Ever since Yao Ming mentioned it last time, he had been waiting for today. Whether it was the national team or not, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he maintained a high level, it would be the Basketball Association that would be anxious. However, he did not want to miss the first Straits Cup boxing tournament. If he missed such an obvious KO opportunity, that would be foolish. "Director Wang, hello. You finally came. Ever since I received Yao Ming's call, I've been waiting for you. By the way, Big Radish, hurry up and open the door to make tea. Serve the tea and serve good tea." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Director Wang was evidently pleased with his performance. After they entered the room and sat down, he formally asked Lu Meng again about joining the national team, and then confirmed it. "Director Zhang, how about it? Are you going to the Celtics home court with us, or are you just going to interview for 2 days at my place?" After sending off the leaders from the Basketball Association, Lu Meng smiled and asked Zhang Heli, "What do you mean? Would your coach agree to let me go with you?" This time Zhang Heli came to America. Besides leading the Basketball Association, he was more focused on following Lu Meng's games. Now hearing he could go with Lu Meng, he was of course delighted. "Look at what you're saying, others might not be able to, but who are you? The #1 center in Asia back in the day. Get lost." Lu Meng teased Zhang Heli, who pretended to give him a light pat, and then the two burst in. The next day, Hardwood media announced that Lu Meng would join the new national team, and this news directly sparked cheers among fans nationwide. Then they saw the NBA's announcement of the best defensive lineup, and the fans were even more excited. "Little Lu, you've been selected for the best defensive team." On the way to training, Zhang Heli excitedly said, while looking at his phone, "Oh, who else is on the list?" Hearing Lu Meng's lack of surprise, Zhang Heli steadied his mood and replied, "For the first team, it's you, Ron Artest, Garnett, and Ben Wallace. The second team includes Duncan Billups, Kirilenko, Larry Hughes, and Prince." When they arrived at the training ground after Lu Meng's introduction, Carlisle immediately agreed to record training for the 1 billion fans. Anyway, they weren't doing tactical training today, so there was no fear of leaking secrets. "Little Lu, is this your training volume for the day? Is the intensity this high?" After a day's training, Zhang Heli looked at Lu Meng, who was not out of breath in surprise. "Not too much, right? We have to catch a flight to Boston today, so we ended training early." Hearing Lu Meng's words, Zhang Heli couldn't help but sigh. "No wonder we are so far behind them. The limits of domestic players are merely a warm-up for you." On May 14th, the Pacers were guests at the North Bank Garden. While the players were warming up, Pierce was indulging in a feast in the home team's locker room. What the hell? Who the hell brought that smell into the locker room? Walker had just entered the locker room when he was nearly choked by the odor inside. "Anthony, keep your mouth shut if you have nothing to say. This is my takeout, the new Indian restaurant that just opened on the street, Golden Curry Rice. Can that thing even be eaten? It looks like it's making me want to vomit." Walker said, struggling to suppress his nausea. "TCH, you don't know anything. This is authentic Indian cuisine, clean and hygienic. Don't be fooled by the smell, but tastes delicious." Ignoring everyone, Pierce finished his meal before preparing to warm up. "Hey Paul, since we're back home for the game, will there be any changes?" Looking at the beautiful reporter in front of him, Pierce became excited, disregarding the skill disparity, and boldly declared, "The flags above North Bank Garden watch over us. In Boston, no one can easily take away victory." Hearing Pierce's words, the reporter was instantly delighted and excitedly went to relay the message to the Pacers. Hey wait, don't you want to leave a number? Watching the reporter's retreating figure, Pierce felt disappointed. Meanwhile, hearing Pierce's bold words, Artest sneered in response. I've never seen him before, let's make sure he sees me today. At 7:30 p.m. the Eastern Conference semifinals G3 game officially commenced. As the referee was about to start the game, he turned around to see Artest and Pierce entangled with each other. Referee, look at him. His foot is over the line. Seeing the referee approach, Artest immediately pointed at Pierce's foot. The others all turned to look at Pierce's foot upon hearing Artest's words. Pierce looked down and thought, I just stepped over the line by an inch. But a foul is a foul. He immediately stepped back an inch without needing the referee's instruction. After the referee instructed both players to stand in position, he silently moved to the center circle to start the game. Smack. Little O grabbed the ball again. Watching Tinsley dribble forward, Lu Meng came to Artest's side. Ty, what was that just now? Upon hearing Lu Meng's question, Artest laughed and waved his hand. Oh, that was to mess with his mentality. Didn't that old man talk tough before the game? So I just wanted to tease him a bit. Seeing that Artest wasn't upset at all, Lu Meng laughed and patted him on the back, giving him a thumbs up. Not knowing if it was Lu Meng's encouragement that inspired him, Artest was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Meng giving him a thumbs up. Of course, the big brother is a good defender, but he doesn't resort to petty tricks to mess with people's minds. As Artest thought this, he saw old Miller moving to receive the pass and jumped towards the basket. As the offense and defense switched, when Pierce positioned himself, Artest's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as Pierce got into position, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his shorts. He couldn't report to the referee. Seeing Peyton being double-teamed, he hurriedly adjusted his shorts and ran to help. Not knowing if it was the shorts that gave him strength, Pierce adjusted his shorts and after receiving the basketball, took one step sideways and then shot a three-pointer, hitting the basket directly. Who was guarding me just now? Oh, this is terrible, it's you. Can boxers play basketball now? Looking at Pierce's arrogant demeanor, Artest felt a rush of blood and immediately grappled with him. Kid, you better be careful. Do you know who my brother is? Seeing Artest's actions, Pierce felt disdain, thinking, I can't be afraid of you at North Bank Garden. So he also raised his head, wanting to bump heads with him. Artest thought the other party would back down, but Pierce believed he wouldn't dare approach, and unexpectedly, they ended up colliding. When this scene was shown on the big screen, the fans went wild. Mom, today's game is so intense, Paul and Ron even kissed. Beep, beep. Seeing the two getting so close, the referee hurriedly blew the whistle to separate them. Listen, if you want to play properly, otherwise I don't mind letting you cool down. With their teammates persuading them, the game resumed. Unexpectedly, after the kiss, Artest's form plummeted, and while defending Pierce, he repeatedly lost position, allowing the opponent to score several times in a row. 2-1-2-4. Ty, what's going on? You couldn't even keep an eye on that pesky guy. During the break, Lu Meng asked in confusion. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Ty looked aggrieved. Damn, big brother, you can't blame me for this. That old guy might have eaten something foul and spit it all over me, nearly making me gag. Now just the sight of him makes me nauseous. How can I focus on guarding him? As he spoke, Ty was even thinking of opening his mouth to let Lu Meng have a whiff. Get the hell away from me. Lu Meng stepped back to distance himself from Ty before finding Carlisle. Coach, let Ty go back to the locker room to brush his teeth. This can't go on like this. After listening to Lu Meng's explanation, Carlisle nodded and gestured to Ty, then turned to Lu Meng. Lu, you're on your own while Ron is out. Saying this, he shouted to Wu Sheng. Steven, replace Ron and play power forward, and Pierce will be left to Lu. No, coach. I find it stinky too. Though Lu Meng strongly recommended Wu Sheng, Carlisle, considering Pierce's abilities, still rejected his suggestion. Lu, no problem, I trust you. With deep resentment, Lu Meng stepped onto the court. The Celtics initiated the attack, and when Pierce arrived at the front court, he was surprised to find that Lu Meng was now guarding him. Kid, how come it's you? What happened to that Civ Ron? Did I scare him off so much that he can't face anyone? Although wary of Lu Meng's combat prowess, considering that they were at the North Shore Garden, and recalling his shooting touch for this game, Pierce still teased. Damn, did you eat shit? What Ty said was right, it really stinks. Hearing Lu Meng's words, Pierce instantly thought of the golden fried rice he had eaten before the game. Kid, watch your tone, this is North Shore Garden. Don't think just because you know a bit of fighting you're impressive. Back in the day, I couldn't be killed even after 11 stabs in 35 seconds, so why would I fear your fists? As he spoke, seeing Lu Meng step back slightly, a glimmer of hope flashed in Pierce's eyes. He quickly darted out to receive the ball, eager to make a play, but unexpectedly he was caught off guard as Lu Meng snatched it away. Kid, you sneak attacked. Watching Lu Meng pass the ball to Tinsley, Pierce chased back while shouting, if you say another word, I'll beat you to death. Sensing the foul odor wafting over, Lu Meng forced himself to endure the disgust and threatened, Seeing the fierce look in Lu Meng's eyes, which did not seem like a joke, Pierce dared not say more, but began to formulate a plan. If you won't let me speak, then can I at least breathe? In a bit, I'll specifically back down for a onion on. If you dare to interfere, I'll turn around and blow my stench at you. On the next offense, Pierce no longer waited for the ball outside, but instead moved to the baseline to post up. Seeing this move from Pierce, although Lu Meng felt disgusted, he had no choice but to stick close. Feeling Lu Meng close behind him, Pierce felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to turn around and use his breath to push Lu Meng back for some space, he suddenly felt a twist in his stomach. Gulyulu.